Actually, I should probably do that right now. There we go. And hello, everybody, and welcome to the Astral Labyrinth. My name is Bo Astra, the Guardian of the Astral Labyrinth, the Avatar of the Taurus constellation, and queer steer whose streams are literally out of this world. Welcome, everybody, to the DanganRonpa Did They Deserve It tier list stream. I am here with my two co-hosts, Lunex and Viv. And we are going to break down all 48 of the characters from the 3 DanganRonpa games, specifically the killing game participants. And we're going to figure out, did they get the fate they deserved, or should something better, perhaps worse, have happened to them? Some twinks have been discovered. Hello, everybody. I am going to go ahead and pull in my co-hosts here, and we're going to get them to introduce themselves, and we're going to do a little bit of vamping, sort of talk about what we're going to be doing over the course of the stream, and then we're going to get into it as things sort of like get off the ground here. So let me go ahead and undeafen myself. All right, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you in Discord, so let's get into it.
Okie dokie.
Hello, Viv and Lunex, if you would like to introduce yourself to the lovely crowd, even though I'm sure many of them already know who you are.
We'll go alphabetical. Lunex, you go first.
Oh, okay. Well,
Left to right, let's go.
yeah. The panic, the fear. Hi. I was not prepared.
You were not prepared. You know what? Into the deep end. Let's go.
Good luck with this.
I mean,
I was supposed I could use matching Fugies with you, but I don't have one that just has the shirt off.
yeah, that's the problem. I just went to Ace and was like, "Hey, can I get one of these?" And he's like, "Yeah."
No, Coaster, we're not going to be covering Ultra Despair Girls. We might talk a little bit about some of it, but
I've never played it.
It's wild.
I'm saving it for a day when I need. That's my like smash glass in case of emergency content.
It is it's something. Ultra Despair Girls is something.
It's something.
Salted macarons, welcome. Coaster, Cookie, how's everybody doing? Some of you, hasn't been that long since you saw me, but we're here now with Lunex and Viv, and we're gonna be, like I said, going through every single one of the characters in the 3 DanganRonpa games. I didn't know much about it until I got the summer board game entry about Ultra Despair Girls. Good lord. I haven't played the that was like, they did like an extra kind of like for the collection, right? They did like a board game.
And I haven't gotten to it yet. I'm waiting until I finish playing through all the regular games with Amphi, and then I'm gonna just finally play it, the thing.
Nice.
I feel like you should. Saving that for last feels so cruel.
What, the board game?
Oh, the board game. I thought you meant Ultra Despair Girls, and I was
no.
like,
oh no,
that's so mean.
I mean, if you want to play everything, if you want to like consume all of the Danganronpa media in like a canonical order of like how it occurred.
No, thank you.
It's it's DR1. Well, no, I guess before all that happens, first of all, the anime happens, the Hope and Despair arcs of like Danganronpa 3, the end of Hope's Peak High School. All of that technically happens first,
only
then
the future arc
1
happens first, though.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because then
the past
Hope
arc, whatever it's called.
Yeah, and then the future arc happens after 2.
After 2.
So it's Despair arc, or it's whatever the past arc is, and then it's 1, and then it's 2, and then it's future arc, and then it's, you know.
I think it's the Despair arc and the future arc, and then it counts the last like 2 episodes as the Hope arc or something.
The Hope arc, yeah, it's a weird kind of combination of things. But all of that, like all the stuff that happens canonically at Hope's Peak Academy happens before 1. By the way, heavy spoilers for the Danganronpa series. If that was not going to be the Ding Dang Danganronpa.
What do you mean? We're doing the spoiler free?
No, we're not doing the spoiler free.
We're just looking at pictures of different characters and being like, huh.
What happened to them?
I think based on vibes.
This would be a
I feel like when people are like trying to spoil or like trying to tease that they know who like got eliminated on the next season of, or next episode of Drag Race, and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't wait to see so and so next." It's like, fuck off.
This is like, can you imagine trying to do something like this if we like didn't know anything about what happened to these characters?
I would love to try something like that with a different game, honestly.
Like not knowing like who lives, who dies, what happens. So yeah, heavy spoilers for the Danganronpa series. If that matters to you, you probably shouldn't watch the stream, unfortunately. But you know, Danganronpa as a series has been around for a while, and I feel like a lot of people that would be interested in something like this have probably already consumed the content. So that's the hope anyway. If you're have no idea what DanganRonpa is and you just clicked on this and you found it either through the live stream or through the VOD, good luck. Good luck with the series and with anything that is going on. At least it's hopefully entertaining to you.
I apologize in advance for everyone affected by this.
Since the mods are, yes, heavy spoilers. Thank you so much, Coaster. Mitsuro, hype, hello, spoilers for reals? I've replayed it twice. Why? I never. Of course not. Of course not. Let me go ahead and pin that really quick for you. Thank you, Coaster. So, we are going to do this thing. Let me go ahead and pop on over to the gaming screen. So, I have got a tier list here with all 48 members of the... Oh, why is the Fugi like this? Hold on.
I was supposed to say, why did we get turned around?
Yeah, I forgot that this is like swapped on this screen for some reason. Hold on, I gotta unlock the Fugi and then I can re-flip it over.
Help, my hair streak's on the wrong side.
There we go. That should be good now. Puppo! Hi.
Oh my god, it's a puppo.
Yes, ultimate gaslighter. Fantastic.
Oh my god.
The gaslighting has begun. All right, so as you can see, we have a tier list here in front of us. I've got 5 tiers. 1, we're gonna start in the middle here. Seems about right. So this is for the characters that we feel like they got pretty much exactly what they deserved, whether that was a good thing, a bad thing, or somewhere in the middle, you know? Above that, we have 2 tiers of sort of like extremes for like, oh, they deserved better than they got, or they were robbed. Like, we feel like someone in particular deserved way better than they got, like they were effectively robbed. That is where we're gonna put them, as opposed to, oh, something better could have happened to them. Like, it was a little unfortunate what happened to them, as opposed to what should have happened to them. And then it's the same thing in the opposite direction, deserved worse. And then there's a special circle in hell for this person. Basically shouldn't have been in the game as far as I'm concerned. They suck so bad.
I would just like to point out, it's gonna take forever to get to her. I forgot that Sonya just canonically has that fucking dress.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Wait,
That's
which
her.
one's-
That's like her
where's
official.
Sonya?
So
The
this is
first
yeah,
one
that's
on the
right.
bottom row.
so these
Wild.
art, like these are the splash art for every single one of the characters, as opposed to like their in-game sprites.
Which is really funny when you compare certain characters. Like, if you look at like Makoto, Maki, Kaede, and then you look at like everyone else, it's like, oh.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, Kaede is just standing there.
Kaede is just
Like,
kind
she's
of
a little
there,
off balance.
which is fair because we'll get to her. That makes sense for Kaede.
Makoto's about to face plant.
Oh god,
The
Makoto.
audacity of tagging V3 as female protagonist will never not be really funny.
Well, you have to hide the secret, right? Like, you can't let it be.
Well, yeah, but like, it's still
But it's
really
still
funny.
really funny. Because I wonder how many people were like, oh, sick, finally get to play as a chick. Well,
Well,
Yeah, it's-
yes, but no.
Coaster brings up a very good point. Sonya Nevermind is legitimately the leader of like a fucking militaristic nation.
I mean, that's also true, but it's also extremely funny then, again, seeing them in the anime and the like, as like seeing them as the remnants of despair is really funny to me. Because obviously you just kind of have the moments of like Gundam just leading an army of oversized animals that he's just bred for destruction.
Yeah.
And then there's just Sonya giving her speech to people while fucking Mahiru just takes pictures.
Yeah. It's like, what like, where does Mahiru like fit into the remnants of despair? Like, that's such a, we'll get to Mahiru when we get to Mahiru, but oh my god. All right, so without further ado, because if we spend any more time on the intro, we're gonna have to rush through a bunch of fucking people. I did the math in my head. There are 48 of these fuckers. It'll take us 4 hours if we spend 5 minutes on every single character. I don't think we will, because some of them I feel like we'll get to a conclusion pretty quickly on, but some of them we can kind of we gotta fucking get in there. So without further ado, let's get into this shit. And we're gonna start, I have these all alphabetical, so it's gonna be mixed up based on games, so we're gonna be jumping around a little bit. First things first, we have from Danganronpa 1, Trigger Happy Havoc, we have Aoi Asahina, the ultimate swimmer.
I mean, I think she's great. Like,
Yeah.
she's fine.
So for base level, Aoi Asahina, original 16 members, like original killing game from the first game, she survives till the end. She's one of the final 6. She gets to the end of the game without dying, without killing anybody, obviously. So Yeah, sorry. Viv, go ahead.
I will say about Aoi, on one hand, she's kind of useless, which is something we're gonna say about a lot of them.
Yeah.
She's not. She definitely is like a bit of a sweetheart. She did try and get them all killed, which I do think is an important detail.
She did try to get them
She
all
had an understandable
killed.
reason.
Yeah.
I'm
She had
not saying that she didn't, but she did do that. That was a thing that she did, and she didn't feel bad about.
Hi,
ever.
Fossil. Yeah, the gay
That is
people on
Fossil.
your pewter. There he is. There's Fossil. No, that's an absolutely like valid point. She did attempt to get everybody killed, but I do think she had a very valid reason for doing so.
I will say, like,
Fossil,
part of me feels
why
like she
you
deserved
do-
worse, but only by a very tiny amount.
True. So like almost to the point where I feel like she kind of fits exactly where she deserves to be in a way.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think she's mostly seems about right.
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta open up my timer because
She was also helpful down the road, and like she got better over time. Like we're not counting too much of the stuff beyond that, but like she did.
yeah.
I think she maybe didn't deserve better than what she got, but in the final, like by the end of it all, she probably was okay.
Yeah. So just so you know, Fossil has redeemed my Russian Bowl redeemed stuff for the next. I'm not going to do it for the full 10 minutes. Fossil has given me permission to do it for a shorter amount of time.
Oh,
But so
no.
just when I start doing a Russian accent, don't be surprised.
Okay.
Which is going to start right now. So thank you so much, Fossil, for the redeem. So I, Asahina, I have a bit of a personal bias when it comes to Aoi. She's one of my favorite characters from the entire series. She is useless, like, in the basis of the series, but she's basically like
She's a
himbo.
personality higher.
She's a personality higher. Yeah, you love her because she's kind of silly. She loves donuts. She's just kind of, she doesn't deserve to be here. Like she does not belong in this situation, which is so true for like, I feel like we're gonna get to this for a couple of different characters that they're like, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. This should not be happening to you.
See,
Because she's
but,
just
like,
so normal, right?
that happens with a lot of characters who are like normal enough that they shouldn't be here, but they still do adapt. And Aoi never adapts. She just is like throughout all the trials, she's like, I don't know, you guys figured out. Except the time she tries to get everyone killed.
Right, because she
Right.
thought everybody had like killed Sakura. She thought multiple people had like attempted to kill her. So, and we knew that was like her best friend in the entire game. So, if she had been in a later game, I feel like something would have drastically different would have happened to Aoi in terms of like her adaptability, right? Like she wouldn't have gotten through the game scot-free basically if she had been in like 2 or 3.
No, in V3 she probably would have survived, honestly, because they would have been like, of course it would make sense for her to die early. She seems disposable, so we're gonna save her to the end.
But of course that fucking means, as in like every other game, disposable people make it to the end every single time. It's like they were the ones who didn't try anything.
Anyway, I think we can probably say with Aoi that she fits in the seems about right category.
Yeah,
right?
I think Aoi
Yeah.
absolutely goes in seems about right.
Yeah,
love you,
go.
love you, Asahina. Next we have, I'm gonna go ahead and stop with the Russian accent so it doesn't keep going, but there you go. There you go. So we've got Akane Owari is our
Do you have
next
to check
one.
to remember her name?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was like, we can see this. We can
I
see this
know,
bow.
I know. I have them. I have all of them open because I have to remember names sometimes. There's 48 characters, and I'm also trying to host a stream. Akane deserved better than poor girl. Okay, so Akane, once again, Danganronpa 2, made it to the end. One of the last ones alive.
Honestly, her button, strongest thing in the fucking like series.
Yeah, that button does a lot of heavy lifting on her fucking shirt.
I am gonna go out on a limb and say that I find her obnoxious a lot of the time. I don't particularly like her, and also I would rather her have died than Nekomaru.
Honestly,
Correct.
I think I can agree with that.
I was like kind of fine with her just being like one of the random annoying characters. But then when she starts like getting like really sexual out of nowhere and everything, like
Yeah.
like my one biggest problem with her is Nagito's like the Nagito trial when like they're trying to figure out how he was like holding the spear and everything, and she's like, oh yeah, no, probably maybe with his dick.
she like, there was like a lot of weird, because there wasn't like because Mikan was like the kind of like a lot of the sexual energy was put onto her in that game just because of her whole bit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I agree with Pablo that like Akane is useful as a foil to the boring people who did make it to the end of that game.
Yeah.
But also, I still think she deserved worse. Not a lot worse, but she did deserve worse.
Yeah, but like if you look at some of the other people who made it to the end, like some of the people like Fuyuhiko, I love that he was still there, honestly.
Right. Because it would have been so... I feel like that would have been a waste of a story if they were like, did the whole thing with Peko, and then they're like, all right, and now you also die.
Yeah, it felt like he that was his arc. Like he needed to like move on from it and become, you know, move past that part of himself. But Akane, I do agree. I think we hit on it pretty early. I kind of, it was nice to have her around, but I do think the way she started shit, she probably should have gone instead of Nekomaru, which is part of the story of it. Like he sacrificed himself for it, but I do think she deserved worse.
I was about to say, that's the thing is, she was supposed to be the one to die too, which makes it so much worse.
Yeah, like she pulls the same shit that Mukuro / Junko does in the first game, who gets immediately punished for it, and like somebody else takes the blame this time. So
yeah, and I like Nekomaru more.
I also like Nekomaru more.
I say Akane deserved worse.
It's not like an extreme amount worse, but I do feel like she deserved worse. Like I feel like she
maybe there needs to be like, not to be splitting hairs already, but maybe there should be a category that's like only a little worse and only a little better. Where it's like,
well, so we can organize within tiers if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, that so we can do it like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like Akane isn't like bad.
No.
She just.
It's just we personally don't like her, so we want her dead.
She's aggravating.
I do like her, but I do think she deserved worse.
Well, and I think like Nekomaru is kind of her closest like pairing in her game, and he was just kind of a more compelling character for a lot of the same reasons that she was there. Like they both had a lot of the same kind of vibe.
Yeah. Also, hi Bunzi, I saw you. I just didn't have a chance to sort of say anything, but I see you in there. Hello Stitch, welcome. Nekomaru death hit me more than if she had died. Yeah, I mean it was very impactful, the fact that it was Nekomaru and not Akane.
And if they brought her back as a robot, I would have been more okay with it.
True. Right.
Anyways,
moving on. Oh, I like that we've gone 1, 2. We're going 1, 2, 3 with this too, which is nice because next we have Anji.
Please put her in hell.
Special circle in hell.
So please put her in hell.
It's Anji.
So here's the thing. I don't necessarily think she deserved better.
Of course not.
I liked Anji. I thought Anji was really interesting. Her whole thing was awful though. I do think she got what she deserved, but
she's interesting in the way that a bug might be interesting before you hit it with a fucking shoe.
Yeah, she's absolutely insane, but I did love her. I did love Anji a lot actually, and I know that's a not common opinion.
The student, she was bad in an uninteresting way. She was the plain Jane of DanganRonpa, where she's not actually good at being a bad character. She's just obnoxious, taking up screen time.
Exactly.
The whole student council thing was bullshit. The only interesting thing she did was the resurrection ritual thing, because that was kind of funny, but like then that kind of ended before it could get interesting.
I like that from Puppo. It's because she's a bad person that I wanted her to make it to the end.
Well, she just also reminds me of too many...
I support women's rights and women's wrongs, but
Anji
I don't
is
like
women's
Anji.
wrongs, yeah.
See, here's the thing. She just reminds me of too many people I actually know with, like, the whole, like, oh, let's ask Atua every 5 minutes for everything in our fucking lives. Like,
see, like, I get a different negative vibe about her. She, to me, is giving, like, the girl who shows up in Cookie Monster pajamas every day to school. Like, if she wasn't in DanganRonpa,
I know exactly.
She would have that energy.
With, like, that bitchy energy, the one who just, like, fucking...
Like, she's a horrendous asshole. Like, that girl, like, is like, oh my god, I'm so quirky, but, like, she will, like, kill someone.
Absolutely.
I'm honestly surprised she didn't.
Yeah, true.
She might have, at some point.
Atua might say I'm crazy, but he also said that that bitch was sane, so, like, I don't know if his judgment matters that much to me. And also, it's like, V3, I think it's important to remember, like, this isn't, like, Akane kind of gets the excuse a little bit of, like, she was stuck with a lot of boring characters by the time she went out. V3 had more than enough personality in its roster pretty much up until the end.
Yeah.
And Atua being the producers in her ear would have been really funny. And yeah, the localization, my friend is from New Zealand, and he was like, yeah, it was a little fucking jarring to have her just kind of throwing this shit out there.
And the funny thing about that to me though is, like, in the context of V3, it all being fake anyway, like it just being like a pastiche of like the things that they're supposed to be representing is an interesting
Yeah.
layer of it.
Which
to
makes
me.
it so much. Actually, yeah, because that's like a thing I would like to look at then too. Then for that, honestly, if we're when talking about V3, because this is all a like setup production that like they've manipulated to like be whatever way they want. The characters should not be this boring if their whole thing is like, let's make this as entertaining as
I don't know.
possible.
I don't think Angie's thinks that she's boring. I think she's just obnoxious in a way that isn't fun.
I'm not necessarily talking about Angie. I'm talking about certain
okay.
other characters for
like,
just
I
when
would
we get
say-
there.
Yeah.
I'd say somebody like Mew or wait, hold on. Am I saying that? Am I getting her confused? I have already been drinking a little bit. Is it Mew Iruma? Right, that's her name.
Mio.
Yeah, I love her. She's psychotic.
She's
She
obnoxious
says
in a
the
fun
most,
way.
Yeah.
She says the most horrendous shit at every opportunity, and it's disgusting. And I love her.
Yeah. She's
Like-
one of the most crass characters in like any of the games.
I didn't know. I was like, I said Mew, and then in my head I was like, no, that sounds wrong. I was worried that I was like
Which
getting letters
you
mixed
of
up.
all people being confused on who Mew is
Yeah.
astounding.
But
Well,
either way,
I remembered who she was. I just got mixed up on the name. I got her last name correct for sure. Anyways, the important thing is I think Anji deserves a special circle in
deserves
hell.
a special circle in hell. Absolutely.
If we weren't doing this alphabetical, if we were doing this in order of the games, and like she was coming in 2 hours later, I think we would all be of the position that she would get a special tier just for her. She's
Yeah.
only saved from something worse because she's
she
right.
might end up at the bottom of this tier. She very much might make it to the bottom of this tier. Okay, so here we are back to game one. We've got Byakuya Togami, the ultimate affluent prodigy.
So
Can
Byakuya.
I just say Byakuya deserved worse?
exactly.
He's a shitty guy who something bad should have happened to, and he got away with it.
But I also feel like saying that we're also kind of ignoring the fact that his whole thing is like, my ultimate is just I have rich parents.
I'm the
And
ultimate
then-
nepo baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
but-
Like
and
you
then
should
at
have
the
been there to
end-
begin with.
And then at the end, finding out like, oh, my family isn't rich anymore, or even just like they're all fucking extinct. Like, I don't think that's a deserved worse at that point. That man got like the worst thing he could have happened to him personally.
And you got stuck
Honestly.
with Toko.
Yeah,
That's
so
fair.
honestly, I don't think he deserved worse.
I
Because
still
it's just
think
like-
he deserved worse. I still
Well,
think
okay,
he
because it's
deserved
like
worse.
the one thing he cared about of being like the rich bitch who's better than everyone, and it gets taken away from him by the end of the
Yeah.
game. That's the one thing he cared about.
Yeah, he has to live a life without purpose forever.
Thank you for
He's had his
thank-
magic stolen.
Yeah, Leaf. Thank you for the bits, Leaf. And Stitch here is saying, did you see the tweet about the creator saying Byakuya's weakness is Makoto?
Yes. No. Okay, so one of my favorite things ever is there was a while where I was just watching like old panel videos of like Danganronpa cosplay panels.
Yeah.
And there's one where they were doing the fucking like who stole the cookie from the cookie jar song, and it gets to Byakuya, and he just goes, "Tell them, Makoto," which perfectly in character.
Like
my
he was,
problem. Yeah. Go ahead.
he was mostly not like he was kind of just an asshole. Like he wasn't like, except for the Chihiro one. If it wasn't for that, and like how he fucked with that one, because like that did make him kind of a sadistic asshole.
Right, because he said, "Oh, don't worry, I would have revealed that I did it." After like, you think anybody's gonna fucking believe you at that point?
Like that's also the thing is that one feels a little bit out of character for him because he was up until that point and then beyond that point he was very like, I'm just gonna sit here and spectate as you fucking idiots do what you do and I'm
Right.
so long as I survive, and then randomly just interfering. Like
There was a decent amount of that kind of energy in the first game, though. Like between Byakuya and Kyoko, they do things that don't make any sense. Like for who they are supposed to be, right? Like,
Danganronpa 1 is an idiot plot where like it only makes sense if
Yeah.
everyone is stupid at the correct points. Like that. Ugh.
it's wild.
But also, yeah, like Byakuya does bring an interesting dynamic, especially to the first game.
Yeah.
Where a lot of the characters were like, the characters weren't as aggro, I don't think, but also like,
yeah, they were a little like not naive. Some of them were definitely naive,
Well-
but a lot of the characters in the first game were very earnest. Like they were earnestly who they were.
well, and also the killing game hadn't evolved by that point. Like in V3, like the motivations are a lot more elaborate and they're a lot more targeted.
Yeah.
And I think like he's like a Richard Hatch on the first season of Survivor, where like if he played on any of the like any season past like 5, he probably wouldn't have gotten very far because everyone would have gotten tired of him. But he played the right game for the season he was on.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like he did suffer pretty badly for all in the grand scheme of things. Everything that he had to go through, I feel like seems about right for him. Might be okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about in terms of like the games, this cat, like the students from the first game got the shortest end of the stick. Like 100%, right?
I don't know if that.
I mean, are we specifically meaning like all of them in general, or just the survivors
collectively,
at the end?
collectively they got the shortest end of the stick. Because we like full disclosure, nobody from the second game actually dies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they all end up like they go through all of this, like absolutely it still happens to them, but like none of them are, all of them come out of the other side of it. And then there's enough like ambiguity in terms of like what the ending of V3 actually means that
Like,
it's kind of question marks as to whether or not any of it's real.
but I think it's real that a bunch of people died. Like, I don't know. I think the V3 cast. I mean, like they gave Kaido a fucking brain tumor for the story.
Yeah.
Right? Like he didn't have one when he got there, and they gave him one so that it would fit the narrative. Like,
It's kind of wild.
also, it is weird that he didn't fit into the anime. Like Byakuya probably should have. I don't know. I think that he seems about right. I think he got everything taken away from him, and didn't end up. And then he also got impersonated in the next one, which is funny.
His attitude about it though is he doesn't seem to be particularly put out by it.
I don't know. He was pretty upset.
I mean, at the time,
end
but
of one.
he comes around and he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna start it all up from the ground up, right? I'm gonna rebuild everything.
You know what? He is rich. I think he does deserve worse.
I think he deserves worse, but not an exceptional amount. I think I'm gonna put him like past Akane, because like I think Akane like is still, you know, there wasn't that much worse that she deserved. But
Akane deserved worse for reasons outside of her control. Ultimately, Byakuya deserved worse for reasons in his control.
yeah, Byakuya's an asshole, which is why I think he deserved worse mostly. All right, everybody's darling. We're moving on to Celestia Ludenberg.
Rob Queen.
Rob.
Abs deserved
All
better,
she
deserved more,
wanted-
deserved everything.
All she wanted was to get her $1 million and go and live in a fucking Victorian castle with a bunch of hot manservants. That's all she wanted.
Which isn't that what
She was
everyone wants?
correct. And the people that she killed, frankly, good call. Really 2 for 1.
Right?
She got
2
rid
for 1
of.
she
Yeah,
should be allowed to buy 4.
Honestly, she got rid of people that I did not want to continue being in the game, so that's fine. She picked good targets.
Yeah, first double killing. She was the first to do it. She's an innovator. She's a girl boss. She had just the fucking hair.
Thank you,
the hair inspired a
Lunex.
Danganronpa
Yep.
runway.
There we go. My shirt has now come off. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
That's
Still
fine.
dress. But
Viv's
anyways,
in the perfect spot.
oh my god.
Just right in between my tits.
But no, they look. I mean, Ishimaru didn't deserve that much worse, but like,
Yeah.
I mean, we'll get to him when we get
We'll
to
get
him.
to Ishimaru,
but
yeah.
what's his face? Ultimate fanfic writer. Or whatever his name
Hifumi.
is.
Hifumi.
Hifumi deserved a special circle in hell, and her manipulating him the way that she did,
Mm-hmm.
gaslight Geiki Girl Boss, like truly
Absolutely.
the epitome of that.
And but by the same token, she absolutely deserved to get executed though, because she was a sociopath in that way.
I mean,
I mean, yeah, but also she's
but
also the
only
only
reason
one.
she lost is because Hifumi fucked it up at the end. If he hadn't woken up to say her real name right
Yeah.
at the end, she would have gotten away. And she, at a bare minimum, I think she deserved better in general, but I think she gets bumped up that they were robbed because of her execution, which she should have been allowed to get burned. She should have gotten the Versailles witch treatment. And then she gets hit with the fire truck at the end and she gets robbed of that. She gets robbed of her poetic death.
It is one of my favorite executions though, like bar none from the series. I feel like it's
I'm sorry, Puppo, which one? Hello? What other gambling manga?
She also showed up in other gambling manga. Oh, that's fun. But yes,
It's not Kakaguri, is it?
yeah.
Because honestly, that would be perfect, honestly, for her.
It is her. No, Kyoko actually brings up a good point. The execution and the fact that the fire truck comes in and like robs her of the sort of burning of the Witch of Versailles ending is poetic, but that's basically what happens to her.
Yeah.
In the actual game itself.
Well, that, but also I hate that she wasn't like a more. I hate that she didn't last longer. Like I get
We were
the
robbed.
yeah, like we were robbed.
We
but
were
also,
robbed, yeah.
She is too. I get like the motive of money makes people make dumb mistakes. Like the motive is greed, and her whole thing is she was greedy, so she made dumb mistakes and got caught. But like she was,
didn't really
she
make
should
a
have
dumb
been.
mistake.
Well, the thing is, for me, she was too smart to have even probably like fucked up that bad. Honestly,
If
She was
if
smarter than the
anybody-
game she was in.
If
Yeah.
anybody in the cast of that game like acted like they had more than two brain cells to rub together, I think they would have immediately realized that it was her, right? Like who could have
I don't
like
think
orchestrated?
so.
Who could have?
No.
Who else could have orchestrated it, right?
I think I think that she was a victim of the idiot plot.
Yeah.
Where I think they were only like, I think that if she was in a smarter cast, she wouldn't have gotten caught. Because her plan was good. Hifumi was I mean, I guess she would need one idiot in her cast to be the Hifumi.
Yeah.
Actually, she need two, because she also needs what's his face.
If she was in 2, it could have been fucking Kazuichi.
Oh yeah, she could have cleaned them up in 2. Anyways,
Yep.
I stand by it. She deserves to be in They Were Robbed.
yeah, she absolutely does.
Yeah,
and again, she's
ultimately.
also the only one who was like, "I'm not gonna tell any of you my real name. Like, why would I?" Like,
Yeah. She played
And
a
also the
smart. She
fake
played too smart a
accent.
game for the game that she was
Yeah.
in.
yeah, fake
Yeah.
accent to like go with the way she dresses. She was too
Yeah.
smart for any of that. She didn't deserve, or like she shouldn't have died. But I get why they did it.
VA absolutely killed it too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I also love.
We'll throw Celestia in. They Were Robbed.
I also just love when like she finally loses it. Like I love
She
when
goes-
she drops the accent.
Yeah, she
It's
has
so
one of the
good.
best freakouts in the series, as far as I'm
Right.
concerned.
It's so good.
Terra wishes he could. Terra wishes he could do
Terra
the fucking weird
wishes.
accent shit. All right, moving on to Chiaki Nanami.
I mean,
She's
are we?
We-
We're arguing about how much better she deserved. here.
really like I don't think
we're
any of us are
arguing
gonna
that she deserved
disagree.
worse.
Chiaki,
Yeah, she
best
also
girl.
didn't get what she deserved. She deserves more.
She deserves so
One of
much
only 2
better.
people who killed someone and genuinely did not know or mean to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, didn't
Her
know
and
or mean
Gonta
to.
both. Oof.
And if we are including like the anime, because this isn't the one that's in
Oh,
the game,
no.
isn't the
Yeah.
one that's in the
Oh.
game isn't even the real Chiaki.
I think that she is. We were talking about this before the stream. We were kind of saying like it kind of needs to go on a case by case basis because some
Yeah.
characters they had enough of a role in the game that we can go off of that. But like
Chiaki is
Chiaki-
one of those cases. Like,
Chiaki is one of the ones where we need the anime to really be like she deserved so much
it
better.
really puts the screws in because she doesn't even
The
make
first
it to
real
the
execution.
game. She doesn't even fucking
Yeah.
make it to the game.
Well, not only that, not only does she not
Well-
make it to the game, her whole thing is she wants to protect and save everyone, right? Like she just loves her friends and wants to be like
Yeah.
the one that, and she is the causing factor for them becoming remnants of despair.
yeah.
Wait, are we on the
But then-
criteria of the 1 and 2 or the IRL one? We're kind of talking about both.
Well,
We're
because
yeah.
the one in 2 is a manifestation of everyone's memory of her because of how good she was and how
Yeah.
much they love her.
Which is
like
why
that's
she
like
plays,
'cause she wasn't
ends up
supposed to
playing
be
that
there.
role. Yeah, she wasn't.
She literally just manifested in the code of the whatever the name of the project is. I
Well,
can't
they
remember right
did
now.
make use of her specifically. Like that was the thing that she was there to like sort of serve as a.
Well, there was supposed to be a guide, but like there wasn't anything programmed in about her. It
and it
was
just
just
ended
their
up being
memories.
Chiaki. Yeah.
Yeah, she worked so hard to live. She was fighting for her life. She was doing her best. Like she didn't do anything wrong. I think more than anybody else, maybe in Danganronpa, she was robbed.
Yeah. No,
Right.
she was. If we're
She
putting
did everything
if we're
right
putting
and they
her,
indicted her.
if we're putting her like in the they were robbed here, I feel like she absolutely goes above Celestia because
Oh,
Celestia
yeah.
still got what she deserved,
So-
frankly. But
Right.
like Chiaki absolutely
was
deserved
robbed because she's
way
cunt.
better. Yeah.
Chiaki is just genuinely a better person than this.
She was like one of the best
Right.
people in the entire series in terms of like being a good person. So much so that she wasn't even in the fucking game. She never became a remnant of despair.
Right.
She might have
'Cause, okay,
become worse if she'd been in it for real, but like she was good.
She was
like okay, because
so
here's the thing.
perfect.
I would like to point this out because I had this argument with someone like a while ago where they said something about like, well, I get that Juko like set up the killing game and everything, but
Yeah.
like all the outside stuff could have been like the other just like or like just like all the outside stuff is like okay, whatever. Like I think the worst thing she's ever done was been like inside the school, and I'm like, Chiaki, hello, or like they said like the worst thing that she ever did was the killing game itself, and I was trying to be like, Chiaki, hello.
But she doesn't ever do anything bad in the killing game either. Like,
Yeah.
It's wild. No, I don't think there's really much else to say. Like both in game and before she deserves so much better. But like that was the thing that pushed everybody over the edge into fully becoming Remnants of Despair was her death, like and having to be forced to watch her death. So, it fucking sucks. Is basically what we're saying. Chiaki, best girl, deserves so much more. Goddamn. Speaking of people
also,
that deserve,
she is just me fucking gaming in the middle of class. I did that shit so much. She is just me for real.
is Akane and deserve worse, but only Azrael. It's only a little bit. She only deserves a little bit worse. She should have gotten more of a slap on the wrist for the shits she pulled. That's basically it for Akane.
Yeah.
She's gonna end up like at the front end of that tier, I think, by the end of this.
Chiaki's hoodie is very cute.
Oh, and I would also like to point out, I know we're done talking about Chiaki, but the fact that even during her execution, she's trying to save Monami.
Yeah. God.
Yeah.
Oh, so sad. All right. Speaking of people that deserved better, Chihiro.
Oh god. Okay, only slightly under Chiaki. Let's be honest here.
Chihiro deserved a lot better, and we're gonna try. Julian, hi, welcome. We're gonna try not to get into like the weird like gender politics surrounding Chihiro.
I feel like you can't talk about Chihiro without talking about that. Well, I think, that's the problem.
Yeah, we're gonna try to not like get like too in depth into it. Is because I think we are kind of a similar mind that it wasn't handled particularly well.
No,
in terms of
being
like,
as charitable as you possibly can.
As charitably as we could possibly say it. It was not handled well. As the sort of dancing around whether or not Chihiro is actually trans or just a cross-dresser. That whole situation, like people are rabid about that particular take on it. It's weird. People are weird about it. That's the easiest way to kind of explain it. Either way,
I honestly kind of wonder if we're gonna put, because presumably we're putting Chihiro up and they were robbed as well, and I kind of wonder if maybe Celestia just belongs and deserved better, because it does feel a little bit unfair to include those two with her. At this point, when
we're putting her next to Chihiro and fucking Chiaki, yeah, I feel like she deserves it. She goes back down to deserved better.
My queen, no.
It's
only because she doesn't really fit in that category. Chihiro,
yeah.
Well, like Chihiro didn't belong in the killing game and also died for like literally just being like, you're such a good guy, I look up to you, I'm gonna share my secret with you, you inspire me, and then Mondo fucking lost his mind.
Mondo caves his fucking head in.
One of the biggest fucking impacts of any character after their death in the series, because it doesn't only extend,
alter ego,
it saved Makoto. It saves Makoto's life in the first game, saves the protagonist, and then also plays a role in the second game as well. So
yeah,
I feel like this is absolutely like they're also kind of neck and neck. I don't know who we would put over the other, but like they're kind of up there for me.
I do but also Chiaki didn't even get a chance to fight.
That's fair. That's fair. So I think Chiaki takes the edge, but Chihiro is right up there with Chiaki.
Because I would also like to point out, though, and without Chihiro, then the third trial just would have been something completely different. Because Alter Ego would not have existed for Celestia to use.
Yeah, it's true.
Also, now that I'm looking back on it, Celestia probably does deserve to be knocked down a tier, because she did fake an SA accusation to try and get her way, which she did commit a murder, which is bad.
She killed somebody also, and she faked a sexual assault. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Like, yeah, deserved better, but like, yeah, definitely not on the tier of it was smart. Like it was truly devious.
It was very devious.
She's the most mastermind like anyone has been without being the mastermind. Kokichi fucking wishes.
You all are haters in the eyes of Atua. I hate that.
Correct.
As much as I like Anji, she's a special circle in hell. There's a special circle in hell for Anji. Oh my god.
I'm gonna need to play V3 again soon, because I think I'm gonna end up making a video.
So this is important contextual information, because Viv talks about this all the time. V3 was Viv's first DanganRonpa game.
Yeah.
So I played it in the order of V3 first, and then 1, and then 2.
Which is wild.
No, I think it's the best way to experience the series because it is the best first trial in the series. You can fight me on that, but you will lose because it is the best. Daz, it is the meanest thing anyone has ever said about me.
Okay. However, I have a really bad like issue with the games just from my experience playing them. Not all the games, just the first one specifically.
If anything.
With because I started playing the games after seeing like all the cosplays and everything. So I'm like, these characters all look cool. I need to like.
Oh,
see
so
it.
you were incredibly spoiled on the twist in the first one immediately.
Yeah, well, and my thing was like, it wasn't necessarily the fact like anyone was like I was seeing any like insane Junko cosplays of like her being like incredibly murderous or anything, because I actually didn't, surprisingly.
Yeah.
It was just the fact of like
between murderer
seeing-
Junko and normal Junko.
You were
Yeah,
probably
well,
confused about like, why is this character that dies so
Exactly.
soon so popular?
Exactly, that was my thing. I'm like, God,
Okay,
she's
but we
so
can't-
popular.
We can't really say that though, because have you seen the Sayaka shrine in that guy's house?
I mean, yeah, but no,
So
because
like,
Yeah, that still freaks me out.
well, that but
that's
I,
a mental illness.
Yeah,
Anyway, sorry,
that
continue.
really is.
yeah, but like my problem was like, you know, there was all that going on, and then everyone starts questioning of like, oh, there's a secret 16th, and I'm like, okay, that's a little strange because you know I've like never seen any like cosplays besides like the basic ones, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, someone didn't actually die, and I'm like, oh, okay, then it's Junko because literally everyone fucking loves her to death. Like it's
Yeah.
gotta be her.
Yeah, anybody who was like familiar with Junko through cosplay at like conventions or anything like was immediately spoiled if they'd never played DR before. And Fossil, if somebody said that you're the closest to Kyoko, we'll get to Kyoko.
Also, that's just objectively not true. You're like a Himiko, the most Himiko of maybe anybody I've ever met.
Oh my
No,
god.
I can do magic.
That's so funny. That's actually really funny.
Am I wrong?
I honestly, the fact that it's so close is the part that makes me laugh.
Out of everybody in the roster, if you're trying to find somebody who most closely resembles Fossil,
Not the Himiko.
It's Himiko Yameno.
It's Himiko
the little like,
Yamada, yeah.
no, guys, it's
No.
magic.
Oh,
No.
all right, before we get carried away, Fuyuhiko. Danganronpa 2, Fuyuhiko.
Man deserves so much better.
I think he's one where it feels like he seems about right just because like trying to parse the pros and cons for him would be such a like
Yeah.
you're really swinging wildly on the extremes. I do think that he probably did deserve better though in the grand scheme
I
of
think he
things.
deserves slightly better than he got because ultimately, like he's got a shitty attitude at the beginning of the game. Like very much, he's got the Byakuya problem, where he's got this like sort of like high, holier than thou, not holier than thou, but like high and mighty, like I'm better than you, like I'm separate, like we can't, I'm above it all, right?
Didn't he murder a girl before the game started?
Is he the one who's responsible for killing?
I thought Pekka was the one who wasn't it Pekka who did the murder?
Not the murder in the game. We're talking like in
Well,
the
yeah. Yeah, wasn't it also Pekka?
The thing with the thing with like the
Okay, but now we're
game.
getting into the debate that they had in the second trial where
Right.
it's like, is she just a tool or is she an autonomous person?
Right.
Which I will say that was still maybe the most clever argument that really ever showed up in any of the Danganronpa trials, where she was like,
It was like the
"No,
insanity play.
He was the killer because I'm not a human. I am a tool," which is like a very interesting argument to make.
Right, but we're sort of getting into Pekko as
Yeah.
opposed to Fuyu. I guess they're kind of like hand in hand. We can't.
I was
like,
about to say
Yeah, I think Fuyuhiko
Although-
I think deserved better. I think Pekko, we're gonna get to her, and she deserves better than he got. I think because
No, but I
Yeah.
also think we might also be overlooking the fact that he is just a Yakuza. We might be overlooking that fact a little bit.
he is
well, he's
a
supposed to
Yakuza.
be one eventually. Like he's
Well,
supposed to
yeah.
eventually take control of the family, but he hasn't yet as of the time that we're playing him. And I mean, like, if we're really being honest, every single one of the characters in 2, with the exception of Chiaki, is a terrorist leader to a
Yeah.
pretty massive extent. So like, I think that like, I don't know. I think Fuyuhiko, he doesn't deserve better in the way that Celestia does, because Celestia deserves it because she was kind of just the audacity of her. But like,
if anybody deserved to get away with it, Celestia was up there, right?
yeah,
Right.
Like, Celestia, it's like game recognized. Like you did everything right. She did everything right, and they indicted her.
You did everything right. The plot told you were wrong.
Yeah, the plot needed you to be wrong because you can't end the game at the third trial. But like,
Yeah.
if it wasn't a linear story, if Danganronpa even allowed for like bad ends, that
Yeah.
would have been a bad end. That would have been like fair. Like that would have been the massacre ending of Your Turn to Die.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
And baby olive pancakes, absolutely. When we get to Ibuki, I also am a big Ibuki stan. So.
Oh god, I love her.
But no, absolutely. So funny enough, I feel like Fuyuhiko's gonna end up in about right for me, because like, I think you could argue he deserved better. I think you could argue he deserved worse. I think given his arc and like what happens to him, I think he goes like, because we made this argument with Byakuya, but for Fuyuhiko, I feel like he makes a turnaround, like, and sort of like goes through that arc and becomes a better person by the end of the series because of what he went through.
I mean, Mance also did lose an eye.
And he lost
Well,
an
I mean,
eye.
An eye that was originally lost, to be fair.
It's
as
true,
part of
which is
the Appalachian
poetic
terrorism.
in that way. But in terms of like what happens to him in the game, I think what happens to him is about right. I feel like he's kind of like on even
That's fair.
keel.
He is forced to live with the guilt of what happened to Peko. So like,
Yeah.
yeah, I think Seems About Right is probably fair, but like definitely more on the side of like,
Fuyuhiko is one of the characters that I feel like they got right in terms of like where he ended up by the end of the game.
I feel like a lot of the Danganronpa 2 characters are going to end up in the Seems About Right category because they did, most of them landed, I think, where they should have.
DanganRonpa 2, I think I don't know. It's hard to say. I like a lot of the characters from DanganRonpa 2.
It's part of why starting on V3 is the best way to start, because then you start on V3, which is a low note only if it's not your first one. If that's your first game, it is a high note. Then you play Danganronpa 1, which I do think is the weakest in the series in terms of like, it's the first game. Of course, it's gonna have the weak points. It hasn't figured everything out yet. Like,
exactly.
Its roster has some more weak points. The incentives aren't as good.
And thank you for the hydrate,
Like,
Fossil.
And then you end up on 2, which is, I think, like, objectively speaking, the best one of the 3, not including my bias towards V3.
Yeah,
Wait, who's saying shit about Gin?
Danganronpa 2 is my favorite of the 3.
Saying shit
Also,
about Gen?
But
It is being nice to Gin to say that he is an autistic furry. That is literally what Gin is. He's like a 6-year-old autistic furry who like is
Simply-
just the best boy.
it's not a bad comparison, simply an accurate one.
Somebody got mad at me because for people who've played Your Turn to Die, I made a video about it and I made a comment where I was like, maybe I pushed Reiko for this reason. Maybe I pushed her
Oh
for
my
this
god,
reason.
yeah. I fucking love that
Maybe I
comment.
pushed her because if anything bad happens to Gin, I'm killing everyone and then myself.
Yeah.
It's the third one. It's the third reason because yeah, Gin is the best. If Gin was in this, we would need to make a different tier for him to be at the very top. Even if he survived to the end and nothing bad happened to him.
Oh,
God, Your Turn to Die is
Lord.
such a good fucking game.
I just got it during the Steam sale so I can
my God.
fucking play it.
I
Play like the
have it.
routes I have it before.
I have it installed. I'm gonna play it at some point. I'm probably not gonna play it on stream. I'm probably gonna end up playing it personally, but
That's
I'll do both. I'll do like a
it's
mix
so
of both.
good.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't like about it is those fuck ass carnival games. I swear to God.
yeah.
But I can excuse it.
Okay.
You want to talk about
Anyways.
shitty carnival games in games? There's one part of the one game I was playing where you have to pass like the carnival
I'll
game in
do
order to
both.
progress through the door.
Fuck you, Dad.
But how hard you throw the ball is completely RNG based.
Oh,
Oh, that's funny though. Thank you, Dads. Thank you for that. All right, so Fuyuhiko, it seems about right. Gonta.
Gonta deserve. He was robbed.
Don-
He
Gonta
is up
was
there, I
robbed.
think, with Chiaki
Yeah,
and
Gonta was
Chihiro.
robbed.
Absolutely
I don't
robbed.
think we're
He
gonna
was
have much
such a
to
little
argue about
guy.
here.
He was such a sweetheart. He did nothing wrong.
He's
like,
gentleman.
he is the reason why when we eventually get to the fucking I'm blanking on his name, the dumb bitch who did all of the shit,
Kokichi.
Kokichi. He's gonna be the reason why he does not get above deserved worse,
Right.
despite
yeah.
everything else he did.
Yeah.
Because good God, Gonta deserved better.
Gonta was
and he's so
absolutely
sad
robbed because
he's
he got
sad
fucking
up until
tricked.
the very.
He got
tricked, and then he didn't even. A whole different version of him did it. It wasn't even him.
Yeah.
I think Kokichi would be an
crazy.
excusable character. He would be a redeemable character if it wasn't for what he did to Gonta, because
Yeah.
that's a
I was
real.
Because and then that also like then just goes back to the same like Peko argument of like is like Kokichi is for all intents and purposes the killer of that trial.
But the
Honestly,
thing is, Fuyuhiko didn't want Mahiro to die. Like they were
mean, yeah.
fighting, and he probably would have been okay with her dying. But like
yeah.
Peko took the initiative there.
Yeah.
With Gonta,
Exactly.
Fuyuhiko
there was
didn't
so
ask
much shit
for
that-
it. Yeah.
yeah, Gonta Gonta had everything set up to fuck him over. It was all Kokichi's plan. And it was
Exactly.
I was so
Yeah.
confused. Oh fuck! Again, this is part of why V3 is the first, like, a really good game to start on, because those sort of tricks feel like they come out of nowhere. I mean,
Yeah.
First try. Let's honest.
The fact that
The fact
Kokichi
that
gets
your
away
first
with
trial is V3's first trial is fucking
Yeah.
insane too.
yeah, it's an amazing first.
And
the
it's
first
all
trial of
ultimately it
one
sets up the
holds your
rest of the
hand.
series. It makes
Right.
the rest of the series feel so much worse in comparison because it's such a
V3
high note.
V3's problem, I think, is that it does try to subvert expectations a little bit too much in terms
Yeah.
of, like,
Well, because it's
it gets
the
rid
third
of.
one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and like it does things good. Like, it definitely isn't. I don't think it's a bad game. I'm planning
It's-
on making a video. It's a whole defense of it, but like,
Yeah.
it's a good game. I think people are just mad at it for reasons unrelated to what it actually is.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, Gonta, everything about Gonta, like, because even in his trial, like, he's like, no, I wouldn't do that. And Kokichi's like, I think you did. And he's so proud of
I
himself.
wouldn't do that, but you did do it. Is the unfortunate thing. Yeah. Yeah, Gonta
Honestly,
absolutely got robbed. Kokichi manipulating Gonta like during the entire game, basically using him as a cudgel. Just because he was simple. Like, he was simple-minded in that way. It was just the worst. It hurt.
like-
It hurt so much because I loved Gonta from the beginning. Like, when I saw Gonta, I was like, Gonta, love him.
He's such
One
a
of my
silly
favorites.
little guy.
He's such a silly little guy. Big
He's,
dude, gentle
he's
giant.
baby girl.
Yeah, he is baby girl.
All of our top 3 are baby girl in different ways.
Basically, yeah.
Right.
And oh boy, I love this. Is still so fucking fun. I was explaining this before the stream started. Every single other one of the pictures that I got from the wiki, these are the same splash art, like the same from the same thing. The the fucking
Why is
Gundam
Gundam
Gundam's
so
Tanaka's-
doing
white?
shit different.
Why is Gundam Tanaka's the only one that has a different color background?
Like, why is his like a bleached and everyone else is just like an off-white color?
Yeah. So Gundam Tanaka, the ultimate. What are they? They call him the ultimate breeder, right? In the game, but it's
Yes, the
animal
ultimate
breeder.
breeder.
He's the animal breeder. Though I don't imagine
He-
many people would be opposed to Gundam Tanaka breeding them in other ways.
I am one of those
Correct.
people.
Yeah.
See, this is why that trial was so hard for me, because between him and Nekomaru, I just want to be between him and Nekomaru, you know?
Exactly.
Exactly.
So
But no, like,
Gundam, yeah.
I feel like Gundam just solidly belongs and deserved better. Not that he was robbed, because he had agency in what happened to him. Ultimately, like, not
He made a
any more
choice.
agency than anyone else in the killing game, but like,
Yeah.
him and Nekomaru entered the
They both
watermelon
went in for
yoga
this.
room, whatever the fuck that was.
They
They knew what they were doing.
they had come to a mutual understanding. It was like, we have something has to be done, or none of us are going to get out of this, and we are the ones who are willing to do something. So ultimately,
Yeah.
they were both of the mind of whoever comes out of the other side of this alive is the one that's going to take responsibility, in a way. So like it was like the ultimate sort of like battle, like the typical sort of battle between men that tends to happen a lot in situations like these, where it's like they sort of had like an actual confrontation.
Well, and he didn't do anything like every other killing involves some level of deception. It involves some sort of a sneak attack. Like nobody, like, even, or there's some level of like malice and like getting an unfair advantage on someone in just about every other killing. And yeah, also, yeah, that's so true. Baby Olive. Nekomaru
nerf
had
his
a
bulge.
fucking, that man was packing a softball down there.
Yeah,
Right.
it really is.
Like,
It's true.
It's crazy. They do that with every Danganronpa game. There'll be one man who just has a giant cock, and it's just very prominent every time they're like in a swimsuit. And it's like, I don't really know why we're doing this. This feels like a lot, especially because with every other male character, they just dress them normally, but they will put one man in a Speedo with a giant bulge every time.
Every time.
I'm not complaining though.
Yeah. I do have.
I do wish it was easier to explain that they aren't actually teenagers.
Yeah. No, because they're supposed to be
'Cause that does make
teenagers
it
in the
awkward.
school years, but like they're all adult, quote unquote, age by the time the games actually happen.
Yeah,
I don't like that you had
it's-
to put age in quotes there. That's
Well,
They're-
I say
the
adults
way that
because they're
Danganronpa
like,
handles age and
yeah,
everything is a weird.
It
Well,
is.
yeah.
V3, I think, is the only one where they are the correct age.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because in one, they have aged and they are still in their aged bodies from like
Yeah.
after graduation, but not by. I think they were. It did say they were all adults.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in Danganronpa 2, it's the same. It's weird.
So
Yeah.
either way, Gundam is interesting because like you could say he deserves better. I feel like Gundam is another one that they got right, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
for
here's the thing-
sure.
But also, here's the thing: I am extremely biased on Gundam. I don't know why I love him so much. I just do. So, like, I'm going to be extremely biased until like
Yeah.
like anywhere below deserved worse than below. I know.
Yeah. No,
Like I said, Mew is an icon.
I feel like Gundam ends up in seems about right. Like what happened to him. Like
Actually, you're probably. So that's the difficult. This is part of why this is more fun.
Yeah.
Because like for the behind the scenes for everyone who's in chat, like when we were talking about doing this, we were kind of like, how do we want to go about this? Like, do we just rate them in terms of how much we like them? Which I think is kind of boring because I think we'd mostly agree on like whether or not we like characters, aside from probably a couple.
Right.
But like whether or not they deserved better is a hard one because like it's with Gundam, it's like he's a good guy who really did like. I think got the most fair shake of it he could have.
Yeah.
Which, okay, and I would like to point out that for like whatever weird reason, like I think he's one where we don't need to bring the anime into it to like argue for him.
Yeah.
But like when everyone's going to try and like save Shiaki or whatever and everything, there's two people who are fighting the reserve corps students, and it was Nekomaru and Gundam for some reason. Like, for some reason, Akane was not actually fighting like she does in every other time we see her.
Yeah.
But it was Gundam doing, like, actual hand-to-hand combat with people.
Gundam did deserve to be better than being the inspiration for Isaac. That's true, but I think that's outside of the canon, so I don't know if we can count that.
It's true. So, like, yeah, and his whole thing with, if you want to bring up his whole thing with
there's
Sonya,
a reason I like Isaac, apparently.
He was basically not involved. Like, that was, like, one-sided as far as he was concerned. I don't think he actually cared anything about that at all.
Yeah. I think
he
Gundam
either deserves better or he seems about right. Like I feel like
the thing is like he deserves better, but like in the sense that a good character in this game deserves to have survived it, and to be fair, he did in the end. So like, probably seems about right.
Ultimately, but he also went out like basically on his own terms. Like he did
yeah.
what he
as
thought,
far as like,
and he ended up
as
like,
far as
because
anyone
of
who
what
dies
happened,
in the context of the Danganronpa games, he kind of went out about as well as you could.
Right, and it was in service of giving everybody a chance to survive. Right, like even if he wasn't forthcoming about what happened, like it's still because somebody died, it gave them a chance to like live. Right.
He did deserve a better ship than with Sophia though.
Well, do we want to put him in deserve better, like towards, I feel like he'll be towards the bottom of deserve better, but like I feel like he's towards the middle somewhere.
I mean, he also has
if we're gonna say that Celestia deserved better for a double homicide, I think that we we can excuse Gundam being up there too.
I feel like he deserves better more in that way. He deserves better more in that way.
Probably, also, can we just also just mention his hamsters?
Yeah, the hamsters. Do you remember the names, the 4 Dark Devas of Destruction? Do you know?
Yeah, that's what it is.
But each of them had names, right? Like each of the 4 of them had a name.
Hold on.
God, they did.
I just remember him being a character that I like when I first started playing. I was like, this is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
And my friend, because I played V3 first, like I said, and then I played 1 and 2, and I bought V3 for myself. And my friend Squidgy bought me 1 and 2 because he wanted me to stream it for him on Discord, so he could watch me because he's obsessed with the games. And so we did that, and I said, like, Gundam seems fucking annoying, and he's obsessed with Gundam, so he was like, I fucking hate you, you're gonna change your fucking mind.
Gundam also, comes on strong, but his whole gag...
He better...
gets... Oh, hold on.
Oh, God.
There we go.
I mean, he kind of, in the same way that, like, Mew comes on real strong right at the very beginning, but, like, it works for who... Because she made, like, to make the comparison to Isaac doesn't have
There it is, thank you,
He doesn't have the juice. She
Sand...
can't keep it up. Yeah, Sandy, Jumpy, Magazy, and
Champy. Yeah. So before we get to the next one, which is our first protagonist character, we got Hajime Hinata. Oh, hold on, who was that? Baby Olive Pancakes, thank you so much for the follow. I'm gonna go ahead and squeeze in a quick ad break so we don't get into Hajime before this going. It wants me to do my ads, so I'm gonna go ahead and get those. So give us a bit of a chance. I like to run ads every hour, just give people a chance to get up, stretch their legs, take a bio break, get a snack, get a drink if they need it, and also gives us a chance to do the same. So I'm gonna go ahead and manually run ads just so we can get them out of the way, and then we will be back to talk about the protagonist of DanganRonpa 2, Hajime. So we will see you back here in a few minutes. Go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Hope you all had a good break. All right, let's get back into it. So, Hajime, protagonist of Danganronpa 2. Where do we start? Where do we start with this one?
I feel like he's the most nothing protagonist that the games have.
Is
Like,
he?
not even that he's like bad.
Yeah.
He's just the most neutrally like pretty decently competent person who's doing like Makoto is a fucking moron. He is very lucky that he's the
Makoto's an
ultimate lucky
idiot.
student because
Yeah.
he would die so many ways over before he even got in the fucking classroom. He's so dumb. And
He is very
Shuichi
bland.
and Kaede are both interesting characters in their own way.
Yeah.
Shuichi was interesting enough to get ripped off for process of elimination, but they also did that really well, so I don't mind it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hajime is just very like
Full
he's bland.
Yanjime.
Yeah. He's just an average person. He's a normal guy, at
Yeah.
least in
He's like
of
what,
what we know of
he's
him.
like what I expected Makoto to be at the beginning of DR1, but then very quickly becomes Makoto being like
Mm-hmm.
one of the most incompetent people I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it works
Yeah.
for him also because again, Danganronpa 2 has a weird cast in a lot of ways, and I think
Yeah.
it worked for him to be a bit more.
As a foil, he
Makoto
ended up
would've
being
been
a
fucking
foil.
awful
He
in
had like
1 and
being
2.
a sort of like straight man for the rest of the cast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because he didn't have like a Kyoko or a Byakuya who were like
Yeah.
objectively smarter and would tell him that he was a fucking idiot. If
Yeah,
it
no,
eventually
he
came
had
down to it.
Nagito, which honestly, oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah, having
he deserved
Nagito-
better for that
having-
one alone.
Yeah.
Having Nagito be your Kyoko or Byakuya for the second game is so fucking wild, and I think is part of the reason why the second one stands out so much, right? Like,
Yeah.
Nagito is such a defining factor. We'll get to him. We'll get to Nagito.
Have you seen that thing that's going around on Twitter recently where people are talking about like where would you sit on the plane? And it has all the like Tumblr sexy men and it has him on there and there's somebody who just quote tweets it and it's like it's crazy to know of people who only know of Nagito as a Tumblr sexy man.
And not
But anyone
how
knows
he
the lore knows that
exists,
yeah, anyone who knows the lore knows that this plane is going down. It doesn't fucking matter where you sit.
And sitting next to Nagito will not save you because his luck does
No.
not extend to anyone else.
Yeah, his
Right.
luck has a radius of 1.
But like, yeah, so Hajime, I feel like is like
The
the
drunk-
ultimate seems about right? Like, he's just like so. It's
I'm sorry.
so
That's
fucking
one I
wild.
haven't seen yet. I've not seen one involving Nagito.
Is he really trending for that reason?
Oh my god.
It is a very look. If Nagito became president, that is what would happen to him if someone tried to assassinate him. That is
so
a
funny.
correct.
It's like, oh, I can't
That-
believe
That's a
I
correct
got,
interpretation.
I
of
can't
that.
believe the bullet missed me. It was so lucky.
It did shoot someone behind me, but you know.
Yeah, like 2 people died and at least 2 others were injured, but he got away with just like
A grazed
a
ear
little bit of a
or
scrape on his
whatever, yeah.
ear, and like everyone immediately defending him and being like, "No, the fascist, he's just a little guy."
He's
like
just a little guy.
that is some Nagito
He's
shit.
fingers in his ass Sundays. He's just a little guy.
Does that mean we're gonna have Nagito for president?
Oh my god, Nagito for president. I can't even. Hi, VT Seth. Welcome.
Oh, Seth,
anyways.
hello.
So Hajime, though, so like Hajime is interesting. We were talking a little bit about this during the break, but so Hajime is hard to talk about separately from the fact that he like what he is in reality of like the ultimate hope. Like he's like sort of this bioengineered ultimate hope.
Kamakura,
Yeah.
Kamakura, yes, queen.
Because Izuru gets his like all of the Hajime memories get wiped and then inexplicably come back in the whatever the simulation is called. So like it is kind of two separate
What is
people,
the new
but
world,
also
like
isn't.
new world program or
Yeah,
something?
New World.
Yeah.
Which also, again, it's really funny to experience the New World program for one trial in V3 and then not hear about it for another 2 games. That was very interesting.
Oh, wrong
But
one.
anyways,
There we go.
but yeah, like I think it's really.
It's really funny watching it pet Viv instead.
Yeah, because Viv is
I
right
don't-
there in front of him.
One hand was petting me. But anyways, like I don't know. He like Izuru. And obviously Izuru is like sort of a counterpart to Junko as like the ultimate hope.
Right.
And
he-
like
And I guess it's important to note that really the only actual content we get from Izuru is from the anime. Like he's hardly a factor in the game.
Yeah, except
And it
I would
is-
also like to say, him and Junko are. It's interesting to see them as technically like the same problem, but just taken in 2 different ways.
Yeah.
Because I am fully of the opinion that Izuru would not have gone down the path of ultimate despair had Junko never interfered.
I mean, I think that's partially true, but I think also like I don't know. I think Izuru was obviously also a little bit of a wild cannon to begin with because he was like a bioengineered disaster of a person who was like he should not exist.
Yeah. Because Hajime, as he was just a normal ass student. Like he was.
Yeah,
just a
he was
normal-
one
He
of the
just
reserve
desperately
courses.
wanted to be an ultimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, his parents are just one of the people who like dumped a fuck ton of money to let him go to school.
And I think like
Yeah, he was reserve corps students, I guess was what
Yeah.
they're called, right?
Yeah.
even with Izuru though, like I feel like Izuru obviously did some shit, but like it wasn't really because like with Junko, she chose that. She
Exactly.
fully willingly did what she did.
Yeah.
Izuru was like some fucking kid who'd been like kidnapped and locked in a basement for his entire life and then someone let him out.
Yeah.
Like and also he was basically a god. Like his participation in the first killing game, all of that stuff was like it was an entirely predictable outcome that the guiding council, whatever they're called, like they should have been able to foresee that things could go incredibly badly and they didn't. And he did ultimately, like, he did have compassion, which is what separates him from Junko, is that he saw Chiaki and realized, like, hope clearly, like, I mean, part of it was just that he was bored. But he was like,
Because like, isn't he the one who
Zombie.
infected New World? It's, like when they were all getting put in.
yeah, he
He's-
wanted it to be
yeah.
a test of hope versus despair.
Yeah. Zombie saying sounds like me.
But
Oh my god. Also, hello, Zombie. I did notice you before. We were just in the middle of the
You're gayer than
conversation. So
Izuru anyways, don't worry, zombie.
it's true. That makes you better.
Not as gay as Nagito, though. But
Canonically.
That's a high bar.
Canonically. According to
Oh,
the
right, yeah.
according to the creator.
Yeah, I forgot about
Female.
that. I think we talked about that in the group chat that we made
We
for
did.
this too. For people who didn't see it, oh fuck, what's his name? The developer.
Yeah, hold on.
I can't remember his name anymore. Guy who made
Dangan.
Danganronpa.
Rompa director.
It's not
Kodaka. Kodaka.
Okay, yeah. Somebody tweeted something along the lines of like, "What woman would steal Nagito's heart?"
It's
And
like,
was it
Women.
like
He
which
just
one would
with, like,
match his freak or whatever?
yeah, which one would match his freak? And he was like, "Woman."
Women.
That was such a funny moment. It's wild that he waited that long to say it because if he'd said it at a different point in time, he could have caused a real crisis.
Yeah.
But anyways, we're getting off of. Look, this is part of the reason why Hajime is a hard protagonist to really give a shit about because everything that's interesting about him is mostly his relationships with other characters.
I feel that means he is like the definitive seems about right?
No,
like I don't think
but
he
I think-
deserves better or worse.
he
He's
does
just
deserve better though, because what was done to him with the Hope Project,
But also didn't
was
he
done to him
didn't he
with all that.
volunteer for it?
he didn't know what he was
I
getting
was about to
into.
say they specifically told him like we will just make you an ultimate, like the ultimate. They didn't say
True.
like you will not be yourself anymore.
Yeah, they took
Yeah.
advantage of a kid who was naive. I don't think he was robbed because like
I think that's
ultimately
I think
he's got
that's
to
fair.
survive.
Yeah,
But
I think that's
I do
probably
think he
fair.
deserved better.
But it's weird though because a lot of that context doesn't exist in the game, right? Like it only comes from the anime. We don't get any
even
of the
in the
rest
context of
from
the game though, I think he does still deserve better, even if you only have the context of the game, because in that sense he's just he is just some random
He's
guy.
just some random dude who gets
Yeah.
wrapped up in all of this. That's I know from that context.
He's the only
like, as he is just
non-ultimate
like a
in the game of
normal,
Ultimates.
a normal fucking guy who gets pulled into this. He did deserve better in that way. Yeah.
But also like, and if you think about it from the fact of like, stuff we like don't really know about the anime, it's like, okay, he was just a reserve corps student. So just the fact that like, the rest of the remnants all get captured along with him, and it's just like, okay, so if his parents just didn't have the money to send him to this school, he just really wouldn't be involved with any of this shit. Like,
no, he really, if he hadn't, he just shouldn't be involved. Another one who just shouldn't be involved, but got more involved than Aoi.
Yeah, but anyway, I feel like we're taking so long on this one, and I'm
important
very
one.
consciously aware of who's next.
Yeah. Oh, this one's gonna be easy. This one's gonna be an easy one.
It's easy to make the decision. It's hard to stop talking about how much he deserves worse, though.
Yeah. So next on the list is Hifumi, the ultimate fanfic writer, I guess is whatever they call him. But like, he essentially writes Doujinishi, right?
It's
like,
a bullshit it's a bullshit ultimate.
boiler room of hell all the way down.
yeah. No, he belongs down here. No question that there's a special circle in hell for him.
Can we give him his own tier, please?
The one good thing that he does in the entire, like his one redeeming factor is that he manages to save the rest of their lives the last second. But
that's not even redeeming, because he does it at the cost of Celestia's life.
Yeah, exactly.
But for the sake of the plot, though,
I don't care about the plot.
But he also didn't want to, like, he was okay with everyone dying because he thought he was going to get out of there.
Kyoko, that's an excellent question. That's an excellent question. I don't think so, but we'll get to when we get to Teru, we'll get to that, Kyoko.
Teru and Hifumi deserve the same circle in hell.
Yeah, but
they both get their own tier, just named after them.
He's
honestly.
absolutely worse than Anji, like not even close.
Yeah,
but like as a character, he's like he was if Teru didn't exist, he would be the worst example of this type of character, like the pervert character in the series. Like not even close. I didn't think it could get worse than Hifumi, and then Teru happened. So
a major part of why DanganRonpa 2 is also a better game is that they kill Teru pretty much immediately, and they don't do that with. And also they give Teru a little bit of a reason to exist, but also he's jealous of his two younger siblings who are the ultimate male and female escorts.
Yeah,
which
and
is
aren't they like
really,
children?
Well, because at that point he's remembering things as if he was in high school, so his younger siblings
had to
are
be
children
than him. Yeah,
and he's just like, he knows his children or his siblings are being put into. Ugh.
It's awful. Hifumi, no redeeming qualities. He's like a disgusting character. He lives longer than he should have. He betrays Celestia Ludenberg, as Viv and Lunex will continue to point out.
And, like he's the worst of all worlds, because he initially intended to get everyone killed because he thought it would get him out of there, because he killed what's his face.
He killed
Taka.
Taka,
yeah, Taka. He killed Taka and was perfectly, like, he would have walked out of there as the Black, and he was perfectly okay with that.
And he did it.
The only excuse I'll give him a little
jealousy. He did it over like jealousy over a computer program.
It was like 50% jealousy. The only excuse is that he did believe Celestia's lie that Taka had assaulted her, and that was what motivated him to really go.
You can make the argument that he was already predisposed to hating him, so he was more willing to believe it.
Yeah, because I was about to that, but also like Taka of all people doing that, like I don't care
Taka
how.
was like the least likely of that.
Yeah,
so it's like I don't care how much you hate the guy.
Getting mad at someone else for sexually harassing a woman, like
I feel like this might be a controversial. Like I don't know if this is controversial or not, but I feel like the person in the first game that was more likely than Hifumi to like sexually assault somebody would have been Leon, right?
Honestly, yeah.
Leon in a frat bro kind of way.
Yeah.
Which is,
yeah.
But yeah, for me, the ultimate reason I told the shower convention.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hifumi's. Yeah, look, there's nothing redeeming about him, except for maybe you could argue that he thought he was killing a genuinely bad person who had assaulted Celestia.
Right, but I don't even think he believed that. I think he fully believed
hate
that.
this guy. He's trying to take my alter ego. Like,
I think he believed it because he wanted to, because it meant that he had a very convenient excuse for,
it
like,
was convenient.
Perfect. It's that whole, like, finally that internet celebrity that I've always hated and didn't have a reason for. I've got a reason now. Like, that's why.
Right. Like, he was already predisposed to it, so it's like he basically gaslit himself into it.
Yeah. Also,
he lost himself too hard. Goddamn.
I don't think Leon could ever come out as gay. Leon would let you suck his dick, and then he'd call you a slur, but then he would ask you to suck it again.
I'm fine with that, honestly.
Don't say that. Don't say what I know you're gonna say. Among the cast of Danganronpa characters, I think you can do better than Leon.
Absolutely.
No.
Nekomaru's right there.
Okay,
Come on.
What's your issue?
Nekomaru is right there.
Okay,
Fucking...
except here's the thing. I specifically said in Danganronpa 1.
Oh,
I feel
thought
like
you said
Kazuichi
Leon.
Soda is a better option
No,
than Leon.
no. If we're talking about like, okay, here's the thing. If we're talking about all of Danganronpa, is like, there are definitely a lot better options. Except you're also gonna hate me for what 2 of my other options are. Is the problem?
See, the thing is, I know who your other 2 options are gonna be. At least one of them is gonna be Nazi Boy, because we've talked about this before.
Oh, Kiyotaka? Is that his name?
No.
Kiyotaka
that's
is the one we just talked about. We're talking
Yeah.
about what is his name actually? Hold
Korekio.
on. Korekio, that's the one.
No, by the way.
Korikyu. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
His
no,
pierced,
not
that's
him.
heinous.
Kyoko, Leon's dick is pierced for real.
You don't need
Leon's
to convince
like-
me anymore.
That's
Leon's
funny,
like
yeah.
20 years away from becoming the hottest bear you've ever seen in your fucking life.
Oh,
but he's
Which
not
I'm
yet.
fine with.
Is it? No, see, but this is the thing. I'd be fine with that. I don't twink Leon with that
at me in
fuck ass
20 years.
beard thing.
Get at me
No.
in
Yeah,
20 years.
exactly.
Yeah, here's the thing. Seeing him,
He's gonna be he in 20 years he's gonna be that bear that like twinks hit up on Grinder who hit up twinks on Grinder and they're like, I don't like chubby guys, and he's like, let me prove you wrong, and then he ruins their life and they're like, okay, never mind, I've seen the light, I've seen the ways. That's who Leon becomes in 20 years, but he's just not that person.
Yeah.
but here's the thing.
Thank
I
you
also
for the
like
plushie
the
redeem,
first
Deck Silver.
seeing him without like the beard with his like buzz cut, like first.
When he's in
Like,
the
first
baseball,
image.
the baseball
Yeah,
stuff.
Oh, so you like skinhead Leon? Gotcha.
I mean, yeah.
I am speaking from experience. And what about it?
Either way.
Also, no,
there's-
Korekio is not one of my options for characters. By the way, Viv.
Io is
we-
maybe the like most red flag of a character because like he's not hot in a way that's unique, but he is deranged in a way that's unique.
Yeah.
Right.
Though,
Anyways.
hold on. Isn't it like, it's not canonical, but isn't it like hinted at entirely in text that Soda might be bisexual?
I feel like
Yeah.
it's not even like it's not. Hold on.
Also, I would like to point out
Because he's like
since-
weirdly,
when
he's
you
like
say that
weirdly
thing, Viv, hang
attracted.
on.
He's like weirdly attracted to Hajime.
Let me find the thing that Tarth sent me the other day because I
He's
know
an
you're just gonna
absolute
tell me.
bisexual disaster.
Yeah,
'Cause-
because Soda is kind of a
That's
bis. That and
Okay,
that
I
is a
found it.
redeeming quality for Soda for me. But
I love Soda. Also,
Because
body like wow. Love that for him.
right,
fucking
So-
snatched
Just about
waist.
to end this drought.
I would like to point out that this is what Tarth sent to me, and I feel like this is
Lunex
straight up
wants
just like
Bond.
you thinking, just you thinking exactly everything about me is just if red flag bad, why red flag so sexy?
I like Kyo saying Lunex wants Mondo.
Honestly, I can see it more for Mondo than I can see it for Leon.
No, I despise his hair.
I feel like Mondo is like Leon, but like will actually call you back and will actually text you back afterwards, right?
Mondo has the kind of toxic masculinity that's gonna give you some real good dick. And I don't think Leon has it. He doesn't have the fire in him to do that. He just is kind of an asshole.
Not in 20 years though. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, again.
well,
Anyways, let's move on to
Himiko
deserved worse.
deserved worse.
deserved worse. She did not deserve to make it to the end.
No,
The number of interesting characters in V3 who had to die for her to survive.
Yeah,
Fucking like, and it's not that she's the worst character.
she's just.
It would have
so...
been very, if she died, she would be a deserved better character. I don't think there's a route where she ends up in a seemed about right category. She needed to die though.
Yeah, she ended up getting to the end of the game. It was just like, you would literally have no reason to be here. You did nothing for
Right.
this.
honestly,
Yeah,
I would rather.
Himiko is a worse version of what happened with Aoi.
Exactly.
I honestly would have rather have Tenko. Honestly,
Oh,
I straight up would have
1000%.
rather.
Yeah,
had
no,
Tenko.
not. I don't think that's controversial at all.
Because the problem is that by the time you get to that final trial with that final five, you've got Kibo, you've got Shuichi, you've got, oh fuck, who else is there?
You got
You've got
Maki.
Yeah.
Maki. Like, they needed more people who are like real fighters.
Yeah. Oh, Aoi at least is fun. Like Aoi
Yeah,
at least
Aoi
has
also has
a
a
good
personality that's
personality.
enjoyable.
Exactly.
Himiko is just
She's just
she's gonna
there.
look,
She's
and
just
especially
there.
because it's a reality TV competition thing. Like, thinking about it from that producer perspective, imagine watching V3 as a reality show.
You're like, why is she still here? She
That's
should have
your
gone-
fucking
She should have been
carried to
gone.
the end, queen.
Yeah.
in that sense, she's like plain Jane, except if plain Jane was sugarcane. Like, it's very just like, she didn't need to be here. They didn't do anything to give her anything.
Wait, no, wasn't it supposed to be Himiko in the game? Wasn't it like, instead of Tenko, wasn't it supposed to be Himiko?
Tenko dies because she does the ritual with Kurikyo.
Yeah, Tenko did the ritual.
I think it was just whoever got into the basket.
Right.
I don't think that he really cared who it would have been. I think Himiko maybe volunteered.
Originally, it was
and
supposed to be
then
Himiko.
I think
it wasn't.
Yeah, I think wasn't it that?
But then Tenko does it instead of her.
Yeah.
So
Himiko carries a lot of
Kurikyo
guilt
didn't
with
care.
her in that.
Kurikyo didn't
but,
care.
like-
yeah.
But yeah, I don't.
Go girl, give
Again,
us nothing.
Like, you look at characters like Rantaro. Rantaro is the inverse of her, and we'll get to Rantaro eventually.
Yeah.
Like, Rantaro is the most like, oh, you had some potential to be a really interesting character, and maybe you would have been boring if you'd lived the whole time,
If you
but we'll
had
never
been,
know. And it,
yeah.
all you are is like potential, and not even like not
Yeah.
squandered.
And
Because
Himiko
I think that first trial was
is
really good.
squandered potential.
No, Himiko is just what happens like when there wasn't any potential. Like, you look
She
at Rantaro,
literally-
you look at a character that you see could be interesting.
I think she
And you
literally
don't-
only
he could be boring, he could be
exists-
I was
Like,
gonna
her
say, the
whole
most
thing.
interesting thing.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, the most interesting thing she's ever done is just be a plot device for
Exactly.
fucking what's her face's murder.
For
Tenko and
um,
Anji's.
yeah.
Well, no, like not that the God, I can't think.
Mew.
The,
For it was
the maid
Ryoma,
bitch who.
Ryoma and Kurumi.
Yeah,
Kurumi was the maid.
I was
yeah.
like, yeah, I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
her like Kurumi's like killing. Like that's the most interesting thing Himiko's ever done, and she wasn't even necessarily involved in it.
Yeah, she was just
Yeah.
kind of there. I will say one of my biggest flexes.
She was
is that I
set
predicted
dressing
what
for
happened
that.
in that trial from the jump, and I was so proud of it. I just couldn't figure out the person.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, like there's not a special circle in hell for her because she didn't do anything wrong. She just like, again, like from a reality TV perspective, she was just someone who was cast, and then clearly the producers, like, she clearly couldn't fit the bill, and the producers didn't know what to do with her.
I
so
think
she
you could.
just
I
stuck
think
with
in
them.
that
Which,
way,
and
you
again,
could, you could
is-
argue that like more could have been done with her. Therefore, she deserved better. Like she deserved
Exactly.
to have been used better. But like
The
as
theoretical
she
best
was,
version of
yeah.
Himiko that could have
Well, she
existed
should have
deserved
died.
better. The version of
Yeah.
Like, this is again what I'm saying about Rantaro is like Rantaro, because he didn't live that long. It's possible for us to imagine that he
Yeah.
he deserved better, so he could prove if he could hold up. Himiko would, if she died
Could
in that
not
first
prove,
trial, she
yeah.
could easily be in that same cat. Like, if they'd flipped Rantaro and Himiko,
Yeah.
every possibility they end up in reverse positions.
Whereas
But because she lived, we know.
Lunex
she's
is
not
100%
Schrodinger's Himiko.
right though that it feels like the only reason she exists and she's in the game is because her sort of like ultimate magician setup allows for a convoluted murder mystery, right?
Exactly.
Mhm.
Because then which is also stupid because it's like, oh, we have to point out that it's not actually magic. Like it also just feels like they did that specifically to extend the trial because it's not
Yeah.
even like an interesting or like hard thing to figure out how. It's just wasting time because she refuses to admit
Yeah.
that none of her magic is real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Basically.
And that,
she
like,
deserves,
even with
she
that, like,
deserves worse. We can agree.
there could be
but-
something more interesting about a delusional character who's like, no, magic is real. I believe in magic. Like, you could do something cool with that.
Yeah.
She's just
They
so
just
like,
didn't.
they've been feeding her a steady stream of Xanax the entire time. Like, she is out of her fucking mind.
Yeah.
And
She's
again,
been
She's
eating
zonked,
edibles like Skittles.
zonked
And
out
again,
of her
the-
fucking gourd.
My problem with V3 is like, or like her being in V3 is that none of those characters should have been boring because all of their personalities are manufactured by the producers
I
of the
think
show.
in that way,
Yeah.
it makes more sense that they're boring though, because producers don't know jack shit about what's interesting necessarily if they had to manufacture it, right? Like they might be able to recognize it in some ways, but I think if they have to come up with personalities whole cloth, it makes sense to me that some of them are going to be fucking duds, even though they think, oh, but it could be so interesting, you know? Like some of
And
them
also-
don't pan out.
Daz brings up an interesting point that I do think is worth mentioning is that Angie is delusional done right, which I think is kind of true, but
Yeah.
like, I think she kind of misses the mark. Like, Mew is, I think, the ideal of like a purely unhinged character that they managed to stick the landing on.
Right. She's
Yeah.
unhinged though. She's unhinged, but she also serves more of a practical purpose than
Well, and she also is like, it's not just a weird personality trait. Like, it's like that Brian David Gilbert video that's like describing all the describing all the Fire Emblem characters.
yeah.
And eventually he gets to the end and he's just like, all they are is an anime person with a singular personality trait and a penchant for violence.
Basically.
And I feel like when you look at a lot of the Danganronpa characters,
She'd be
some of them fall
funnier.
into that.
She'd
Yeah,
be
and-
funnier on ketamine.
And Angie drugged out of her mind would probably be very funny.
Oh my god,
Like,
that's so
just
fucking
offer
funny.
shit on.
Honestly, I need Angie to just spend a day with Hero and see what fucking happens. Honestly,
Oh good lord.
She would kill him with a hammer.
exactly.
But anyways,
Absolutely.
And then we have an
Before we
excuse to
get too-
execute her.
Yeah.
Before we get too stuck, well, I mean, we didn't have to.
Yeah.
That is the one
Yeah.
redeeming thing about Nazi Boy. But anyways, moving on.
So Himiko deserved worse. All right, we've got, and for something I can never remember, it's
Hyoko, isn't it?
Hyoko, yeah.
Yoko Sayanji.
Hyoko Sayanji. I don't like this character. I don't like her at all.
No.
I don't like her, but also I do kind of think she got what, like, she ended up kind of where she belonged.
I think she
okay.
did, yeah.
No. Honestly, no. She
deserved better.
Worse.
She deserved better in some ways, but also I think she deserved way
She was a
worse.
horrendously mean-spirited bully.
Yeah, here's
like
the thing,
an awful
though.
person.
I genuinely think she belongs and deserved worse, mostly because her death wasn't a supposed to happen death. Like, she wasn't a planned murder. She just wandered in while, like, the fucking shit was happening.
Something about that honestly makes it more terrifying, though. Like, imagine you just accidentally walked into a room and saw one of your friends murdering the other, and then they turn around and go feral on you, too.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty terrifying.
I mean, yeah, but also the fact that none of them were like, I specifically want you dead, it kind of annoys me.
There's a level of like the game paints it like you're supposed to feel bad for her, like, because Mahiru was like the person that she like was the closest to, and like they were the closest friends, and like without Mahiru she's lost, and she has that.
Okay.
She has the sort
Okay,
of
but
like,
even before
It was the weakest
she's-
one of those pairs, though. You compare it
Exactly.
to Sakura and Aoi, or you compare it to Tenko and Himiko.
They
Two
try-
has the worst comparison, or the worst like
yeah.
women pair.
And that's the thing, is like they try and paint it in that way, but she's such an abrasive person that any amount of feeling bad for her is immediately just like, well, I mean, why are you so shitty then? Why are you still being such a shitty person?
Yeah, and it wasn't like she like one of the excuses they kind of made for her in the game is like, oh, she's young, she doesn't know better, and it turns out no, she was the same age as everyone. She just looked young and had like a growth spurt right after.
Yeah.
She
Which is
took
really
a lot
funny
of
that this
joy
art
out of the
is her,
crew.
like,
Hyoko,
old art for some reason.
Hyoko is Valerie from Inescapable on the restaurant route.
She is.
Oh my god.
The fact that she was
what
originally
did I-
meant to
hold on.
survive the third trial, but was replaced by Fuyuhiko instead, felt right.
What did I even fucking say? Hold on. I think I
Thank
said
you for the
about
hydrate
her.
fossil.
Hold on, I need to find what I said about her because it was pretty funny. Wherever the fuck it was, 45 years ago.
I find it funny that this art for Hyoko is her old art, not like the young one we see the entire fucking time.
Yeah. But she deserved worse. I don't think it's a special circle in hell. I do think she deserved worse.
Yeah, because again, I would have liked her to be the murder victim, like the intended murder victim.
Yeah.
And then like Ibuki walks in and gets killed or something. If it had to be those two, specifically because, and also because it is
He
Mikan
deserved
being
more
the murderer.
cruelty.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She
deserved
deserves
to be
someone.
more- it
She
deserved to be
deserved
going
worse
over her
because
head.
that's what she. Yeah, like she deserved some real fuck shit to happen to her.
Yeah.
Like she deserved to have someone specifically going for her head.
Right. As opposed to being an accident, right?
Yeah. Well, or an accident, or just like oh, you saw me, now you also have to die.
She deserved more. She deserved it to be the intended victim as opposed to like the Tenko situation where she didn't deserve what happened to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Tenko was a wrong place, wrong time. Fucking God, her name also always, even when I was playing the game, I could not remember this girl's name.
Which
it disappears from my brain. The one we're talking about right now. The
Hyoko.
Hyoko.
Hyoko. For whatever reason, that name just disappears in my brain.
She deserved to be Sakura. Is that what you're saying, Daz? Having multiple people attempt to murder her.
Yeah, honestly,
order of
that would have
Buki
been
was
really
murders
funny
were
if all the
reversed.
people that she was an asshole to,
Mitsuru,
just like,
that's absolutely correct. If the order, like that's what we were saying earlier, if the order of the murders had been reversed in that situation, it would have felt a lot better.
Exactly, and especially with Mikan being the one to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, she just deserves worse. She sucks. We can move on to Better Girl.
Ibuki. Ibuki, I
God,
love.
the fact that the two of them are right next to each other.
I
in
know, it's too
alphabetical order
funny
is
how
really
that
funny
ends up
too.
working out. I love Ibuki. Ibuki is one of my favorite characters from 2. I am biased towards Ibuki deserving better because she didn't really do anything in particular to deserve death. She was, it was kind of circumstantial.
She was kind of just vibing and then she died.
If Hyoko
Like,
deserved worse, Ibuki deserved better. I feel like that's a fair thing to say, right?
Yeah.
Because again, here's the thing. Again, we're going back to the argument of if they were reversed.
Yeah.
Because because Ibuki's death is then the same impactful either way. Of just she was just kind of vibing and then there she is dead. Like.
Ibuki. Oh fuck! Ibuki is fully Reko, huh?
Yeah.
From Your Turn to Die.
Yeah.
Where like her death is treated. Okay, this is also a spoiler for Your Turn to Die in a minor way, but like because Your Turn to Die has branching paths, so it's not like it's a spoiler for every route. But like,
Yeah.
in any route where Reko can die, her death doesn't. She is not the important part. The clone that has stolen her personality is the more important part, or the fact that you made a decision that killed her, and then you go on and do a fight in the same room with her body hanging in the background, and no one gives a shit. Like, it kind of feels like that with Ibuki, where like she was there, she's an interesting character, she deserved a game that treated her like she was more of an important character than she was. Like, she honestly kind of belongs in like V3. Like, she has the kind of like too much of a personality that would have fit better there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ibuki, I didn't even thought about that before, but Ibuki is 1000% Reko, down to like the music and everything.
Yeah.
Hey Ash, how's it going? But no, like
And
Ibuki,
also-
I don't know if I would go so far to say, like, I know some people say Ibuki was robbed. I think I might have agreed with that at some point in my life. I don't think I can go far enough to say that she was robbed.
I don't think she needs to go that high, because I
Yeah.
think she deserved, like, to me, like, the they were robbed category is like, I wish they weren't in the game at all. They shouldn't have been in it.
Daz
This
is
all
correct.
wrong.
Daz is correct. Swap Himiko and Ibuki 100% better.
Honestly, like, yeah, literally, Ibuki would have fit perfectly in with V3 with like the two over, like her and Mew. We were robbed of that. That we were robbed.
We were robbed
That
of
would've been
Ibuki
incredible.
being in V3.
Yeah.
Can you
honestly,
imagine Ibuki and Anji interacting?
Oh
Ibuki
no.
would have hit her.
She would have.
Not even a hit. I feel like Ibuki would have full on guitar
Ibuki would have
swing.
killed her, and we would have said she was robbed. She would have gotten the same
Ibuki would
like,
have killed her
reaction
and
as
it would have been
Celestia.
like, you know what, go off,
Yeah.
queen.
It would have been like, yeah,
Yeah.
fair.
Fair. That's incredibly deserved. Ibuki's, like, we haven't really talked about people's like social scenes, like when you're like getting to know them in the game, but Ibuki's are some of the most unhinged in the second game. It's ridiculous.
I love her for it though.
I did not get to see any social scenes from any character because I had the distinct luck of every time I interact with a character, they died. I never got past like one or two social interactions with any character.
Yeah.
They all died immediately, so I haven't seen most of them.
Yeah, her social scenes into she is just an unhinged person in like the best way for me.
Yeah.
Akane is one of the worst characters in the entire series, says Daz. Ooh.
Akane is just worse Aoi.
She is just worse Aoi. It's
Made
true.
worse by the context of the like. If Akane and Aoi were in reverse games, I think I'd like Akane more because I think she would have kind of like in the way that like Byakuya brought
I
some
feel
more
like
dynamic.
It would have been
stuff.
interesting to put her next to Sakura though, because like they kind of have similar, like different not personalities, but they fill similar like purposes, right? In some ways.
But also,
Well, and I feel like that's part of it though, is
Okay.
that like having Sakura and Aoi worked because there was a bit of a difference between them. Having Akane and Nekomaru meant that they were both doing the same thing,
Yeah.
and it was just I don't know.
but I also remember there was someone I was watching play the games a while ago, and for like he was playing it for the first time, and because of like Akane and Aoi, and then obviously like Ultimate Imposter being a thing, his running theory is that he was trying to like assume that the 6 survivors were like in the game as new people. Like Makoto is just Hajime, obviously Byakuya
But
is like
Aoi
just
was
Byakuya
Akane.
again, and that so it's like.
That's a decent theory, actually. Like, if you don't know what's going on, I feel like that's not a terrible theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, it started
that would
falling
make
apart when he
sense.
tried to map the other 3 to people, but you know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, in some ways, you know, no theory is perfect in that way. But I think we can agree Ibuki deserved better. Like, that's where we're at with Ibuki. And now, this is an interesting one, right? Because this is... we don't have an official name for this person. They're just the ultimate imposter. They're just the imposter, right? So, and as they appear in the game, they are impersonating Byakuya Tagami, but they also impersonate in the anime
Ryota.
The ultimate animator.
The ultimate animator, and like there's one other person that they impersonate,
it's,
right?
Kyosuke Munakata, the guy who is a fucking pain in the ass in the future arc.
Yeah, that guy.
The one who's like, I need to actually just kill everyone. I'm gonna play this death game straight, but I think I'm a better person than everyone.
Yeah, but
Ultimate Animator was a fucking annoying honestly, if you swap him out for Chiaki, fuck him. He deserved it. It was literally his fault.
Yeah.
Everything was his fault if you really get down to the brass tacks. of
ultimately it was his fault. Yeah.
Junko couldn't have done anything that she did if it wasn't for his animations.
But ultimate imposter,
I feel like he needs a special category that's just like 3 question marks.
I don't know.
Because he's such a like, I don't know.
I feel like that seems about right. Because when you think
Yeah.
it's Byakuya, you're like, he probably deserved better, right? Because he dies essentially trying to prevent anyone from getting killed.
Yeah,
Right.
which is like the full like, oh, Byakuya had like a full arc. Let's go. And then it's like, oh, it's not actually him.
It's not actually Byakuya. Instead, it's this other person who's just nicer than Byakuya,
Actually,
basically.
actually, to be fair, I still think he did deserve better, specifically for the fact of like again, Nagito should have been the one to die, and Nagito's luck is the thing that like caused his death, basically.
Yeah, like
That's true.
Nagito's good luck is bad luck for everyone else. Is basically
Exactly.
how it ends up working out.
So he
Also,
deserved better
Kyoko-
specifically because he was in the game with Nagito.
Yeah.
The president deserved worse. If we were bringing in the Danganronpa 3, like the anime characters, the president, Kyosuke, whatever his name was, he deserved worse. But Juzo he was the one of the most robbed. Gay king.
Right.
We
We love Juzo.
Brief aside, I resent that they used that as a plot point in the anime.
It
wasn't in good taste.
It
but
was
still.
not in
No.
good taste.
I think the thing is, like, you could do that and it would be really interesting. They just handled it poorly.
It was
And
handled. It
also,
was handled badly
he
in the
is-
same way that Chiaki was handled badly.
You mean Chihiro?
Yeah,
Oh, Chihiro was handled
I get that
badly.
name mixed up. Yeah, again, it's one of those things where it's like, wow, you can
Hey,
really tell
Dad,
this is
how's
a
it
game
going?
that did not age the best.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know.
It's also
Any-
like it was also originally released on the PSP, like back in fucking like for the time that it was written,
Yeah.
it makes sense that it didn't age well, right?
It is also yeah. Danganronpa is one of those weird series where like you can
Thank you
really
for the stretch
see,
tits.
like, Spike Chunsoft games in general are kind of weird for that because like on one end you've got Chihiro, you've got Juzo, which isn't in the game, but like whatever. But then also
Yeah.
on the flip side, you've got Eye of the Somnium Files, where there's just a whole bunch of gay people and gender non-conforming people, and they're just
Yeah.
like not like it's not even like
Uchikoshi
they're like
was
a
just better. Was generally better
Uchikoshi
about that.
is the ultimate ally,
Yeah.
really. Uchikoshi loves gay people more than gay people love gay people.
Y'all will be converted to the Kyosuke Minakata
He's
cult.
streaming. He's streaming Brat. He's the one straight boyfriend who's allowed to go to a Chapel Roan concert. Like
Oh, the
he's,
medicine girl from the anime. The medicine girl
Medicine
from
girl-
the ultimate
oh.
like pharmacist or whatever.
Oh yeah, she was so nice.
She deserved better. The
Not the
ultimate confectioner
nurse,
deserved
not
worse.
the nurse, the one who was like an actual pharmacist.
Hold on,
Yeah.
let me find her name.
Because she got fucked
goes-
over by Nagito. Weirdly.
Yeah. Also, I remember pointing out to
Right, yeah.
I remember pointing out to Viv, but
Seiko
oh God,
is
what was
her name.
Yes.
what was her
Seiko
name? The
Kimura.
no,
Yeah.
God the
She's
the one girl with-
Yukizomi.
the one girl that Harrison I mean I know he does it to a bunch of people, but like the maid girl that Harrison like feels up
Oh,
and blown up.
how am I blanking on her name?
Oh yeah, Chisa Yukizome. Fucking, it's such a
Like, why does she just looks like the teacher from the anime? Like honestly,
It would
She
have been.
does.
I
It would
pointed
have
that out
been.
to you.
It would have been really wild to actually include all of the characters in the Killing Game participants from the future arc.
Yeah. Also,
Especially
this
because
is-
honestly, I feel like they just all would deserve better. Honestly,
Some of them
Because-
deserve.
They deserved
worse.
a better killing game because it's a stupid rule. The forbidden actions, I hate that.
Yeah.
That
forbidden
is,
actions
like-
are dumb, and also the fact that it's just suicide is the one answer to the entire thing.
Yeah, like the killing it, like especially because some characters just got objectively dumber ones. Like multiple
Yeah.
people die right at the beginning because they're given a forbidden act.
It's like you're not allowed to witness
stay out of the shadows.
violence.
Yeah, like that's, of course. I mean, he should have died instantly, frankly, because a woman getting impaled on a chandelier is violence. But whatever.
Well, no, he did
But, like-
die almost instantly. He died
No,
in
he
that
died-
same scene.
No, he died 30 seconds later because someone else got punched.
Yeah, well, I guess
But, like-
he didn't witness the act of violence, right? He witnessed the aftermath.
but
which is
also-
the, whatever.
I would still say, anyways, the important thing is like
Yeah.
if we were including all those characters, most of them are kind of not that interesting.
No, which is why
yeah.
they
The
don't-
ultimate
yeah.
pharmacist is one that I think you could do more with, but like the ultimate confectioner, she was
Minakata
boring.
above.
Ultimate blacksmith, literally just like a filler character.
Ultimately, we're talking about this because we don't really know what to say about the ultimate imposter, which is I feel like
I think
it
we need to
seems
create a new
about-
category that's just question marks.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Can I just do add a row below? We'll make it white.
I think it needs to be a row at the bottom.
I'm gonna move it. Oh, why did that happen? Hold
Make
on.
it light blue.
This one was supposed to be
Yeah.
Oh, weird.
yellow. This one is supposed to be,
Uh,
and then we will move it down to the bottom.
It didn't change the color.
Question marks. There we
Watching
go.
this on stream and seeing the delay a little bit is a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it's
the,
wild.
Yeah, it's really
it's good. So we're gonna put
The
him
forbidden actions was just a
here.
choice.
He's just like, I don't know. He didn't really have a personality of his own. He existed as
Yeah.
a he was literally just supposed to be something else. And
He was
never
like- he was-
never gets it. He never gets his own thing, which I think is very
You get-
funny.
You get to see a little bit of his personality in the anime as like he
Yeah.
seems like a decent person, but like in terms of like who he was in the game, there's just such a like
He's just not
kind of
himself.
definitionally he can't be anyone.
You just know
Also, from what I
he is
remember-
a good person because of the actions he takes while pretending to be other people that are not consistent with how they would react in that situation.
Yeah, and like, and what I from what I remember, like, I get that it was the tense situation that like he revealed himself during. Like, it wasn't because of that situation that he necessarily revealed himself. It was just like, you all are my classmates. Look, I'm actually the ultimate imposter. I'm not like this guy, and everyone's just like, okay.
Okay. Okay, going from the big question mark to Junko Inashima.
I would say she deserved better, specifically for how I feel like they ruined her in Danganronpa 2.
Ruined?
Okay, not like ruined, but they like. I don't like that they pulled the. This might just be like a me issue personally. I hate that like a bunch of stories nowadays are just basically being like, oh, you thought the person was dead, but actually there's an AI version of him. Like, I've seen that way too many times for me to find it like a great story. So I feel like they just like, she deserved better specifically for Danganronpa 2. Everything else is fine.
I feel like, okay, but this is the thing is like, if you haven't already experienced a lot of that media,
Yeah.
I think it is a good route to go, especially with the simulation approach to it. Especially because it's not just like, she didn't actually do this. Izuru did it and brought the simulation out. Like, she
Yeah.
didn't choose to become an AI that
Like,
would infiltrate this.
Technically,
Izuru made her so that
Izuru
he
is
could
the
test
villain,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Izuru wanted Junko to be there, because he was trying to test hope versus despair. Yeah, like the Junko, I mean, like, the only sense in which, like, I think that you could argue that, like, she seems about right is that they really, especially in 1, it's handled really well. Like, there's a reason why she's such an iconic, I mean, that's why I'm dressed
Right.
as her.
It's
Like,
it's,
she has an iconic design, she has an
her-
iconic role, a narrative.
the twist
everything about
for
her
her
great.
is still like it was done very well. Even
Like, I
even
knew
to
that
this
I knew
day.
she was a mastermind because you see, like, Junko shows up a couple times in V3 as like the 53rd
Junko Inashima, the 53rd.
Yeah, and you like, I remember when I was playing that, I was like, okay, clearly like Junko is like an old boss of this game. Like, clearly that's the whole narrative because I'm jumping into the third one.
Yeah.
She's like a long-standing antagonist, but then you play through it and you realize, oh no, like you get to the twist of V3, it makes like it's great, but then when I started 1, I was like, oh, I know there's some fuck shit with Junko, but I have no fucking clue. And then she dies, and you're like,
What?
okay, so like,
So it's like, imagine
I might have underestimated this.
imagine not knowing anything, right? Like, because this was my experience, because I didn't know anything about Junko. I didn't know anything about the DR series. I hadn't seen any of the cosplays, so I was going in 100% blind. I had no clue. They're like, oh, that's interesting. She dies right away. So you go into it and you don't have that expectation of just like, well, why are people so enthralled with this character that dies immediately, right? Like, you don't have that sort of nagging doubt in the back of your mind. So when that happens and you find out that Junko was alive the whole time and that Junko that died wasn't Junko, it's
Which,
like,
honestly,
it's such a massive like twist for you in that moment. So because you don't have any context for it.
Well, and even when you do know a lot of it, like, this is part of what makes it such a good
Yeah.
twist to experience. Even if you know that Junko might be the bad guy, is you're like, I don't fucking, like, she died. And then you get to that point at the beginning of chapter 4, I think it is, or maybe the beginning of chapter 5, where Kyoko like leans in and is like, there's a 16th student,
Mukuro,
and that's where
yeah.
the chapter ends. Yeah, and then she explains like, it's Mukuro. You have no idea who the fuck
Mukuro
she is or what
Ikusaba,
she's
the
been up
16th
Yeah,
student.
your feeling is that Mukuro, you haven't seen Mukuro. You don't know who Mukuro is. Is she like hiding somewhere in the school? You think she might be the mastermind? It's all like really well done misdirection.
Yeah, and then also
yeah.
there's also then the fact that Monokuma then
thing,
drops the hint of, hey, at the start of this killing game there were 16 students and like 16 students in this building, and since the start of the killing game the only people to have stepped foot inside the building or like be inside the building at all are those 16 students.
Yeah. So until you figure out that Mukuro is the one that's dead and she actually died like days ago, and that Junko, you've never actually met Junko. Which is,
That, but also the fact that they did set, like, I know a lot of games where like they've done that and they're like, oh, you know, like, haha, I'm gonna tell you the clues are there, but I'm not
Thank you for
actually
the
gonna
plushie,
like
Museum
show you
Dex
that they
Silver.
were. the fact that like they were there the whole time, because like again everyone's like, oh, you don't look like your pictures, and she's just like, oh, those are edited, ha ha ha.
It's
And then
believable.
you go back,
It's believable.
yeah, and you go back and like look at the game, because like again replaying it with Amphi has like given me a bunch of like really good like moments of like, oh, like the Junko that is Mukuro matches Mukuro so well once you actually like see her face.
Yeah.
And then you look at all the Junko magazines that you see at like the beginning of the game and everything, and it's like, oh, that just is actually Junko.
Yeah.
They do a lot of really
Like-
excellent foreshadowing that you don't know is foreshadowing.
Yeah. And then again, also Mukuro as she's dying being like, oh, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's so obvious in hindsight. Like,
Yeah.
It's well written, it's well handled. It's like Junko as a character. I think part of why I guess I'm more forgiving of them bringing her back for 2 is that like she's a very good character.
She's
and it would
compelling.
have been
Exactly.
disappointing. It would have been disappointing if you only got that one final chapter with Junko in person.
yeah.
Right.
And that was all you experienced of actual Junko.
And also the fact of like seeing that she is again just this character of being extremely bored with everything, and that's why she's obsessed with despair, is really great. But also the fact of like she is so bored with herself that like the personality switching is a thing is so fucking funny.
Yeah.
Because I just remember every single person that I've seen play the game have the exact same reaction. And again, playing it with Amphi, he had the same reaction of like, she comes out, just, we have been waiting. And everyone's just like, she's British.
Yeah, the props to the VA for Junko in the first game fucking killed it. Like,
Right?
incredible
Yeah.
performance. Butchered by the English dub for the anime.
Oh, God.
Oh god, it's so not as good in the anime. Oh my god. But so this is the hard part, right? Because like you can say Junko, people are like, oh, Junko robbed, Junko iconic. I feel like they handled Junko exactly correctly. Is the problem?
Ultimately, the thing is, she did deserve horrendous things to happen to her, and she was murdered, and then all of her parts were taken and stolen by terrorists.
Terrible things did happen to her, and she deserved to have terrible things happen to her.
Yeah.
Also, the necrophiles happened to her. So, like, that's also a thing.
Oh, I forgot about that.
She would
I
have
thought they
liked
just stole
that
her
though, is
womb.
the problem.
No.
She would have been fine with that.
Yeah, this is the thing, is that like anything bad that happened to her is also something that like
She would have
anything that would
wanted.
cause despair. She's like, yeah, perfect. Like
She got the perfect ending for herself.
So, genuinely, I feel like she should have deserved to live, because that would have been a worse punishment for her.
Daz,
She deserved
Rob,
better
she
because
should
she
have
deserved
won.
worse.
Yeah.
Daz, Rob, she should
She
have won.
cheated. She doesn't get to.
She
no,
did cheat.
cheated.
She did cheat, is the thing.
I do think that she lands in seems about right.
I do think she's like the pinnacle of seems about right because, but in
Oh my
the
God,
sense
I
that
finally
she
have people that
deserves
don't
terrible
understand this
things. She deserved terrible things, and terrible things happened to her. So,
Jeez, tits.
damn it.
Sorry, I'm about to find a meme and send it to the group chat, 'cause I
Nagito's
finally have people that'll
cunty
understand
hands.
this.
She made the rules out because that's the thing. She made the rules and then she didn't follow them,
Yeah, and that's why they got her in the end.
and
Because
that's how they got her.
ultimately,
'cause
Like,
she broke the rules.
yeah, because it wouldn't like, and this is something that I like about Junko as a mastermind. Because like, I think she's one of those characters. It's like with like Claptrap and Borderlands, where like Claptrap was fun because he was just him, and he kind of gets more exhausting over time because of how people react to him.
Yeah.
I think Junko, like, more than a decade, almost 2 decades after she first like debuted as a character, like it does seem a little bit old because we've seen a lot more characters like her. We've seen a lot of games
Just
try
a
and
lot of
rip her
people
off.
riff on her. Yeah.
Every fucking killing game tries to have like it is one of the things, like Inescapable did it, but it's not just Inescapable. She set the blueprint in a lot of ways for like what it meant to have the mastermind character
Oh my god.
and like what they should be.
Stupid
And so-
fucking meme.
It kind of
Listen,
makes
I love it.
it makes it yeah. Jeez. Yeah,
Jesus
it like
Christ.
it makes it hard to evaluate her in hindsight, and I'm sure that over time people
Yeah.
will say she deserved worse because she is being imitated so much, and she's imitated in ways that make her seem worse in hindsight.
But within the confines of the series, I think she
Yeah.
was handled correct.
She was great. She was written well. She was interesting. It was good.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to say. It's hard to say like anything better or worse could have been done. Like if she could have been.
It
handled
really couldn't
so
have
much-
gotten worse for her.
Yeah, it couldn't
And
have
also-
gotten worse for her, except for in like ironic ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like, again, handled correctly. All right.
The only sense in which it could get worse for her is if she'd gotten better than what she got.
Often
because then she wouldn't
imitated,
have felt the
never
despair.
replicated is the thing. Yeah, often imitated, never replicated.
Yeah. Also, just truly an incredible design. Her design is so fucking good.
It's very good. It's a good.
It's not as overstated as some of them. Like Celestia is a very over
It's-
the top.
but it's
Junko's
kinda
is
supposed
worse.
But
to
again,
be. Yeah.
being the ultimate fashionista, hers is perfect for her.
Mhm. It's such a good. I
Like,
mean, Danganronpa
Celestia
designs
just-
are good in general,
Yeah,
but hers is
because the whole thing is like Celestia is just supposed to be a gambler. Like you could have just had like a basic bitch in like a red dress walk in, and everyone would have been like, "Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
fine."
like
She
Maki.
did not have to be this like.
You
yeah,
could have had a Maki.
You could have just had Maki there, and it would have been like, okay, yeah, gambler, whatever.
A
She
real
did not need to be
Cospox
this.
moment. Oh my god.
I love
Oh my God.
Celestia being dramatic like
Cospox.
that,
So,
too.
I know.
Kibo.
Oh, we have things to say about it.
Kibo.
Love him. He was robbed.
He
is just a little guy.
He actually pulls his weight is the thing. Like he doesn't do a lot, but he does pull his weight in terms of like
He sacrifices himself to save them all.
yeah.
He fights against. He literally overcomes his programming. Kibo dying at the end makes sense only because like what purpose does he have beyond that? Like I don't really know what you do with him, but also he does deserve to
Yeah.
not die there. They
Yeah.
wrote him into a place where he needed to die, but he shouldn't. have
No,
been made
Kibo
that way.
absolutely got robbed. I think I can agree with that. Kibo's a fun character because I don't know, he's got a fun gimmick. He's like the ultimate robot,
Ultimate robot.
which has
Yeah.
nothing to do with
Q1BO.
him. He has nothing to do with him, which is like really funny concept. And like his gags are funny through the entire series. Like
His relationship with Mew.
he never has like a super impactful role in the game until the very end, but it's so impactful that it makes you feel like, oh, okay, he's one of those characters that gets to the end and you're like, how did you get here? But at the same time, he kind of justifies it as opposed to
He justified it,
Yeah.
and he also he had a personality to work with. Like again, we could compare that to like Himiko. Himiko just didn't give anything. Kibo is like genuinely seems like he's really struggling with what he's been dealt.
yeah.
And like at a bare minimum, having to go through the existential terror of learning that your conscience is like a fan vote online. That alone is pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, and then he overcomes that and is still doing all right. He's generally
Yeah.
not a nuisance in anything. Like he's never like an obstacle. He's generally trying to be helpful. He is also just like the subject of brutal robot racism from
Mew
fucking
and from Kokichi. Yeah.
Mew,
Robophobic.
no, the difference is that Mew wants to fuck him so bad it makes her look stupid, and Kokichi
Put on
is
the
just a
vibrating
piece of
dildo.
shit.
Put on the vibrating
Yeah,
dildo.
no. Like
Kibo.
she, legitimately every interaction that Kibo and Mew have is like I want to fuck you so bad it makes me look stupid, and with
And everyone's like,
Kokichi,
yeah, you
he's
do
just
look
like
stupid.
Kokichi treats him with the exact same disdain that he treats Mew, but Mew likes it, I think, and Kibo is just so sad.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely Kibo in that top tier was robbed for sure.
He didn't even volunteer. Everyone else in V3 volunteered to be there even if they had that memory wiped. He
Yeah.
literally is the only one who's there against his will from the very jump.
From the very jump. Yeah,
Oh,
I
can't wait to
don't
get to Mew.
I was gonna say I don't feel like there's much else to say about Kibo in that way. Like I
Yeah.
feel like it's pretty cut and dry. I don't know, Lunex, if you have anything that you want to say about
No, that's pretty much all it.
moving to then Kaede.
Look, I think that there's an argument to be made that she was also robbed. Because how are you going to be the protagonist of a Danganronpa game and go out like a fucking chump in the first trial?
Yeah.
How are you the only protagonist they kill at any point? Hajime gets to be 2 people, and they can't even let Kaede be 1.
Yeah, and it's like it's sad for her because she doesn't even like 100% realize that it was her for a second because she set up this thing, but she didn't know if it was like actually her fault that it happened, right? Because she didn't go through the entire trial knowing that she was responsible necessarily.
I think
Well, no. The thing is, she isn't the one who actually killed him. Is the thing.
Well, so
that's the thing.
that's the other thing about like we talk about Junko cheating in the first game. The game is rigged from the beginning in V3.
Yeah, which makes it frustrating. Like, 'cause Kaede, the thing is, like, she was robbed on like a very literal sense. Like,
Yeah.
she should not have been executed in that first trial, objectively speaking.
Because she
Her
didn't
plan
do
very
it.
nearly worked. She had every intent to kill, and then when they framed it on her, she had the option to leave. she received the reward from Monokuma, and she said, "No, I clearly didn't kill the mastermind." Like she knew from the jump that she must have killed him,
Yeah.
and that's why she deliberately voided her reward to leave early.
Yeah.
Which is because that was, for people who don't remember, in V3, the first incentive is like, someone has to kill someone within a week. If you don't, everyone dies, and whoever kills first, they get to leave immediately. No questions asked. They don't have to pass the trial. Nothing.
Yeah.
Like, I think that she falls into the they were robbed category. She only did it because she thought that they'd found a way to guarantee that they were going to get the mastermind, and Rantaro ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So
Totally understandable. And then she didn't even kill him.
By legitimate definition, she was literally robbed.
Yeah, like objectively was murdered and didn't deserve it.
She was literally robbed, as in she didn't actually do the thing that she was supposed to be killed for. Like
and
the
also,
game,
she was just an interesting character. She would have been an interesting character to have around.
She is like the
She had some
definition
personality.
of robbed. In the same way that Chiaki is robbed, because Chiaki didn't actually even get to play the game.
I'd say more in the way that Rantaro was robbed of like two people who should like hold on, let me find this, because when I was playing, I mentioned that I played it with
Should have
my
been
friend Squidgy.
Shoichi. I don't agree with that.
Shuichi was also great though. I
like Shoichi.
Should have been Himiko.
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay.
It should have been Himiko.
Like when I was playing through V3, my friend Squidgy, he was like, "Oh my god, I'm obsessed with the game. Tell me what your predictions are and everything." And let me just tell you what my predictions were at the beginning of V3, because I think you'll find it funny.
I remember you talking about this before, yeah.
I've talked about it on stream a bunch of times because I find it really funny because I got it so wrong in
Should have been
so
the
many different
mastermind. It's
ways.
true, it should have been the mastermind.
Yeah.
We all knew
honestly,
that
if that had been the
wasn't gonna
case, if
a playable character ends up being the mastermind, honestly.
If it had been Himiko in the room, she'd been hit with the shot put ball, and they'd realized that it was actually what's her face, whose name I also always forget.
What's her
Ultimate cosplayer?
Tsumugi, yeah.
Tsumugi. If they had correctly identified that she was the mastermind and had executed her, and then the game continued, that would have been way more compelling.
Yeah.
But okay. So let me just say, fuck, where was this? Oh, I kept on calling Monokuma I think Mono because I kept on getting confused because his name kept throwing me off.
Well, there was also the 5 like fucking Mono Cubs were also in the game. So
Yeah.
That's a separate. That's a separate tier list.
I sent a picture to my friend of Mew saying, "An important hole near some bush sounds familiar. Am I right, ladies?" And I said, "I fucking love her. I hope she survives. I know she won't, but I still hope."
Oh, she made it pretty far though.
She honestly, oh, God, her whole trial makes me sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, where was? Hold on, I can't find this anymore. I know I predicted it almost exactly entirely wrong to an extent that it's like genuinely impossible. Oh, I also found another quote from Mew where she said, "Do robots have dicks? Because your backstory as a robot is sounding pretty flaccid."
That's pretty funny.
Where was this? Fuck.
Yeah. Ultimately, there's not much discussion for Kaede. Like, obviously, literally, she was robbed. Supposed to be the protagonist, first female protagonist for the series, and then immediately goes out in a great twist. Granted, it feels like a great twist, and then later you realize it was all fake anyway, which kind of like retroact is very funny to me. Like, I know it could be really frustrating. A lot of people might find it really, really frustrating, but I thought it was very funny. That it's like, oh, by the way, what you thought was actually a great twist was not even really a twist because it didn't actually happen that way.
I get it's one of those, like with V3, I kind of wish they had just let her be the killer.
Yeah.
Because that would have been more compelling. Robbing her of her agency in that way also is like,
and then have her like try and do something from the outside, or like have like a different perspective, or like add a different like layer of dimensionality to the game. Maybe that's something he would do if he revisited the series and like did something new with it. But either way, I have another ad break coming up in about 30 seconds, so I think we're gonna go ahead and just let that ad break run as we're heading over into what's his name.
Can I say what my prediction was? I finally found it.
Yeah. Go ahead and lift off your prediction.
He said, "Who do you think's first to die and the first murderer?" I said, "I think Tsumugi probably dies soon. I think Kokichi kills her to become the first graduate, then joins Monokoko," which is also a name that I had for him. I said, "I just think cosplayer isn't really something that has a lot of room for development. She's also the only one who doesn't feel like she's being developed into anything. Her and Karumi and Maki and Kibo all feel like they're gonna go relatively early. Oh wait, or Shuichi. He showed me the door and then he'll die and I'll have to do detective shit."
Oof.
Oh my god.
And you were
Which was
like
really
almost exactly completely wrong.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying is that like
I think the only correct thing in there is Karumi going quickly.
And even then she wasn't like I also said I don't think Kaido lives long either. Tenka will kill a man because I kept. I said Shuichi was the mastermind. This is all before Rantaro died.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was when Rantaro died because then it's Monokuma saying the victim was Rantaro Amami, the ultimate. Who cares?
Yeah, the ultimate survivor was his thing or whatever.
No, but because at that point they didn't know, so he just kept calling him the ultimate. Who cares?
Yeah. Anyway. All right. Yes, absolutely, Zombie. It's 3 a.m. You should definitely go to bed. Nubs, hi. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate, Zombie. We are going to go on an ad break. Oh, the ads are already running.
Oh.
Oh, they will. No, wait, no, they will be in a few minutes. Sorry.
I was about to say I don't have ads.
No, sorry. The way that the automated ads run is like so confusing to me sometimes because it takes such a delay. Either way, I'm gonna manually run the ads just so we can get them out of the way for another 3-minute break. We will be back in a few minutes to pick up with Kaido, and we should probably try and pick up a little bit of steam because we're not. I think we might be at the halfway point. Yeah.
To be fair, looking at like who we have left, there's a bunch that are just like really easy.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll speed through a couple of the later ones, but
We've done 19, so we're past the halfway point.
we're past. Are we past for 48? No, that's
wait, no, I'm
that's
stupid.
38. Halfway
19 to
is
30.
24.
God damn it. Wait, no, 16. Oh wait, no, it is 48. Yeah, no, I'm dumb. Okay, never mind.
No, it's
Ignore me.
okay.
I thought it was 36 for some reason.
The fact Kaede died just to move Shuichi's arc is so that is also true. That it was like in sort of in service of Shuichi being pushed forward as part of his arc. Typical women dying to push a man forward, but
If it had been the other way around, it would have been a lot better.
It
If
would've
Shuichi being the ultimate detective had died first,
Yeah.
and then it
Exactly.
became Kaede.
Because I don't like the fact, like I get it, like at this point you've, well, not you, Viv, but most people would have played the 2 other games, and it's like, okay, you got this shit, you are the ultimate detective now. But it's like, great, but why couldn't their roles have just, like, it...
Yeah.
You could have switched their ultimates, or you could have, again, done the thing of kill the detective, and then you have to take over for him.
Good
like,
twist. Could have been done better.
Yeah, and again, like, as someone who that was their first Danganronpa trial, like, it is, I think, the best way to be introduced to the series.
It is a good starting point, honestly.
Yeah,
it's a high point.
massive kick in the teeth. It just sucks that the game didn't,
Like,
even if it was going to kill
capitalize on
Kaede, yeah, if they kind of stole her agency with Tsumugi at the end, but whatever. Anyways, that's a whole separate
Either
thing.
way.
The important thing is she was robbed.
She was robbed. That is what we all agree on.
No matter how you look at it, she was robbed.
Absolutely robbed.
Just discussing all the different ways she got robbed.
all the
by-
different ways she got robbed.
within,
It's true.
like she's one of the few
Does
characters
she
who
need
got
her
robbed
team?
in the
actually
narrative
kind of
and by the
I'm moving her
narrative.
up above Gonta and Kibo, actually, in terms of got robbed. But we are gonna go
She
ahead.
did try and kill someone, so she does belong above those two. But
Yeah, they
she
didn't.
doesn't belong above Chihiro and Chiaki, but
Yeah, as opposed to Gonta, who did actually kill somebody, but not because he intended to.
Yeah.
Either way,
I mean, also, and again, to be fair, her killing someone wasn't because she wanted to leave necessarily. Like, she wasn't trying
She was
to,
trying
like,
to kill the
I'm leaving, screw
mastermind,
you
yeah.
all. Yeah, she was like, I want to leave and get everyone else out.
Yeah. Our ads, they will be in just a second. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and run the ads manually, and we will be back in a few minutes. I will see you all soon.
Bye.
All right. Okay, and we are back, and we're gonna keep it rolling. We're gonna keep it going. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope the ads. I think the ads are stopped, so we should be good. All right, we have next on our list. Oh, Jesus Christ! Did I accidentally? Oh no, good. It saved it. Fantastic. I was worried for a second. I accidentally hit the back button on my mouse. We have Kaido Momoda, the ultimate astronaut from Danganronpa V3.
Deserve better because they fucking God.
They gave him,
Like,
they
he's
gave him a
so
literal
sad.
brain tumor for his
Yeah.
backstory. Deserved
Not
better.
even not for the backstory, literally just for the plot of this. He was
Yeah.
he was a healthy guy, and they were like, "What if you weren't though?"
What if they weren't though? It didn't ultimately didn't matter because he died, but you know. His whole thing, like that trial, the like is it who lived, who died, Kokichi or Kaido, was a very interesting sort of
Yeah.
like what's the word? Setup for the sort of like crux of the trial. Like who is it that
Yeah.
actually lived?
Who is it that actually? And I also like that like there's God fucking Sakura in that picture.
Yeah.
I like that one. I also love the like running one where like everyone else is just like about to get fucking killed by her. She's
Yeah.
just charging at them. But
Yeah, like when it comes to
so-
Kaido, he just
so like and when it comes to it, so how all like the fifth trials have something wrong with them, right?
Right.
Like obviously first one it wasn't an actual murder, it was just set up to kill Kyoko. And then in Danganronpa 2, it's Nagito like just fucking with everyone, and that like the killer isn't even someone who like intended to kill him, and
it
he was
like
just relying on his
it's
luck.
like technically Chiaki was the killer. Technically.
Yeah, technically.
yeah.
If by all intents and purposes it was a suicide, but technically she's the killer. But like it's one of those things where like for the fifth trial of that one, having it be a Monokuma has to be a part of the trial with you guys because even he does not know the answer is amazing.
Yeah, it's a very good setup.
Well, and like Kaido in particular, he's just such a his personality is just so like the whole like I'm Kaido Momota, luminary of the star. Like he
Yeah.
he loves life in
And
such an adorable way.
He and Maki and Shoichi, like as a triad, are like a really are like it's a really fun relationship dynamic that you don't get in either of the other games, right?
Yeah, the way that Maki sort of like softens up with him too, the Maki role, like it's such a he deserves so much. I don't know if I can say he was robbed.
I don't think he was
I-
robbed. I think he deserved better, but I don't think he was robbed.
The thing is, he would never have been allowed to win
No.
because he was given the brain tumor. So in that sense, maybe he was robbed.
Yeah, I guess like
He was robbed of life.
That
Let's
is
be
kind
fair
of, that's
here.
kind of
He
getting
was
meta about it. Well, they're all being robbed of life in that
Well,
scenario.
the whole point of
It's
V3
usually-
is being meta, to be fair.
Yeah.
the whole point of V3 is being meta, and like the problem, like, yeah, everyone else is getting robbed of life, but it's because of other people playing the game.
Yeah.
This is just straight up people being like, hey, what if we make it more interesting by just like,
Making you die no matter
yeah,
what. And that's the thing is like everyone else, no one else in the game was doomed to die by the game itself in that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like in the first game, obviously a bunch of people die, but they don't die because of something that was like
Jugo didn't
Like-
predetermine anyone's death.
No.
like, you bring up the Your Turn to Die stuff, but like in Your Turn to Die, there's a bunch of characters who aren't allowed to win. They're not candidates; they're only participants. It kind of feels like that was him because the participants are not allowed to win in that game, so they don't get treated the same. And Kaido kind of feels like he was just never going to be allowed to win Danganronpa V3.
Right, but he didn't know that. None of them did.
Yeah, so I feel like he.
So yeah,
Really?
again,
Are
he
you
got
coming,
robbed.
are you coming around on him being robbed?
I said he belonged in. They were robbed.
Yeah, like he 100% did get robbed. Because it's
That's
like as the only character in the entire like franchise to not have a singular chance at being able to actually live no matter what
feel
he
like-
does.
V3 is going to have the highest proportion of characters that got robbed.
Well, because V3 again, because it
By the very nature
part
of
of
its setup, it's like that
it's part of what
sense.
makes it. It's part of what makes it work is like a 53rd season of a reality show. Because like
Yeah.
if you go watch Survivor right now, they're pulling bullshit twists.
Yeah.
They've kind of slowed it
To
down
keep it
at this point,
interesting,
'cause-
quote unquote.
which is dumb because people like Survivor for what it is. It's not the format. Like the format can stay the same for the most part. In those
Yeah.
sort of, Drag Race has the same thing too. Every reality show eventually gets to a point where it burns itself out and it thinks it needs to be more clever. But like, yeah, like V3, part of the reason why I think we're going to see a lot of those characters up in the Rob category is because a lot of them were like really poorly handled producer narratives, basically.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Kaido's such a sweetheart.
Kaido
He just-
robbed. Kazuichi Soda.
Love him. Obsessed with him.
Love him.
What a,
Deserve better.
what a fucking boy failure.
I honestly, you both are in this.
He got
category.
to
I
live.
think he fucking deserved worse.
Okay, he doesn't deserve worse. I think it seems about right for the character he is, in the same for the same reason that Aoi does. Because ultimately, Akane is supposed to be the one that's the most like is the Aoi 2.0.
Yeah.
But Soda,
really
is,
actually is the Aoi.
Soda
2.0.
is what Aoi actually does in terms of like
He doesn't
kinda doesn't
really
do
do
anything.
anything.
Generally pretty useless. Clearly is down bad for this woman. Like
Yeah. I don't. So that's the part about him that I don't like. Like that's the thing about his like
also
personality.
Sonya, not Sophia Stitch.
Yeah, Sonya, never mind. Like that's the one part about
Never mind.
his sort of like they make him unnecessarily creepy about his relation, like his thing with Sonya, and that's the part
Yeah.
about me that's just like, if you're gonna have this nothing character, you're just coloring him by making him like weird about women in a way that like is skeevy, but if it weren't not for Teru, he was completely blown out of the water in the pervy category, right? It's like
I think
he's
Soda
the,
would have
like,
been
the
a
more
little bit weird.
reasonable perv.
I think Soda would have fallen more into like Kaname Date territory where it's like, yeah, he's weird, but like it's not that bad, and like he ultimately still respects boundaries.
Yeah.
Like he's horrendously down bad.
He's
but
a
he's
simp.
not gonna like
he's
violate
he's
a
the
boundary.
definition of a simp in a lot of ways.
And see, like the thing is, if Kodaka wasn't a fucking coward, it wouldn't have been Sonya. It would have been Nagito.
Yeah.
Soda being feral for Nagito would have been really funny.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have had the same creepy vibes. It would have been a very like matches freak kind of energy.
Right. And he does
And it
have
just
that.
would've-
He does kind of have a little bit of that energy with Hajime. Like,
Yeah.
so I don't know. Like,
Which wrong person?
Yeah, Hajime is getting any amount of attention from people is weird because he is the most like, yeah, he's Hajime is Harrison from in this game. Well, that's anyways.
except
like,
he's not as shitty.
Kaname Date is the ultimate pervert. I
the
think.
ultimate
I don't-
pervert. It's true.
He literally gets his power from porn magazines. Like I don't think we could
Every
argue otherwise.
single no in the first every single action sequence is a porn magazine is involved, or at least
Wait,
what
if-
he thinks is a porn magazine.
But have you played the second one yet or no?
I have
can't
not. No,
remember.
not yet.
Okay.
What? What are you guys? Huh?
In AI the
I-
Somnium Files, there's a fucking running gag in the action sequences where porn magazines play a heavy role,
They power him up.
either powering him up or serving as a distraction for like henchmen.
I have been look.
So
and
I need to play Eye of the Somnium.
AI the
I've-
Somnium
I'm
Files
sure
is a
I have
very
told
fun
you to-
game.
I the Somnium Files. I am in a cult for that one the same way I'm in a cult for the Clue movie, where I will tell anyone and everyone that they need to
Oh,
experience it.
I
and I'm
love the
right.
Clue
The Clue
and I'm
movie is
gonna direct-
incredible.
The Clue movie is also incredible. If you
I
enjoy
saw a
any sort of
stage-
mystery thing, Clue is like the best mystery story, and it will shock you that it's like an hour and 15 minutes. Like
It's
it's, a very
so
short
tight.
movie.
It's
Also-
so tight.
It's
God,
Tim
it's so
Curry,
good.
Madeline Kahn.
It's so good. I saw
half the sound alerts on my channel.
I
It's
very
just-
recently saw a staged production of the Clue movie. Like it was like a touring
Yeah.
stage production of it.
Please tell me they did the same thing that the DVD did, where they did all three endings.
No, it
They
was
do
more.
different
It
ones
was
for the stage shows.
They do different ones for the
Ah,
stage
damn.
shows, but they do multiple endings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
do
yeah,
the
I saw
same
because
one
that's
that was performed by a local.
because that's what that is my favorite thing about the Clue movie ever that I've learned. Where that like when it first came out, it was just a different ending was shown with each different like showing of the movie.
And like I think
And
it was
again,
like
it was, like-
different places they showed different endings.
different theaters,
Well,
and
yeah.
it was kind of random. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then of course it was like before the internet was a huge thing, so you couldn't just like go and like look up like what the fuck is going on. So all these people were talking and just being like, "What the
What
fuck
are you
do you
talking
mean? That's
about?"
not
Yeah.
what happened." Like,
Yeah, it's a really good gimmick, and it would work way better now. It is really like I love Clue because honestly, Clue is what Zero Escape would be if Uchikoshi had figured out what he was doing from the start. But that's a whole different story.
I'm just gonna put Kazuichi Soda and seems about right.
He deserved to be gay. He deserved to be allowed to be a little bit fruity. That's the only sense
Right.
in which I think he genuinely deserved
That's
better.
fair. Thank you for the Chibi Redeem,
Let him be a
Mitsuru.
boy kisser. That's what he's built for.
like me.
He's built for
You
kissing
can't see
boys.
You can't see that man's hips. Like I put the thing in the.
He's built for being bisexual.
He's built like Ms. Cracker.
He's a built bisexual. Oh my god. Yeah, I was
Also, the way
so
he's
prepared. I
dressed-
was so prepared to be a Soda hater, but you know, he's
He's
fine.
just kind of charming.
He's fine.
Again, in the same kind of way that Aoi is like kind of a dumbass, and it is kind of annoying, but like you kind of can't help but just like
Yeah, I don't
You
like
can't help
him.
but just
I
be
don't like
"Aw,
him.
I'm glad you lived.
as much
Like,
as
I'm glad
Aoi.
they both survived.
I don't like him as much as Aoi, but like I concede the point about him. Like I think he fills a similar role. Like he shouldn't have survived probably, but like I also don't see any reason why he didn't have
It's
to.
not like a Himiko thing where you're like, fuck, I wish that you could have died and a better character could have taken your place and I would have been happy about
yeah,
it.
it's like that's fine. That's fine that he lived. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So now we have Kurumi
Kurumi
Tojo,
Tojo.
the ultimate maid. I love
Deserved the best, deserved the most. I'm so sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
She's above Celestia. She thought she was doing it to save the country. And she was fucking brilliant. Her murder perfectly planned out. She did everything right. I'm a little bit biased because I did literally as soon as I saw the body fall into the tank and like it ended that cutscene, I looked around and I like was trying to figure out what happened. I was like, everything is exactly correct. I figured out exactly what's happening here, and I'm so excited. She's such a good fucking character, though.
Literally the
also,
only
right
and
down to
again,
the very
another
end.
one that
Yeah.
another one that gets screwed over by the plot, by the fact of like, oh, no one's allowed to enter the pool at night, and her glove fucking rips. Like that's another one where like the plot is the reason that you got fucked over.
I wouldn't say it's the plot as much as just like every one of the games has some weird rules in it. V3 has more restrictions about the buildings than the other two, but I also like it's balanced out in my opinion by the fact that they get the ultimate labs. That is the one thing, maybe more than anything else. Playing V3 first and then playing the other two, I was like, I'm like not having the ultimate labs kind of sucks. They are I think one of the things where I don't know how you would argue that the game wouldn't be improved by giving people that sort of thing.
Right,
It
which
gives
is
a lot
why
of room to flesh them out.
they eventually got to that. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, like that's what I'm
exactly.
saying though, is that like there's some bullshit with the rules of V3 in terms of like how you're allowed to
that was them sort of
interact with the building,
creating
but
with restrictions breed creativity. The idea that like you need to have like more convoluted scenarios for people to like do strange things, and like the reason all of this happens the way it does, it's all so convoluted because it has to be for the sake of the narrative and in the situation that they find themselves in. You can't have a simple murder anymore.
Yeah, but
Well,
again,
and
I feel like again she would have been like somewhat fine if they weren't like, oh look, you have your glove in the pool, it's you. Like,
yeah.
well, to be fair, they didn't know what it was. It wasn't a full
mean,
glove.
yeah,
It was
They
a
did
shredded piece of
eventually have
black
to get there.
fabric.
They had to get to it eventually.
yeah.
I didn't figure out that it was her until pretty like
It was very
I
late.
guessed multiple people wrong when they were like,
Yeah.
it's a glove.
No,
and I
same
was
thing.
Like, huh.
Same thing. And I had already
Like-
played the other two games. Like that one took me by surprise in the fact that it was her. I was like, what do you mean it was her? That's crazy. And then when they explained it, I was like, oh, okay. That makes sense. That's unfortunate.
I mean, literally the other characters in the game thought she was robbed. Like if you
Yeah.
remember at the end of her trial where they're like,
Everyone's
it's time for
run,
Queen to get
yelling,
executed.
run, get out.
Every,
like,
they're yelling run and they're yelling, can we save her and die instead to save Japan?
Yeah,
Like-
because they fully believe that that is what is happening. So it's like, in a way, she was robbed. I don't know if I would go so far as to say she was outright robbed, but because ultimately she did that was
mean,
a fault.
also,
That
to
was
be
a fault
fair-
in her plan. So I feel
She
like
deserved better than every other killer that we've put in the deserved better category. Like she deserved better than I think like Gundam did.
I think she deserves
Yeah.
to be at the top of the deserved better category for
that
sure.
also like I get that was the point, but her
Yeah.
execution, man.
Her execution's brutal.
her execution is brutal and it's also a very clever one.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's fuck the V3 execution. So many of them are so good and they get ruined by a monocub getting killed at the end every time, and it pisses me
Right.
off.
Like there's no reason for any of it.
Like kill the
Especially when they
monocubs-
just come back. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was such a. I don't even mind the monocubs as a concept. I just hate that they ruin all the executions and just like get
yeah,
Yeah.
like fucking Kaides is
Kaides is
one of the-
brutal and perfect.
yeah, Kaides is like, again, everything about that first trial is really like top tier shit, and it's amazing. And then it just, Kurumi, it's such an interesting character. It's done really well. The idea of a maid where like,
She's just so good at everything because like she's just good at doing whatever anybody
Yeah.
asks her to do. Like running a
you
country.
give her an order and she, yeah, like it's done perfectly. It is a very out of left field thing,
It's-
like her
that's the
secretly
comedy.
being the shadow prime
That's the
minister.
comedy of the situation though, right? Because like it's so like her ability to like do whatever is required of her like is such an obscenely powerful like ultimate ability. It's like
Yeah,
I could literally
it's-
ask her to do anything and she could do it perfectly.
Exactly. Which is like, why did no one ask her to like get them out of there, honestly?
If she could have, she would have. Like that's the
Honestly, it's probably just that, like, again, it's sort of like no one really thought to ask her to do that because, like, they haven't really grasped how her
That's-
powers work. Because up until that point, it's like
That's actually
every demonstration of her powers has been like, yeah, you asked me to cook food, I will make you good food.
yeah, it's
not,
been
I will run a country for
what
you.
you would
if you ask me
expect, and they
to.
don't
Honestly,
they don't find out about that until late, like that trial. Like they don't find out
That's
that that's
not
the
Mary
case.
Sue.
Well,
honestly,
in
I
a
need to
way,
see-
her powers are kind of like what people consider to be a Mary Sue, and that she can literally just do anything. Like she's.
I need.
But it's not just that she can do it. It's like it's specifically tied to service.
Yeah.
And it's
As
specifically
long
tied
as
to
it
like
is in service to someone that she is employed by, she can do anything.
yeah,
Which
she's
honestly,
not a
I need
power
an
fantasy.
employer. I need an employer to tell her to kill Nagito and see what the fuck happens. Honestly.
Oh my god, that would have been.
There's gonna be so many
scenario.
casualties.
So many
Right.
casualties. But
Anyways.
no, she deserved better for sure.
I feel bad because we were talking about how we need to move faster, and then we've derailed.
It's okay.
But-
It was Karomi though. She deserved it.
Taka. I mean, I don't feel like there's too much to say about Taka, right? Right? Kiyotaka, Ishimaru.
Taka deserved better, I think, but not to a significant extent. Like
Yeah.
he got killed because Celestia lied about him
Yeah.
as part of a bigger plot.
To be fair, he deserved better just for her making up that about him. Honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
fair.
like it's a pretty
Yeah.
cut and dry thing for Taka. Like he deserved better. He died for a stupid reason. He lost somebody that like he had an extremely strong bond with for also a
Mhm.
stupid reason.
He and Mondo not getting
The gaze of Danganronpa 1.
Yeah, basically the mask for mask bro games.
Right.
I don't know if they were masked for they were the kind of guys where it's like they look like they would be masked, but like they're into being degraded in some weird ways. You know
They're
what I
into
mean?
some
like,
kinky
like
shit
you see those
behind the
guys.
scenes, yeah.
What's like the oh fuck.
I mean, Taka
There's that-
being the ultimate moral compass, like the ultimate good boy. He's like, he's into some freaky shit behind the scenes, right?
Right.
Like he just wants somebody to call him a good boy.
He would be the biggest sub.
Oh, he
Honestly,
he really is. He's a huge
No,
sub.
see, I don't think Mondo would be. I think Mondo would be very into the idea of Taka being a sissy femboy, though.
Yeah.
Like he would put him in a maid skirt and fucking obliterate him.
And Taka would do it.
Like he would need to go to the hospital.
And Taka would
Taka
have-
would.
And then
Taka
he
would
pulls the
smile all the
Chihiro
way to the
treatment on
hospital.
him.
Taka would be the Taka would be the guy I live. What is that? I got my throat wrecked by like a
Yeah, that
10-inch
one.
cock or whatever, or like my girlfriend sat on my face and broke my neck.
No, Taka would fully be like into just like, because that's the thing with like a lot of that sort of submissive stuff is like people who are in a position of power, they want that to be like that because
Yeah.
obviously like they already have power, they want to have something else.
Yeah.
And I think like I don't know, he deserved better because him and fucking Mondo should have been allowed to. They should have been allowed to go to Folsom. That's what they deserved. They deserved better.
They should've-
They should have been allowed to go to Folsom. He deserved better. Like cut and dry, Taka deserved better. He was in a shitty situation. I think there's an argument to say that he's annoying. Like he's like a goody two
He's
shoes
very
to an annoying degree, but I think like that
He didn't do
means what
anything
happens.
wrong.
He doesn't deserve what happens to him.
Yeah, he's like, it's like if he'd survived to the end, he probably would have ended up in more of like a Himiko position where it's like you're kind of just annoying, and I wish you weren't here. But like again, it's also part of it that like he was just about to be on the start of an arc to like become a genuinely better person.
Yeah.
But
True.
anyways, yeah.
Oh boy. It's Kokichi time. We have
Look.
Kokichi Oma, the ultimate. What is he? The ultimate like mastermind, like villainous mastermind. Or
Ultimate Supreme Leader.
the ultimate supreme leader. Basically, just like the ultimate liar, though. In practice,
I actually that was my prediction, was that he was secretly the ultimate liar.
in practice he's basically the ultimate liar.
Like honestly,
He was
I
the-
love the fact that the one who was hiding their ultimate wasn't even him.
Yeah.
I think it really needs to be established that like he killed Gonta to kill Mew.
Yeah,
Like he killed Mew and Gonta effectively.
and he got away with it.
There is a special circle in hell for him.
Absolutely.
Like if it wasn't for the way like for him and Kaido doing what they did in that trial and like maybe breaking the game, I'd be willing to like no, he deserves worse than Angie.
Yeah, deserves.
Angie just fucking sucked in a really obnoxious way. Kokichi was like
I
genuinely
was
like
sorry. The way I was looking at it is that I was
oh,
putting
the closer to the front.
I was putting the closer to the front, the worse it is.
Oh, I was thinking like you're reading left to right, top to bottom, like the best character is top left, worst character is bottom right.
I guess like my way was like the most extreme version of like whatever
Yeah.
is the one that's the furthest to the left. But
The important thing is fuck Kokichi.
yeah, and I don't know if Kokichi is better
I
or
love
worse than
Kokichi, though.
Hifumi. Yes,
I think he's worse. He killed Gonta.
yeah.
Gonta is also baby girl. He killed baby girl.
So then Kokichi absolutely belongs here then.
Kokichi is the reason why multiple characters were robbed because we haven't gotten to Mew yet.
Put him below Hifumi.
I don't think
That is below Hifumi, I think.
No, that is above Hifumi.
No, put him below Hifumi.
No. Are you saying that he's better than Angie?
No.
Incorrect.
No. To the left is the most deserving of being it. Like it's most deserving it to the closest to the left, the least deserving the closest to the right, like the furthest to the right.
Ultimately, if we're really talking real, Hifumi only killed Taka, and only because he's a fucking idiot.
So then Hifumi
he's
goes
a creep
to the
and a
end.
weirdo. Hifumi isn't as bad as, well, no.
No,
I feel like Angie isn't as bad as Hifumi.
Well, Angie doesn't actually kill
Hifumi
anybody. Angie doesn't actually kill anybody.
Angie just
Hifumi
fucking
does
sucks
kill
to a whole.
somebody.
Angie's vibes are fucked.
Angie's
That's really
vibes,
Angie's biggest
rancid.
crime.
Leon, hi
Leon.
Leon. No, Kokichi is worse than Hifumi, 100%. It just in terms of like everything that he does. He's a little shit, and you love him for being a little shit, but he's legitimately fucked up.
It is important to remember again, like Hiyoko ultimately was murdered.
Yeah.
And this is a scale of deserves better to deserves worse. And Kokichi, like Hiyoko deserves worse, but Kokichi did so much shit.
Yeah.
Also, Leon, I can't believe you haven't played Danganronpa because there's like 5 different characters that you would ruin your life for. Leon would ruin his life. Leon would ruin his life for Kokichi, actually.
I was about to say, there's like an interaction between me and Leon on Twitter.
I feel like this is I have to rearrange these a little bit, at least in the deserved worse category. The seems about right is a hard one, because like that by definition is like they're all kind of on equal footing, right? Because they all kind of got exactly what we expect for them. I feel like this is yeah. But either way, Kokichi, little shit.
I don't want to argue against Kokichi, but you both are just gonna like overpower me.
You can like Kokichi as a character. I think he's a compelling character. I don't think V3 would be as good without him. But I also don't think you can argue that he isn't.
Leon, you're gonna get spoiled. What are you doing here? Leonino is just in the fucking chat. He's like, I have all the games.
Yeah,
I just haven't played them.
Exactly, Mitsuru. That is my point. Like.
Yeah, that is the only redeeming thing he does, but I don't think like he's at a negative 100 and that gives him like maybe plus 20. But like he's so far in the negative, like
he does worse shit.
Run out of strokes.
And here's the thing. I'm not saying bring him out of the circle of hell because I feel like I'm never gonna be able to negotiate that with you two. No. But like Hifumi, put Hifumi worse.
No,
Hifumi is not worse than Kokichi.
Gonta and Mew. Those are like 2 of the best characters in the franchise, in my opinion. And he's responsible.
Okay, but I wanted Mew to die the like entire time.
Okay, well then you also belong in a special circle in hell.
I'm aware of this.
We can recognize that Kokichi thinks that, Lunex thinks Kokichi is a special boy, and then he deserves, and good things should have happened to him. But
honestly, Lunex's fascination with Kokichi is just proof that he does belong in hell. He like Lunex being willing to fight for Kokichi. Yeah. Lunex is a death flag. You're like one of those cats that can smell cancer in an old folks' home. Like the Danganronpa character, any character in any situation that you like get into, and you're like, oh my god, no, this guy, this is my boy failure. I love him.
This is
like,
my
cool,
boy
so that is a
terrorist.
terrorist.
My special boy failure. Sir, that is a literal Nazi. Yeah, you know.
Okay. Well, okay, here's the thing. I just remember I didn't know anything about him, and I was just like in Viv's chat the one time, and I was just like, ooh, Isaac, and he's like, no. He's like, Lunex, you can do so much better. I'm like, I don't want to.
I don't want to do better.
Yeah, but you could pick someone who's a better disaster than Isaac. I think
I specifically, you were like, he's going to ruin you. I'm like, I don't want to fix him. I want him to make me worse.
Also, I just realized I think Leon is talking about Nagito, which makes
he is talking about Nagito. Yeah. So Leon, if you're fine with getting yourself spoiled, we are heavily spoiling the Danganronpa games. You can stay if you want to. I can't make you leave.
These spoilers are going to be all out of order, so unless you're really good at keeping track of names,
you might not remember any of it.
Right.
So, Korekiyo.
Korekiyo.
There's special place in hell specifically for the incest.
For the incest shit, for the killed 100 women just so that his incestuous girl or his incestuous sister.
So he didn't literally kill 100 women. That was just the story he was given. He killed
but
2
that is
women.
Why he killed 2 more.
He killed 2 women, but he thought he had killed 100.
Looney, we're not defending the incest Nazi.
Deserved better. Oh my
Deserved
god.
better. We're not fucking.
If
no,
it wasn't
He's
for the
literally
incest-
dressed like an incest Nazi.
do
That
we-
is his
do
whole
we-
thing.
Now here's the thing: is
with
he
weird
worse?
gender shit thrown in, and there's not the excuse of Chihiro where it's 2008.
He is worse than Kokichi though. In that
Yes.
way.
Yeah, like I think
Because he actively killed 2 women.
again, this is one of those things that extends beyond the range of the game, where it's like, again, to bring it back to like a regular reality show, you might hate a
Thank you,
drag queen
Looney.
because like, oh, they're fucking obnoxious. I can't stand their personality. But that other one did blackface, so like we're kind of judging on a
Yeah.
different scale for that person.
It's just different. He's in a different circle in hell.
Yeah, he making a new category is just like the extra special circle.
The extras. It's just, I just love that the imposter is going to be literally the only one in the triple question mark category.
I mean, kind of by definition.
By
he kinda
definition,
can
he's
be.
an enigma.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, Korekiyo, such a good, like, the Ultimate Anthropologist could have been such an interesting, like, thing, and they went in such a weird direction with it.
Ultimately, it really was an interesting direction. I don't know why he had to like it. The incest thing just objectively didn't need to.
It was
be
so
there.
out of left field.
Everything he did still would have made sense
You want to talk about
perfectly
the twist?
within his logic of like the spiritualism shit
Yeah.
and the haunting and the ritual and all of that shit and wanting to get out of there and all like it would have made perfect sense with Angie because she was doing a resurrection ritual, like perfectly logical for him to kill those 2 and do what he did, and it would have been
That was the
fine. And then it's
definition.
incest.
That was the definition of like him, Kodaka, trying too hard to like have things be like surprising and out of left field. There was literally no setup for it. Like it didn't have any reason to be there. The game would be better without it. Like you could take it out and it would make it still makes sense. Like it would not.
Yeah,
it
nothing
would,
would have
it would
been
be
lost,
better. It would
everything
make
would have been
more
gained.
sense if it was. So I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
like he, in a way, Korekiyo as a character deserved better writing, but the character is, as he exists in the game, deserved worse.
Yeah.
Especially
I-
Sir
again,
Gonzo.
It
So
is really
the
interesting that
only-
we're ending up with so many of these V3 characters on the extremes.
Yeah.
Like we haven't had a V3 character in the seems about right, and I kind of don't think we will.
The thing is, though, I do like Kokichi. I do think, like, in terms of like
Oh,
his
yeah.
his point in the narrative, I think he's in a special circle in hell because he's so fucked. But like they did him right in the sense that he was like he was a good villainous character in that way.
Yeah.
Like he was a good anti, or like not a good anti-hero. He wasn't an anti-hero, but like he was a good
he
sort
was a
of
good,
deuteragonist.
yeah, he's a good antagonist.
Yeah,
He was a
not
good
deuteragonist,
catalyst
yeah.
for a lot of what happened in the events. Like,
That and I genuinely
Yeah.
so for each character I can point to like the one thing about them that like I'm like, all right, I like this about you. The only thing for him that I like genuinely enjoyed is how when each of them is like introducing themselves, they each have like this very specific way of saying their name. And his is the one I genuinely like the most out of all of V3 for some reason.
Yeah.
Like just the way he's like, just like Karekyo Shinguchi, and it's like it's very
He
good
ha-
for him.
Yeah.
again, like if it wasn't for the incest, he'd probably end up in like deserved better because it is a really like everything about his that and like kind of as a tied in bit like the weird gender shit where like he pulls
Yeah.
off the mask and the lipstick and all that. But like even like his splash art goes pretty fucking hard with like the
Yeah.
roses and shit. The mat like
It's such a cool,
10
cool character.
Which
top
doesn't
10
he also
splash
get
art.
the roses?
Just
Doesn't he also get
fucking
like the
ruined.
roses when he's doing when you have to do like the final fight against him?
He does, yeah. Like it's
so.
just like a theme, like a visual motif for him.
Yeah.
But no, Stitch is right.
It's very
Kokichi's a perfect foil to Shuichi in like the sort of like truth versus lies sort of idea that is very present in like what's the truth, what's a lie, them finding out that turns out all of it's lies, or is it, like for the whole thing with Danganronpa V3, like how much of it is true, how much of it is fabricated. So it is a very good idea. Kumio, hi, welcome.
Kumi.
How's it going? Kyoko, the ultimate
Kyoko deserved
detective.
worse.
I think Kyoko deserved worse because for
She
being
didn't
a
deserve bad things. She was just like real fucking obnoxious
Yeah.
about knowing what was working and just choosing to never be cooperative until it was like the last second.
yeah.
See that, but also she deserved worse for the specific fact of like they make a specific point about how like okay, yeah, she technically didn't break any of the rules, but like Juko still let her get away with a lot of shit. Like
My thing
Yeah.
with Kyoko is that she suffers again from like everybody just having like for everybody who's supposed to be so incredibly smart in the first game, like Byakuya and Kyoko, they do the dumbest things imaginable. Like they do, everybody is stupid in the first game. Nobody does anything smart except for like the people who are supposed to like should have gotten away with the crimes they committed, right?
Well, that and also
Every smart character in the first trial
is an idiot.
in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that first trial, and every time I've mentioned this, like in one of my videos or whatever, I'll get comments where they're like, actually in Japanese, it's actually much more difficult because they're writing it in English, and it's like, okay, yes, but if the game has been localized to English and the puzzle has been left the same, and it's really not that hard to see like that there is clearly a line that is missing between the two parts of the N. It's clearly Leon. 11037 is the most like.
Yeah.
Like I remember when I was playing, I was like,
it was
it's
so
Leon.
It was so obvious. It was so obvious it was Leon. In my head, we've talked about this before. In my head, I was like, it can't be, right? Like it's so obvious that it has to be a red herring. Like it cannot be that simple.
Well, not only that, but also Kyoko suffers from like the writers knew that she was too smart for their game, and they added like a specific line for it, like because there is the one part where like she's like, oh yeah, well I knew everything all along, and I was just letting you figure it out yourself.
Then
obviously, if you got to the wrong
shit,
she was like, obviously, if you got to the wrong conclusion, I would have like stepped in and
then
helped you. But
Byakuya
it's
does
like
the exact same thing in the fucking second trial. It's like, oh, I never would have like actually let you get to that wrong
Well, they
conclusion.
both do the same thing in pretty much every trial.
Yeah,
Byakuya just interfered more in the second trial, but like in every trial, they're like, I'm glad you finally figured it out. And it's like, bitch, fuck you.
So
yeah, like
whose side are you on?
Yeah.
So like so ultimately, I think it's correct because the people in chat are talking about like the whole thing in the anime with her. Kyoko is better outside of the first game.
Yeah,
like,
Kyoko's character improves a lot. She needed to go through that shit. Now she's at, like, if we were including all of the anime, all of everything, she's at seems about right.
Yeah, but in her game, she deserved worse. Like she pulled some shit that she should not have gotten away with in the first game.
Well, and frankly, she got away with her fucking thing in the forbidden action thing.
Yeah.
She got the one mulligan that was given out in that game too.
Yeah.
Where they were just like, oh, just kidding, we have an antidote for her, she's fine.
She should have been, honestly, should have been the main.
I'm sorry, I never even finished the Forbidden Action arc, honestly, because like I found that so dumb that I didn't even finish it. She's like, she survived that shit.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Do you remember what her thing, or how far did you get?
No,
I literally got to the point
her
where it
forbidden
was
action
like,
was that she can't live past a certain point.
No, it's if Makoto lives past the end of day 3, then she dies.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Let me find it. I've got the wiki page.
It was like if Makoto lives past a certain number of deaths, effectively.
I'm trying to find it here, but for whatever reason, it's not.
It was dumb.
There was a wiki page that had it. Yeah, again, so much of what happened in 3 was so stupid because it was just like they were given such unfair fucking twists and stuff. God, what? Did the fandom wiki? Oh, there's probably a different DanganRonpa wiki that I should be on.
It wasn't supposed to. Like the thing about it is that it wasn't supposed to be fair because like that game wasn't intended to be like, quote unquote, winnable.
Yeah, it was specifically made to kill off the fucking Future Foundation members.
Yeah,
but it was just such a like. Yeah, so all of the forbidden actions are just not good. I don't know why I can't find them anymore.
Because it's also like
have it in here.
Like, they're all going to die anyways, honestly. Why even have the forbidden actions? If the whole point is just everyone's killing themselves while trying to find a killer and you're breeding the suspicion and letting them all, like, fight each other, why even have the forbidden actions, honestly?
Yeah, it was
to give
just
it,
such
to give it the illusion that that's not what was happening.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but
like
also,
universe.
Well, because, like, the idea is, like, oh, there's some killer who's, like, running around in here and all this stuff, and it just...
Yeah.
I don't know. It was I'm trying to find what her actual thing was though, because it doesn't seem like
ultimately
this shit is so difficult.
I will say while Viv is looking for that, ultimately I think Kyoko seems about right in terms of like the entirety of the series, but like in her game, I feel like something worse should have happened to her, which is the bad ending. I guess that does happen. Something worse does happen to her if you call her out on her bullshit in the first game, and that's the bad ending.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like she ends up, if she's in deserved worse, I feel like she's near the bottom of deserved worse because she does balance out for the rest of the series. But like, I don't know if I want to put her in seems about right.
Okay, yeah.
For that reason, but
I've got the codes that people had for at least the characters who died.
Yeah.
One of them was Kyosuke dying, which is Chisa's. Daisaku, which is like also. Thank God that character wasn't in the games, because that's like just a straight up fucking minstrel show character. Like it was based on Uncle Tom.
Yeah.
Like Daisaku Bandai is a fucking. I don't know how they got away with that, and they should not have. His thing was that if he witnessed violence, he'd die. Great Gozu was the wrestler, I think, and it was if he got pinned to the ground for a 3 count. Kazuo couldn't lie. If anyone stepped on Seiko's shadow, she would die. Sonosuke could not put food in his mouth, and that was how he got killed. Was his girlfriend put a candy in her mouth and then kissed it into his mouth, and then it killed him.
Yeah.
Koichi wasn't allowed to open his left hand. Miyaya wasn't allowed to turn right, and Ruruka would die if somebody left the playing field, which like no one could do.
Yeah. And wasn't Aoi's that she like? Oh no, Makoto's was that he couldn't run, right? Like he couldn't run
Yeah,
anywhere.
so Aoi would carry him around on her back the entire time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find because it only lists the ones for the people who.
I couldn't
died.
remember what
don't know why it
Aoi's
doesn't show.
would. I couldn't remember what Aoi's was in that series. Aoi was go. Aoi was great in that series too, and the fact that I thought for a brief second they almost killed her, like they made it seem like she was dead, made me mad.
Yeah, I
was like, you're gonna make her survive the fucking game, and then you're gonna kill her in the fucking anime.
Mm-hmm.
She fought Munakata with a pipe. Oh my god. One of them was I think they couldn't like lie. They couldn't like tell a lie or something. Like if somebody asked them a question, they couldn't lie.
That was
like
Kazuo, the old guy.
The old guy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out what. Oh, Ryota's code was using his talent, which is why he didn't fix everything immediately. Which, even though, except the goal was, I don't know. It's also
well. Also, one of them was like the ultimate compute. What was the ultimate? The one that was actually fucking girl from from Ultra Despair Girls.
That was the ultimate therapist.
Yeah.
Miyaya Gekokara.
And I was kind of mad that we didn't actually get that character, and it was actually just a robot controlled by the girl from Ultra Despair Girls the whole time.
Monica.
Because she was bored.
Anyway, sorry, we're getting way off track here. We're never gonna get any of these done.
Either way, Kyoko
We're already
deserved
going for
worse.
3 hours. Oh my god.
Yeah, Kyoko's was passing the 4th sleeping phase with Makoto still alive.
Yeah, all right,
It
Leon.
was all related to Makoto surviving. Leon,
Seems about right, honestly.
no, he deserved worse. Because, like, look, the thing is,
True.
I get that Sayaka tried to kill him. I get it.
But
But
legitimately, the
at the point
reasoning
where she
is
locked
in the
herself
game.
in the bathroom,
He committed. He went from self-defense to cold-blooded murder at that point. It's like the reasoning in the game. He did deserve worse for that.
yeah, like it went from like, because again, if he had killed her like in that immediate fight, like she swung at him and he swung back with the sword and accidentally killed her, like in a moment of self-defense, fine. But like, he got the toolkit, he like methodically removed the door because he thought it was locked.
He took it personal.
And
Which,
then walked
and
in there
again,
and
is something
stabbed
they
her
call
and
out
then
in the
methodically
trial.
cleaned it up. Yeah, like
Yeah.
he got cold-blooded.
No, Aoi is actually kind of great in that in the future arc. She's actually
the
kind
anime-
of great. She's goated. Actually.
The anime does it really. Yeah, the anime makes her a much more competent person, which is cool.
But she is very athletic, so it makes sense that she can be good in that scenario, and she plays a very important role in the anime. It's just
Yeah,
funny that
but
she
she's
doesn't
also,
do
like-
anything in the series,
She's like matured emotionally a lot from where she
Yeah.
was in.
and she looks great in a suit.
She does.
But
Yeah,
no,
I feel like there's not much else to say about.
I feel like
Leon.
even
he's
that
just
kind
kind of
of-
a piece of shit.
that kind of puts him at the top of deserved worse, honestly,
Yeah,
because he like actively, because all the rest of the people in deserved worse didn't kill anybody. They
Yeah.
were just like deserved worse things to happen to them.
Angie is the lowest placing person who didn't kill anyone and was actually murdered.
Yeah, that's just because she was
And
so
Hifumi
fucking.
killed someone and was murdered.
Yeah, that's true.
Angie's just weird.
All right, Mahiru.
Yeah. Mahiru is the most nothing. I honestly, we could put her down in the question marks too, because who gives a shit?
Mahiru
Right.
is just like, why are you
Why are
even
you
here? Like, and not
Yeah.
not in the way like Aoi, like where like, what are you doing here? Like, you're too good for this. Like, you're too pure for this. Mahiru is just like, did you get lost?
Yeah, like this was the substitute. Somebody dropped out of the casting last minute and she was pulled in.
For being an ultimate, she has like literally no personality. She has the least personality out of any of the like bland characters. She has less personality than Hajime. If that's
she's Clover in 999 is really all she's got.
I
She's
want
just
to
kind of
say
there
there's
to
a
be sad
special
for a while.
there's a special circle in hell for My Hero. I'm getting to the
I
point
don't
where
think there is,
I'm like
because I don't think there's any
that
amount
she's
of-
so bland. Like, what are you took up the more spot for a more interesting character.
But
Yeah.
like nothing in there is really like, she's not a compelling or interesting enough character to belong down there is the thing.
Yeah.
Because like, say what you want about Angie, she fucking aggravates you,
She
and
deserves
she earns
to
her
be
place
there.
there.
Yeah.
Putting Mahiru down there is almost an insult to Angie because it's like
She doesn't seem right.
At this point, we need another.
She doesn't
No,
seem
at this
right.
point, we just.
yeah.
At this point, we just need another new tier that just deserves something.
Give her anything. Give
Yeah.
the queen of giving us nothing. Hold on, that's actually the tier that we're making for her. Queen of
Queen of
giving us
giving
nothing.
Nothing.
Yes,
honestly, we
give
could
us
move Himiko
nothing.
down
queen.
to that one too if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
Well, no, because again,
Himiko?
at least Himiko gave us something.
Did she?
Not like herself, but like her ultimate, like just gave us shit to use in trials,
Give us nothing.
or at least the one trial.
I mean, that's also true of Mahiru though. That was the inciting incident of her death, was that they had the photographs, they played the game, figured out that because the reason why
Wait, why is
oh fuck, it's been a while. The what's it called? The
what the fuck?
what is her name? I don't know. Fuyuhiko's brother or sister,
Oh
I
yeah.
think either killed. I don't know if she killed someone first or if someone else killed. No, one of the girls in Mahiru's friend group killed her, and then they found the body,
Yeah.
and then they like covered it up, but for whatever reason Mahiru still had photos of it. And so then Fuyuhiko killed the girl who killed his sister, I think was the order of operations there.
Yeah.
So like, if Himiko, like I think that Himiko could honestly go in the Give Us Nothing Queen, because like, because that was what we argued that with Himiko before.
That's
was
fair.
That basically,
No, I
like,
think
she deserved
Himiko
worse
and
because she
Mahiru.
filled a
It's the
spot with a more
redheads.
interesting character.
It's the redheads. Give us nothing, queen.
Honestly, they also just look way too fucking similar,
They are.
which is
They
really
do
funny
actually.
looking at
It's
them.
like this, like Pokemon evolutions. Like Himiko into Mahiru. Let's move on to a much
Actually,
more
no.
interesting
Honestly, it's
character.
Mahiru into Himiko, because then at least Mahiru gets some shit. Like, look at that.
She gets
Or
smaller. She gets
Himiko
more
gets
moe.
some shit. Yeah.
She gets more moe. All right, let's move on to a much more interesting character, Maki, the ultimate
bro.
assassin.
Maki deserves the world.
Sorry, the ultimate child caregiver.
Uh-huh, sure.
I look again, playing V3 as your first game and having characters lying about their ultimates when there's an ultimate lab and no one's able to see it and figure it out, and then realizing it's not even that she never cared for kids. She did. She just also was the assassin.
She was just actually the ultimate assassin. So Maki's interesting to me. Like, I see people in chat saying she deserved better, but like, I honestly feel like Maki is one of those characters that kind of maybe they got right. Like, they got about right.
I don't think so though, because they
don't think
wrote in
so.
so much tragedy for her with like Kaido in particular. Like Kaido finally broke down her barriers. She was finally like getting happy. She was like making a connection with another person, and then he just gets fucking ripped away, and it ends up being twisted. Like she feels like it's her fault.
She
for
lost her
however long.
boyfriend. I don't know if that was canonical. That they were.
They weren't dating yet.
They weren't
but they
dating
would
yet.
have.
They were a throuple. They were a throuple.
No, I don't-
With Shuichi.
Yeah.
she's watching.
She's watching them. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
No, like
Oh, Kaido Momoda has two hands.
honestly, I think Kaido is just a little bit. He's too straight for that to be a throuple. I think it would just be him and Maki. And honestly, like the one straight couple, I'm okay with. I think she was robbed too. Fuck it, both of them were.
I don't think Maki was
Yeah.
robbed. I feel like she belongs and deserved better. But
No, Maki was robbed of the fucking chance to like finally have someone in her like.
that's. I
She
feel like
belongs
that's
higher and deserved better at a bare
Well,
minimum.
I'm putting her
Yeah.
here to start with. Like, let's be like fair for a second. I don't think she was robbed, but I do think she did deserve better in that scenario.
And
She
again,
was robbed out her entire life, though. She was robbed, like, she got taken out of the orphanage, she got turned into an assassin, but she also, like, didn't want to be one. She got nervous and anxious about it. She didn't want to be a killer. She never killed anyone in the game. She's, like, the only, like, I don't know. I think that she, like, the way that she comes around to being called Maki Roll makes me want to cry, and she just deserves better. And then she learns that none of it's real. Like I think that's the thing about all three of the ones who survive to the end is that they get that unique
that's the
horror
that's
of
the
having
hard
to
part
live.
about V3, and also the fact that none of it's real, but also is none of it real. Like, it's like the double of like you don't even know if it's not real, right? Like you think it's not real, it may not be not real. It could all be true. It could all be
it became
fake.
real for them.
I was about to say,
is
because
the
even
thing.
if it's not real, they have these fake memories. Like their memories are taken, and they've been given these fake memories. So to them, everything that they've experienced in life is real. So even learning that it's not, like they still have these quote unquote memories of like their whole tragic life.
Yeah, and like Maki learning that like Kaido died because they put a tumor in his head because they thought it was funny.
I don't think she goes near the top, but I do think she's
No,
She deserves better than Kibo though.
I don't know if that's true.
These three are all of these three are kind of in the same boat for me. Like they're not. I'll put her next to Kaido. I'll put her next to Kaido.
Yeah,
If that seems
they can
fair.
be together
Yeah.
in death.
Okay.
No, not even in death. Okay.
They can be together in a tier list.
Mr. Naegi, Makoto Naegi.
He deserved worse, but he can't get dealt worse because he's literally incapable
He's
of
the
having
worst
bad things happen to
protagonist.
him. He is. I have seen so many people who will talk about Shuichi like he's the worst. And I'm like,
No, Shuichi is way
Makoto.
better than Makoto.
Makoto is like
here's the
a
thing.
fucking useless idiot, and it is so frustrating to be in his shoes.
Because here's the thing, the fact that they've specifically reused 2 ultimates in the entire series,
Well,
which
he's
are
not.
Ultimate
He's
Detective.
not really the ultimate lucky student,
No,
though.
because that's my thing. Is they've reused 2 ultimates where one of them they get like the Ultimate Detective they didn't really do anything new with. It's just okay, great detective. There we go. The Ultimate Lucky Student, they basically said, "Hey, Makoto, you're just get this honorary title of Ultimate Lucky Student because you won a raffle just to go to this school."
Right. It felt like
Then
it
he-
almost felt like a
that-
jab, right? It's just like,
it-
oh,
like,
look
it
at the
feels like a
ultimate
jab.
lucky student.
Yeah,
right?
it's like, here, you don't actually get this. And then we meet Nagito, whose whole thing is he just is lucky. And it's like, this is what, like, it's basically like, hey, here's you, but like 1,000 times better.
And that was what people initially. I remember people thinking, wait, is Nagito actually just Makoto? Because like
Well,
his name is like a rearranged version of Makoto Naegi.
Yeah, well, there's that. And
Is
then,
it?
like,
Yeah, Nagito Komaeda and Makoto Naegi have the exact same letters.
yeah,
Cool.
that, but also I remember like the thing going around of like people's basically looking at Nagito and looking at Makoto and Junko and being like, could be their child, was another one that happened,
I think
Yeah.
like it's. I don't know.
which was
Makoto.
insane.
Makoto just like. Again, when we're talking about Danganronpa 1 having an idiot plot, he is the idiot of the plot. Every stupid thing that happens in that game is almost entirely because he's just so dumb.
See, me too. That's,
And he
that's
never
another
gets
good point.
smarter.
He deserves worse in the way that Kyoko deserves worse, right? Like,
Exactly.
I'm
In
actually,
the inverse way, like two sides of the same coin.
I'm kind of gonna put all three of them, like Byakuya, Kyoko, and Makoto together in the same that way we're putting like all the V3 characters together. It's like they kind of got dealt a shitty hand by the necessities of the plot of the game.
Mhm.
See, here's the thing. With what Mitsuru is saying, that's exactly kind of what they point out in the anime too, or like
Yeah.
at least it's a specific line from Junko near the end, where when she like goes to just chuck a wrench at Makoto for like no reason as they're
He
putting
just
all the
ducks.
bars on the window, and he doesn't even just duck. He slips on a piece of
Oh,
paper
right.
and falls backwards, and it misses him. And she specifically calls out his luck isn't like Kamaida's; it comes and goes at random. So it's just like that's not like someone actually just having weird luck. That's just how luck works.
That's just how
Which
lucky. He's
removes
not,
so
he's
much
not
of-
actually lucky. He's just
Yeah.
a normal ass person.
Like
Yeah.
he's like it's sort of like shiny hunting Pokemon.
Yeah.
He just has a shiny charm. So he'll
Yeah.
find more shinies, but it's not like a unique implementation.
Whereas
Whereas like
Nagito
Nagito
is,
is
like,
genuinely like that's a
Insanely
compelling
lucky,
approach
yeah.
to luck. Where
Yeah.
it's like he's actively sucking the luck away from anyone around him and basically using it for himself.
Well,
Yeah.
that, and then the fact of like, and then near the end, he gets the title of Ultimate Hope, and then again in SDR2, we get Izuru Kamakura, where it's like, okay, so you're not actually like anywhere near the Ultimate Hope, because this is what the Ultimate Hope is supposed to be. Like
Yeah.
everything
Makoto
that they
only
give
wins
him.
Makoto wins like occasional gotchas. Like that's
Yeah.
the thing too. He's not winning every like
Yeah.
again, Nagito, if he goes to the casino, he's cleaning out every machine until they ask him to leave. And then the casino's gonna explode 5 minutes after he leaves. Makoto
And all
is
the
just
money's
gonna,
gonna land in front of him anyways. Like
yeah,
Yeah.
Makoto is gonna go to Vegas and like win $50 at the slots. Like
And
He's
then
like,
lose it
oh,
all
hey,
in
so
poker.
lucky.
Like-
Yeah.
yeah, like he's not, and it's only his luck is like. Do you guys know Small Ant?
Yeah.
Where like the joke with him with any of his like stuff is that his luck is whatever is funniest in the moment.
Oh yeah, he's got like cartoon logic.
Yeah, like his luck is whatever will be the funniest in the moment.
Yeah.
And Nagito isn't even funny. His is just like whatever luck is convenient in the moment.
Yeah, and it doesn't even necessarily seem, in some ways it doesn't seem like luck on the show, but like his whole trial. We'll get to this when we get to Nagito. Nagito has to be one of the characters we've talked the most about without even getting to him yet.
Well, that's because,
Miu.
again, he's like...
Oh, and Miu, yeah.
Worked in with a bunch of, he's just like worked in with too many other people, like affecting their stories.
But his thing is like, it doesn't even seem like luck initially. It's like, oh, his luck is that he got killed. But in doing so, exposed the traitor, quote unquote, right?
Quote unquote traitor.
Yeah, it's like he
Rest in
got
peace,
what he
Chiaki.
wanted at the expense of his death, but it was lucky, right? He got the traitor killed. That was what he wanted. That was
Which,
the ultimate
and again,
goal.
is the best. It's the best execution of using the ultimates in one of the killings in the entire series. In my opinion,
it's like it only works if his power is real, and it is.
yeah.
But yeah, no, I put Makoto, Kyoko, and Byakuya like together as like a triad here, and the deserved worse in the fact that if the game had been written better, they would seem about right. But you know, there's just everybody is just dumb. Everybody's just dumb at the beginning of that game.
It is, again, it's part of why I will forever argue for like V3 to 1 to 2, because then 1 is just a dip in the middle.
It's the sequel,
as opposed to going
dip,
from like as opposed to going from like a low point to a really high point to a point that would be a high point if you hadn't played the first two.
That's what it is. Makoto has the ultimate plot armor. That's what he has for like no
basically
reason in particular, because he's not even particularly compelling like as a character. At least not in the first game. I guess he's better in like 2 and the anime, but like somebody called that out earlier. It's like he deserved better in the anime and in 2, but like in 1 he deserved worse. Like, but not by much. Not by much. All right. What do we have? We got Mikan Sumiki, the ultimate nurse.
Oh god.
Special circle in hell. I swear to God.
No, Mikan deserves so much better.
No.
Mikan is an interesting case for me because I hate her gimmick. Her gag is like she ends up in like compromising situations, and I'm like, come on now. Like this is like the pervy. There was a lot of pervy characters. Like,
well, and that's canonical to her story is that she's just fucking abused.
She's a klutz
horrendously.
Yeah.
No, she's not just a klutz. She's like she is beaten, sexually assaulted, physically assaulted, psychologically tortured. Like
she needed better writers. Yeah, that's probably true.
She needed a friend. Like
I do think. Like character-wise, I feel like she deserved better, but like it's interesting because what's her whole? She also deserved a better case class
well, because
trial.
she was infected with the despair virus, which brought her back to how she was. Like she's the only one who goes back to being
despair, or as one of the remnants of despair. Yeah,
she's the only one that goes back. They all idolize Junko in the Remnant of Despair era, but like in the anime, she gets like basically just kidnapped into becoming part of that whole thing there for however long.
It's like
she like maybe more than any other character, she's just dealt a shit hand at every turn.
Yeah.
See, and here's the thing, I think my bias against her mostly comes from the fact of like, first off, her execution is just fucking off. Like I hate her execution with
hers is just like the syringe that flies into the sun, isn't it?
Like she's riding on an arm that gets pumped with a syringe that then just flies into the sun for like no reason. Like
I thought she was on
dumb.
a syringe.
She was riding.
No, she's on an arm.
I thought she was riding a syringe too.
No, she's riding on
Hold on.
No. She's riding on an arm that gets pumped by a syringe.
Let me just. I'm trying to find it too right now. Hold on. Where is it?
I just want an image of it.
No,
Lunex is right. Lunex is right. She's on an arm. She's on an arm. It's wild.
Yeah. And like
that again with 3 is a lot of really good executions. That one was such a nothing.
But okay, and then my other problem with her is like I will keep going back to this for all the DR2 characters. When we see them in their as like being the remnants of despair for like that part of the anime, I can't stand her, mostly because of like fear of needles. So watching her like have the needle right up to some guy's eye, just like I cannot handle that scene.
Like,
Yeah.
I think you could have done something so compelling with her character, and I think she could have been interesting. But like, whether we're talking about how the writers treated her, whether we're talking about how she got treated like within the narrative,
She's just a
like,
punching bag. She ends up being a punching bag.
yeah, like, and not even in a way where like she's ever allowed to punch back.
Yeah.
Like, if they gave her one chance to fight back fair, as opposed to just like giving her the despair virus, and like she has no autonomy by the time she eventually dies.
Yeah.
That,
Like,
but
it's-
also, and again, the one who she intentionally kills isn't even like the one who like she should have.
Yeah.
Because again, it's the thing of if Hiyoko and Ibuki's deaths were switched, it would have been a much better story.
Yeah, I don't know. Just I don't like it when characters get that whole like the weird amount of sexualization where it's like the way that she like climbs up onto Hajime, the way that she's just like constantly getting upskirt photo. Like I don't.
Yeah,
just
she's
makes me
not
uncomfortable.
handled very well. She absolutely deserved better.
If it was like once or twice, maybe, but like it is at
Yeah.
every opportunity.
Literally every conceivable opportunity, it happens to her. No, and this is not a scenario in which she was robbed necessarily. She just
That, and then they also
deserved
gave her
better.
like they also gave her the Ubu voice for like a lot of those, and it's just
Yeah.
like no.
Yeah, well, because it's very infantilized and it's very like.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so I've
Anyways.
got the notification that we have ads coming up in about another 2 minutes. We've talked about Mew enough over the course of the. I feel like we can kind of. I know Viv is gonna be saying Mew deserved better, probably.
Mew was robbed.
Yeah.
She died to some bullshit.
Yeah.
She planned that killing perfectly. She had it all lined up, and then fucking Mew is so funny. Her character, she is. Oh, hold on, let me find some of these quotes from.
We might
back then,
be
too.
having to save this for when we come back from the last ad
We might.
break.
I might need to find them because I want to
Yeah.
argue. I'll fight.
Let's go ahead and actually then in this case we'll have Viv pull this info up and then we'll go ahead and run the ads right now just so we can get them out of the way. So we'll be back after another short break. Take a second. For real, Mew dick rider tight right here. Yeah.
And look,
Viv
that's-
fucking loves Mew.
Yeah, that's what Mew's fans are called. We're the dick riders
The
because that's what
dick
she'd
riders.
want.
That's what
She's
she
riding
would
dick.
want.
We're riding dick. It's look. I'm surprised that frankly in this group chat in this call that there aren't more people who are like, yeah, just this horrendously down bad horny character. Like, how is she not your patron saint?
Exactly.
Okay, so here's the thing. Again,
Well, no, hold on.
love-
Before we get into it, I'm gonna run the ads. Yeah,
Okay,
but like
then, yeah.
before we get into it, I'm gonna run to the ads. Hold on to that thought. So I will run the ads, and we will see you back here in a few minutes. Sorry to cut you off there, but yeah, we need to.
No, you're fine.
And we are back for the final stretch. We're gonna power through the rest of this grouping of students, and we're gonna get back to Miu. All right, Miu, did you find what you were looking for, Viv?
Yes. So I put them in the group chat, but I'm also gonna 4 quotes that I saved from her. These are all from like the first trial. There's how about you just keep your fucking mouth shut, you lying little abortion.
Exactly.
There's
especially the way she
but-
says that line too.
I told you little beta boy toy after I gave you the remodeled cameras, which is giving very like call off your techno boy toy from Pretty Little Liars. There's by day you're fingering the piano keys, but at night the dudes are fingering you, eh? And then there's an important hole near some bush. Sounds familiar, am I right, ladies?
Oh,
Mew
my
is not Kim
God.
Petras because Kim Petras can't be as funny as Mew is.
Doesn't she like
Also,
say doesn't
Mew
she
would
say like
kill
an
Dr.
actual
Luke
slur
with
though?
her bare hands.
Doesn't
Does
she
she?
doesn't she say like an actual slur though? Like the R word. Yeah, doesn't she say that?
Yeah.
Does she?
I thought
Yeah.
she did. I thought I remembered that being a case.
Yeah.
That sounds like something she would do.
But I also can't hate her for it, honestly.
Like, you know what? If I can listen to fucking Anna Wintour by Azalea Banks, I can get over her saying that.
So I don't have strong feelings about Miu in terms of like whether or not she deserved better or worse or anything. So if we
Honestly, I forget about all these lines. I'm immediately on Viv's side.
Yeah, she was robbed, and again, her murder
I
was
forgot
brilliant.
that she was supposed to be
she
killing
pulled
somebody.
off the whole second game. She rigged that by herself on like a fucking Xbox they found
I
in
had
the
forgotten
attic.
that the setup for that was that she was going to kill somebody else during that.
And she did a really clever thing. And if she hadn't been killed, because fuck, and
Well,
she was trying to kill Kokichi,
well, 'cause Kokichi
which I think is also
realized-
relevant.
Well, Kokichi realized what was going on.
Yeah, I don't even know. I can't remember how. I'm gonna replay it soon, and I'm very excited to because there's
Yeah.
a lot of details I forget. But like,
A lot
she
of
had a very
V3
good plan.
characters, and they were robbed. Very polarizing game, V3.
I mean, V3 is a polarizing game in general. I think. But yeah.
All right, Mondo Iwata.
Mondo put him next to his husband so they can put me in between them.
You see, here's the thing.
Yeah.
It took me until doing the like replay to like realize that his whole thing is just being a fucking JoJo reference. Honestly,
Yeah, he is literally supposed to be.
Yeah, Diamond.
He's supposed to be Crazy Diamond. He's supposed to be Josuke.
Crazy Diamond. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no.
Well, okay.
like,
Here's the thing. To be fair,
He's Josuke, but he's got
forgot
he's got the like the personality of
Jotaro.
no, not Jotaro. Of,
No, not Jotaro,
Oyukasa. What's his-
Okoyasu.
Yeah, okay. He's got the personality of the best friend, but the look of the look of Josuke.
See, but and here's the thing. Because I only watched JoJo's like after I played Danganronpa for the first time, and it was like so long after.
Yeah.
Like I only watched JoJo's like halfway through Stone Ocean being released, so like I was behind.
So
So that's why like taking the replay was like, oh no.
here's my argument is why I don't think he deserved better. I think he kind of seems about right. Right? Because the reason he kills Chihiro is so small, right? Like it's such a bad reason, right?
well, I don't think
Which
it
okay,
is.
but here's the thing. I think that as a story thing is good for him.
I think
'cause-
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, because it's again, it's the thing of like Chihiro is being strong enough to deal with his weakness and is willing to open up and let someone else in it. And this guy, who's supposed to be the strong one, protect all of his friends, be in charge of like the gang, keep the gang together, has all this pressure on him. He is not strong enough to deal with his issues to like help everyone else. But Chihiro is.
Well, I think it's more than that though, because it's specifically that like Mondo wants to be a real man and not like it's kind of some toxic masculinity, but it's also like he just wants to be a real man, and then he learns that Chihiro, who is dressing like a girl and is like everyone thinks is a
Is
girl,
quote
but is secretly a
unquote
boy.
more manly
is-
and courageous than him.
Yeah, like I think that was like it's a very
Yeah.
especially considering like the gender politics that a lot of Danganronpa has. It's a weirdly well done, I think, approach to the idea.
I would
of,
say
like,
accidentally.
bad as
I would
the
say it's
for-
accidentally.
kind of accidentally.
Yeah.
Well, like to some degree accidentally, but also like I do think that they intended, like the idea behind it is that like he's just fucking like because he got his brother killed. He didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Like he did something
Well, he was-
stupid.
he
and his
wasn't-
brother
he
killed himself
wasn't-
to save him.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
essentially he blames himself for that, and then he's now in another scenario in which he's kind of made to feel like he's not strong enough, right?
Yeah, like I don't think he deserved better. Like obviously what he did to Chihiro is fucking awful, but like
Yeah.
again, just like with Taka, I don't really like Taka that much either. I do think that the two of them should be allowed to go to Folsom together. They deserved better in that sense.
Yeah, it's hard for me because I do feel like maybe we just put them together at the bottom of deserved better. It's slight for me, right? Like it's not by much. Because
Yeah,
I feel
like,
like
I don't think he's like
I do feel like Mondo deserved what he got more than Taka did, right?
Yeah.
Like I think that
Because
like, out of
Taka
the
got
two-
fully blindsided.
out of the two of them, and that way, I like Mikan did actually kill people, so I feel like that's
Well, Mikan did it when she was infected by a virus, and
yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's a whole thing. Mikan is.
Also, I kind of want to.
I need to
I would love to just like be Mondo in that situation, right?
up
Where like
here.
everyone's finding Chihiro's body, and you just go there and you're like, that's not how I left it.
Yeah, well, yeah, Byakuya fucked that whole thing, and it's hard for me to like disentangle the weirdness of like that case from like it's difficult in that way, which is why I feel like in the end he did something he regretted, but then he ended up paying the price for it, right? But
Yeah, it's just like I don't know. I think he just deserved a hug.
weirdly enough, Taka, I feel like, is the one who deserved the most better in that.
Yeah, Taka really got done. I mean,
Because these people didn't
Kirumi-
kill. These people
Again,
didn't kill
Kirumi-
anybody.
yeah, but-
Kirumi did kill
Okay.
somebody.
Okay,
Kirumi did
again,
Kirumi did a fucking trolley game with like what was it, 13 people
Yeah.
versus the country of Japan,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that's a trolley problem where there is no wrong.
and
Like,
the
or,
only
like,
person
the-
she killed was the person who was like, nobody loves me outside. I don't have anything to live for.
Yeah.
You can, like, she didn't just go murk some random kid. Like
Honestly, she should.
the only, well, no, she picked the. Also, I don't fucking. When we get to that character, I hate him. But like,
Either way.
anyways,
Either way, Mondo.
Celestia probably does belong at the bottom of deserved better,
she-
but like,
yeah, she just belongs at the bottom because, like, you know,
she's riding on just being iconic.
She's the cunt that she serves, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. If she had
Explosive
failed in
Slayer
her
arena,
murder,
honestly.
if she'd failed in her murder, she would be right there next to Mew.
It's hard. Some of these are difficult because, like, they're all here for like very different valid reasons, but it's
I think like Gundam belongs above like Hajime. I think,
But, like-
actually, Gundam belongs pretty high up in there because I don't know.
I'm like the way I was organizing it was like
Alright.
for people who like actually killed somebody being
Okay, yeah, but
Yeah.
again, Kurumi was trying to save the country of Japan. Like,
And Gundam was doing it. Like Gundam and Kurumi both
just
basically had
yeah.
permission.
true. It's hard to say. It's like for me it's difficult.
I like that Hajime didn't deserve better than. I don't know. I
Like Hajime
stand by
is
Mondo
weird.
deserving
I feel
better
like
just because
Hajime like belongs up here weirdly enough because he didn't really do anything. Like
Hajime is just in a weird fucking.
he's
yeah, but again,
hard.
our thing
I don't-
is he deserves better because by all intents and purposes
Give
he
us
should not have been a
nothing,
part
Queen.
of like this class to become like he should not have been a
No.
remnant of
I
despair. Is
moved
the
him
thing.
to give us nothing. Queen.
He's literally the only like functionally competent fucking protagonist. He was giving us much. King.
He was giving us
giving
seems
us-
about right, King. Honestly,
No, like-
the longer we've gone on, the more I feel like Hajime belongs in
Yeah.
seems about right.
Yeah, I kind of think so.
Because he
But,
just
like,
doesn't feel like he
either way.
belongs with the rest of these people.
Again, like with Mondo, I think with him it's more just like I just think he needed like a hug before like if someone had just given him a
Yeah.
hug and been like it's all right before Chihiro had said that, it probably all would have been fine. Like
Yeah.
it's just like that's the thing for me is it's like it's so easy to see how like as a character or as a person he would just be much happier in a very easy alternate world.
I feel like this feels good to me.
Okay.
Like in terms of like having
Mhm.
like this, like because these guys were just like they had shitty things happen to them. These guys did bad things, but also kind of got a raw end of the deal in that way. Like they
Yeah.
but like these ones like did bad things, but for good reasons. Like they weren't like doing it for like yeah, that feels good to me. All right,
Yeah. Anyways,
Mukuro Ikasaba.
such a nothing character
Such
even in
a-
the anime. I'm so sorry.
Such a nothing character. Do we
In
do
the
we-
anime,
do we-
the
do
only
we
interesting thing
dare-
about her is that
do we
she's
dare put
got
her in?
another.
Give us
Well, she
nothing,
also-
Queen.
I think she belongs in Give Us Nothing Queen, but she does also have the weird incest shit. with
She does.
Junko. That
Oh, I had forgotten about
Again,
that.
although to be fair, one of my favorite like things in the anime is
She deserved
like,
better writing.
Junko
Exactly.
Junko randomly slapping Mukuro's ass and then calling her a whore is like one of the funniest shit that the anime has given us, honestly. Like,
Yeah,
I like
Mukuro
Junko
is
in the
very
anime.
much not. She basically doesn't have a personality.
her whole personality is helping Junko.
Yeah, her whole personality is being a good soldier. Like she's
Yeah,
the ultimate
and-
soldier, and soldiers
I
follow
genuinely-
orders. Like she's in the same way that God, why can I not write? Karumi is like she's can do anything you ask her to, like to the best of her ability. Mukuro just does anything you ask, like any order she's given, but like not to the best of her ability because she
but
just.
she can also
and again-
yeah. But she can also take the initiative. I think is the difference there.
Like she could, but the problem here is literally every scene that like again, we don't get much of her in the games, but all the stuff that we do see of her in the anime, she is immediately just outshined by Junko. Because even the scene where Junko like or where Mukuro takes out like an entire hallway of soldiers, right?
Yeah.
Like Junko just turns around and is like, "You better clean all this up." Right? Sorry, Junko. God help you if I get blood on these boots. Like every scene she's in is stolen by Junko being Junko.
She's the
Well, like,
ultimate
during-
Junko simp.
During
Yeah.
the first kill, or the first killing game, like the one with the student council, whatever.
Yeah.
Where like Mukuro is just sat there with like a music book and is just singing along to provide the soundtrack for Junko to have a real dramatic moment.
Yeah. She's
Like,
the ultimate
she's-
Junko
she's-
simp, is really what it is.
Yeah. Anyways.
Mitsuru has a good point. Mukuro got what she deserved, died before she gave us anything, and then we were glad after the anime that she wasn't given the screen time in the first
Yeah.
game.
It's like when you get a returning contestant on a reality show who like
Then
went
we
home
just-
first.
seems about right,
And then they
weirdly.
also sucked. Yeah, they went home first and you're like, oh, they might have been good. And
No,
then
it turns out
they came
out-
back and it's like, see, but the thing is, she did give us nothing.
She gave us nothing,
I
but
don't
that
think-
also seems about right, because when we did get something, it was also
The-
nothing.
The ultimate soldier should have been. There was a failure to deliver on that concept in a killing game. Maki
That's
was
fair.
the ultimate
Well,
assassin.
to be fair, she really only existed as a plot device in the first game. Like, she only existed to be a twist, essentially.
Yeah, she wasn't really meant to do much. But
Yeah.
anyway, we might need to move on to
No,
Tumblr
Stitch
Sexy Man, so-
Stitch is an interesting. You guys should read the visual novel where Mukuro actually survived the spear pierce and tried to save Makoto as like an alternate scenario. Apparently, I haven't read it. I have no idea.
No, thank you. That sounds even dumber than what actually happened, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tumblr
Mukuro-
sexy
many
man.
characters.
Tumblr
Okay,
sexy
I have a
man.
lot-
Nagito Komaeda. Fingers
Okay,
in
I have a lot to
Mr.
say about
Fingers
this guy.
in his ass himself.
I love this man.
I don't think you're wrong for saying, like, I think Nagito
Okay,
is compelling in how insane he is.
I need to ask you guys if you've read the second version of the manga that came out.
I've read about it on Wiki.
I haven't
or
read the-
Wikipedia,
I haven't
whatever.
read the
I've not read
manga.
the whole thing.
Yeah, it's genuinely really good because it's just going through the entire story from Nagito's perspective up until he dies. Like it's going through Danganronpa 2 just from
I imagine
his
it's
perspective.
insane because he
It's
has such a
wild.
warped perspective. Did you wait, Lunex? Did you play Ultra Despair Girls?
Yes.
Okay, so Nagito is in Ultra Despair Girls,
Yes.
and he's essentially acting as like a manservant for these children.
But they all
Yeah,
fucking hate him
They
because he's
all fucking
weird.
hate him because he's
Yeah.
weird, and he's part of the reason. Isn't he part of the reason that the like the Junko stuff gets into the hand of like Hajime? Like he brings
Yeah.
the Junko AI version to him.
Yeah, but also not even just that, but also the fact of, again, I'm gonna go back to this point in the anime. Because again, when we see all the Danganronpa 2 characters as remnants of despair, we each get like really cool scenes with them. Because again, I will point out like Gundam marching with an army of animals that he's bred to just terrorize the world. Soda's the one who's building all the giant Monokumas. And then we just see Nagito just bowing down to children.
Yeah. Nagito is such a fucking freak. I love him for it, but also he deserved worse. Like he got bad things happened to him. I think he deserved worse.
No.
I don't know, because he did put his life on the line a good number of times in pursuit of hope.
In
then
like
the
the
only
faith
time
of
he-
his own luck.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but like, I think that you still gotta. you know, you're still playing Russian roulette, even if luck is by all accounts going to be on your side.
Yeah, he had unerring faith in his ability to survive that scenario if it was what was fortunate for him.
But he also only ever used it within the game to try and pursue hope. And as soon as he realized what the secret was behind the island and everything, that he was that they were all remnants of despair, he was like, okay, cool. So my next job is to kill myself and everyone else immediately.
Because he realized, oh, we're all shitty people, and yeah, interesting. I guess that is a fair assessment, because like he was in pursuit of, you know, what he thought was the greater good, quote unquote. Even if he did insane things to do it.
I think he fits into a similar category as someone like Junko in that way.
Yeah.
I'm not a Nagito. No, I simp for many of the other men, mostly Nekomaru.
I don't simp for Nagito. I don't give in for the Tumblr sexy man. But
my kind of twink is Haesung Seo.
Maybe he does belong and seems about right, actually.
I just think like
he is what he says on the package.
What more or less would you do to him?
Yeah, it's true. That's fair. What possibly could you do worse to him?
Yeah, he probably deserved worse, and then he did worse to himself.
That's fair.
Like, and it wasn't like someone else had to do it to him.
He did it to himself. It's true. He did all of that to himself.
I also would like to point out again the fucking like scene in the anime where he basically just his truck is coming at him and instead just moves and hits Soda instead.
I'll say my type isn't usually Haesung.
Yeah.
I've ranted too much about Haesung, but like he's such a bratty little bitch of a twink that like I do rarely am I even remotely dominant, but like
he makes you want to be.
Yeah, because he
right.
he's the brat that I need to take care of, but I also in every other instance aspire to be him.
Speaking of somebody on the opposite end of that spectrum though.
Yeah.
Somebody on the opposite end of that spectrum though. Nekomaru.
Yes. Nekomaru.
We were robbed.
I mean, like
specifically.
Yeah.
But he like it's the funny thing is like
he deserved to be allowed to keep his cock. They didn't even let him keep that.
Yeah,
like
he was robbed of that.
We were robbed, but it was also his choice, right? Like he chose to sacrifice.
Okay,
himself.
yeah, but I don't. I mean, yeah, but they
he
didn't
chose
need
self-sacrifice twice.
Yeah, he did it. He was like, didn't take the first time. Let me do it again.
Well, because he's just so committed to being there for his friends.
Yeah, he's so committed to being like essentially the best coach, like cheerleader, like making sure everybody else gets to move on and do the best that they can.
Yeah, ultimate team manager.
So weirdly enough, like I don't like we all like Nekomaru, and I feel like he fulfilled his role, right? Like he did what he got, not that he deserved what happened to him, but like what happened to him was something that he basically chose for himself.
I mean, yeah, but again, they didn't need to take his dick.
That he deserved better, and that he should have been able to keep his dick. You know what? Maybe it was internal. Maybe like it was extendable. You know.
He's got a robot cloaca.
He's got a robot cloaca. Yeah, it's like, you know what? You know, we don't want it to. We want it to be like smooth and aerodynamic, but it can extend out when it's needed.
Does that mean he's basically a fuck machine? I'm just like.
I mean, that's what Miu.
Have you seen what that man looks like?
Yeah. If Miu had met Mekamaru,
he would have killed her.
And she would have
died with a smile.
And she would have thanked him for it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So weirdly enough, I feel like he seems about right, but
at least they got rid of his IVF.
It's true. I got a shirt.
Again,
still one of
the fucking anime where he blows a giant ass hole at the side of the school, and the teacher's just like, "What the fuck was that?" And she sees it, she's like, "All right."
Yeah, it's not that he deserved.
I found that stuff a little gross.
Yeah.
It got a little bit old. They kind of. It would have been one thing if it was every now and then, but like especially in the anime, him and Akane, they both kind of made them just gross in the anime in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
it was not ideal. But yeah.
Hyoko being in deserved worse is right in my book. Yes, absolutely. Hyoko deserved worse. We decided the reason that Hyoko's in deserved worse and Ibuki is in deserved better is that they should have swapped, and then they would have been both about right. It's like if you had
she would have gotten what she deserved.
Yeah, they would have.
Yeah, because again, her death should not have been an oopsies, I saw a murder, now time to die.
No, she should have been targeted.
She would have deserved it too. She was such a piece of shit.
She was not a good like she was not anybody that deserved to be targeted. Yeah, unlike Mahiru, who was just kind of there for no reason.
Mahiru did cover up the murder of
Yeah, but like,
Fuyuhiko's
we're past
sister.
Mario. We're past my hero.
Anyways,
Speaking
of-
of
a little crime
Mahiru,
scene
but no,
tampering.
speaking of Mahiru's murder, Pekoyama.
Peko deserved better.
Peko
deserved better.
deserved better. I don't think
She
we're
wasn't
gonna-
Everything about
robbed.
her
She
just
just
makes me
deserved
sad.
better.
She deserved better, and I think she deserved better in the same way that kind of like
Mondo.
I honestly feel
think.
kind of like around Mondo.
Peko deserved therapy.
Peko deserved therapy, well, because she was raised to believe that she was like an extension, like a tool.
Yeah, I mean that, but also I genuinely hate that they basically just tried to pull a oop look other serial killer thing and then went, oh, never mind. Like, I'm glad it wasn't an actual serial killer. I just hate that they even like
Yeah.
had the like
That it was
idea
like
to do that.
It was like, oh, remember when we did this in the first game? How it was real. This time it's not.
Mhm.
Yeah,
This time
but
it's a red
also just the
herring.
fact that they thought to do it again was just dumb.
I can see it because like
Yeah.
it is like your different ways to handle it, but I guess doing it in the next game, like maybe if they'd saved it for the third one, it would have felt better than immediately doing it in the game after.
Yeah,
Because V3 also leans a lot more into like it's very knowingly like a wink and a nudge to like past events a lot of the time. Again,
Yeah.
everything that happened in Mew's death chapter is just an entire callback to 2. Yeah, Peko just kind of like
Yeah.
she deserved better. She deserved more than just dying for the plot.
Though I
feel
will
bad for
say,
her.
Ash does kind of has a point that I agree a little bit with, and it's like I wish we had gotten more of the dynamic between Peko and Fuyuhiko. Because it does feel like it kind of comes up when it's convenient as opposed to, I mean, I guess it happens in the second case. So it's like the only other time it could have been brought up was like, there was very little time for them to explore it more thoroughly. And also I feel like maybe it would have, made it less impactful when it showed up. But I think that's a decent point. It's like, maybe we could have gotten more of that. And in that way, I think she also deserved better. I think she deserved more screen time.
See, but I think also the thing with Peko is that part of what they did right with her is that they let her just fucking die and they could move on, as opposed to Sayaka, who was there for 5 minutes, had no goddamn personality, and yet is constantly brought up like she matters.
tried to kill someone and failed. By the way,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, like-
she didn't even do the thing right.
Yeah, like is kind of just not really a particularly compelling character, but then she keeps getting brought back throughout the anime.
Yeah.
She gets brought back like it,
Yeah, and like
The-
because
and now she has a cult around her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that guy who has so many fucking printouts. That's it.
See, here's the thing.
Did you see the image of that guy? Same house with the fucking massive Sayaka printout, but also all of the other like all the VTubers.
no,
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a whole hallway of just the V2
and a lot of like
Oh, no.
well-known ones. Like I'm pretty sure I saw
Yeah.
Bao and like Shiabun and Buff Pup and like a bunch
oh no.
yeah, it's a lot of them.
But-
It's a lot of them.
Okay, so, and my thing with Peko is, like, again, Sayaka doesn't succeed at the killing. The fact that Peko does and they get to do the trial is the, like, really good thing because it gives, like, this moment for
We're
Peko
not even
and
at Sayaka
Fuyuhiko.
yet.
Yeah. It gives the moment for Peko and Fuyuhiko to, like, have their, like, final moment. The fact that it was just Sayaka, like, tried to commit murder,
Yeah.
died, and Namakoto just doesn't get to talk to her anymore, which honestly fair
Makoto
because
has-
she doesn't deserve the
It's like,
screen
oh,
time.
we
But like,
were
Makoto
in
has, like,
school
5
together and we
minutes
knew
worth of
each other for
memories
like
with her.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is-
Kyoko, yes, correct. The church of Sayaka Maizano. The
But yeah, I think we've kind of
We've done, yeah. We
Said
can
it,
move on.
yeah.
We can move on to Rentaro.
Rentaro. I feel like there's not much to say,
Again,
but he is
we-
robbed.
He was robbed.
we discussed him when we were talking about
Extremely cute
Himiko.
Very cute. Yeah.
Yeah, like we pretty much talked about all we could talk about him when talking about
He
Himiko.
was-
Just they should have switched, honestly.
He was robbed, but at the same time, it could have absolutely been the same situation as Himiko, where like, oh,
Yeah,
if
exactly.
he had
But
lived longer, we
he was
wouldn't have
robbed of the
gotten
chance to
anything.
show us how shit he could have been.
Right.
Yeah,
Which is
that's
why
what I
I'm
was
putting
saying
him
before,
towards the
too.
bottom of the tier mostly, but like he was robbed literally because we literally didn't get anything from him. We didn't know what he was. He didn't know what he was.
Well, and when you play some of the board game, because I did that, and I think I picked him as my character for that, and he's kind of boring a little bit in it, but also like it kind of feels like they didn't really, because obviously he didn't have a chance to like actually explore any of it in the story. Like
Yeah.
it would have been really interesting to see how he actually reacted to like finding his ultimate lab.
Yeah.
Because originally he's the ultimate survivor.
But you
or the
never even
ultimate,
see his lab.
Explorer.
Right? Like you don't
You
even.
do.
Oh,
You do.
oh, it's like
He-
it's
The
like
ultimate
isn't-
survivor lab is his lab because he's the ultimate explorer originally.
Oh, right. But you don't see that.
Like, that's
until,
what he was in
don't you like
52.
see that until way later?
Yeah, it's in the final chapter.
Yeah, because
It's,
it's
I think
supposed
it gets blown open by Kyo. Or no, it doesn't get blown open by Akibo. It gets I think he's or no, maybe. Oh no, he does because it's right next to Shuichi's, but Shuichi's opens up earlier, and Shuichi's looks exactly like there's at least it has the like cabinets on the side if you remember that are like the same as in the medical lab in 1, where the protein powder and stuff gets spilled and everything.
Right.
So it's a whole separate thing. Anyways, yeah, he was originally supposed to be the ultimate explorer, and like I think he had like 7 siblings or all 7 sisters who all got like lost all around the place. He was the ultimate survivor because he survived the previous game, because in the V series, whatever,
Yeah,
it's a reality show. So he survived 52 with Tsumugi, I think is the idea behind it. And my thing is, I still think that Tsumugi is also being brainwashed. Like those memories aren't real of hers either.
yeah.
Like,
That she's just like the mastermind patsy, basically.
yeah, each season needs a mastermind. So one of the returnees gets to be the ultimate survivor, and the other one gets to be the mastermind.
But ultimately, he
Actually, wait, did you see? Sorry, did you see there's a fan game of season 52 that has them in it?
No.
That's like being made. It isn't done yet. I don't know when it would be done, but like I'm
I
not
want
always
that
excited
so
for fan
bad.
games.
Like,
Yeah,
please
it's
go.
really cool.
like actual stuff from Rantaro. But no, the reason he's in Robbed and Himiko is in Give Us Nothing is because if it very easily could have swapped. Like they're on both ends of the extreme. He was robbed because we literally didn't get anything from him. He was killed. The scenario was bullshit because he got killed by the mastermind. In the same way,
Himiko's the fact that she had the time to give us stuff,
and she still gave us nothing.
Honestly, I think you could put Rantaro directly beside fucking Kaede, because they both got robbed in the exact same way.
2 people got robbed in the same case.
Again, this is like a third of the V3 more than a third of the V3 roster is up there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 16. We're almost at half of the cast.
Yeah, and again, the thing is,
I feel like we might end up at half of the cast by the end of it. By
Kaede
the way.
would have
Tenko, I
failed
think, might
killing
end up
him
there, too.
is the thing. Yeah, because Kaede would have failed killing him, or like she did fail killing him, and then Tsumugi's just like, nah.
Yeah.
Well, and she didn't even want to kill him.
Yeah.
She was basically just like, I thought you were the mastermind, and I think he would have understood that and moved on.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
It just feels like kind of a shame that we didn't get to have the ultimate survivor. But also, I get why, because that would have kind of spoiled the whole thing.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Ultimately, we're moving on.
Ryoma Hoshi.
Ryoma Hoshi, the ultimate tennis player. So Ryoma's interesting.
I simply don't care about him. He is giving us nothing.
I do not care for him
I
either.
don't think he gives us nothing. I feel like he belongs in Seems About Right, because like
he gave us nothing, and he died to serve the country. Finally,
But like he
got the shit.
He didn't give us nothing, because I feel like there is I did kind of like some of his stuff, but I don't know. I feel like he fits in Seems About Right, because I don't think he didn't give us anything.
What did he give us? Because
Like,
all he does before he dies is he's just like,
Isn't like
I went
his
through some
isn't
stuff, you
isn't
guys.
something that he told Shuichi part of the reason why you end up finding out it was like Kurumi? Like something that because he runs into him like that night before he dies, right?
probably. But
I mean,
don't
yeah,
know.
but the amount of shit like that, like,
Himiko lived throughout the entire game and helped us solve multiple trials. She still got in and give us nothing.
Yeah.
Like Ryoma is just such a like. Yeah, he has
Ryoma-
nothing to live for.
Ryoma
He has
is
I
the
nothing
hero
to
still
of
live
this
for.
game.
I still
No,
think he
no,
gave
no,
us
no, no,
more
no,
than
no.
Himiko.
no. Here's the thing. Yeah, okay, he gave us more than Himiko. Whatever. Okay, sure. He is literally the Mahiru of this game. Stick him down there with her.
No, he is not the Mahiru of this game. Himiko is the Mahiru of this game.
No, because
Okay, yeah,
Himiko
but-
lived long enough to give us nothing.
They
Mahiru
both
didn't have
die
anything-
second trial. They're both the second trial victims.
Right, but he has more personality and is more interesting than Mario. I don't think they belong in the same tier. I feel like he belongs in Seems About Right, because Seems About Right is like middle of the pack, right? Like
No,
that's
if he was in either of the other 2 games, maybe. But he's in a season with a bunch of big characters and a big personality and big cast.
he's the
He's
center.
so nothing.
Again, this
he's
is the exact
right
same
down the
argument we were
lane.
having to Himiko. Why are they in 2 different tiers?
I don't know
You're
how
just
I don't-
scrolling around like you're gonna find an answer somewhere else.
No,
on the
no, that
page.
was I accidentally hit my keyboard.
But
He's just-
no,
he's
like,
just very angry with us right now, Viv.
I don't think he belongs in. No, I like moved my hand and it hit like
I know.
a fucking arrow key or something. I don't
I
think
just
he
don't
belongs
get,
in
like-
Give Us Nothing. Is the thing.
But me and Viv both
he
do, so put
doesn't-
him down there, bitch.
No, but like, because Seems About Right implies that like this is like, look at the other characters next.
Maybe it was
Aoi,
because I actually did
Fuyuhiko,
his personal
Junko,
scenes.
Soda,
No.
Hajime, Nagito, like those were. it seems about right is a character that generally had a big impact on the game to some extent.
Had a big impact, and the stuff and what happened to them.
I don't think that's
them.
the definition of seems about right, right? I feel like
What?
the definition
Okay.
of seems about right is they ultimately what happened to them feels correct.
Yes, but in order to justify what happened to them, there has to have been something that they did in order. There has to have been an action to inspire a reaction. He didn't do anything. He just eventually died.
I don't want to keep arguing this because we have to move on. I'll put him in give us nothing, but
Yeah.
I don't think he deserves.
The most important thing he did was get eaten by piranhas.
I don't think
swear
he
to God.
deserves to be there, but we're gonna put him there because we need to move on.
His most notable trait is being the one character with weird fuck-ass proportions.
I'm not playing devil's advocate. I don't think he belongs to be in give us nothing, but we're at the
Anyways.
end of the stream,
Anyways.
and we have to move on. So
I don't think Sakura was robbed. She definitely deserved better.
Yeah, Sakura. Oh, I just feel so bad for her. They're so mean to her in the first game.
yeah, no, Sakura
Right.
is the definition of deserves better.
Not even just
Like-
the first game, because the fact that there's the statue just called Ogre in the second game
she
of
belongs
her,
up
and
here.
everyone's like,
She belongs
Yeah.
up here with Gundam and
"Oh, do you not remember this, Viv?"
I don't.
It was the Strawberry and Grape House. There's a statue you can find of her, and if you interact with it,
Yeah.
it's literally a statue of her labeled Ogre. And Hajime's just like, "Why is the Ogre wearing a schoolgirl uniform?"
Oh, they're so mean to her. Like the writers are mean to her. Everyone's mean to her. And then the way that she dies is just so fucking sad. 'Cause she's like, guys, I'm just trying to get you together.
Three separate people
Yeah.
thought they killed her.
She literally
Yeah.
just invites them all there to be like, hey guys, I want us to be able to get along and like make this work. And they all just try to kill her. And they all think they did it. And none of them feel bad.
That
Nope.
Not only that, but then the fact of like Monokuma fucking with the suicide note that then like leads Aoi to try and kill them all. So it's like even her like memory of like the thing she was killing herself to do of like get everyone else out and everything, or like make sure that like she's gone so they can all at least work together to try and get out. And then Monokuma starts fucking with that and starts ruining that. So even like her fucking death is then even fucked with. Like,
Yeah. I don't think like I wouldn't argue that she was robbed just because
again, yeah, she wasn't robbed. She absolutely deserved better.
yeah.
No, she's like the definition of deserves better. From the first game, specifically.
Sayaka
Yeah.
has a special place in hell, and I will not take any
Yeah.
other answer other than that.
She goes to hell, she sucks, she's a boring character and she did stupid things.
See,
And
I
then
don't-
we linger on her too much for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I don't think she deserves a special place in hell for that. I think
Yes,
she
yes,
just,
she does.
I do. Because the problem is that it ruins Makoto.
Yeah.
Makoto
so much
was
of what makes
already
Makoto
ruined.
Yeah, but so much of what makes Makoto like Makoto would be a better character if she wasn't in that, or if she had no connection to him. She makes him worse, and it drags through every piece of media that he's in.
There's
Every
a
time
reason
he's
why,
there.
like, every 5 minutes there's a fucking joke, because he started saying this seriously, and then it just kind of became a running joke throughout, like, my fucking playthrough of Amphion just yelling, "Get over your dead girlfriend, Makoto."
But like, she wasn't even his girlfriend. She was just
Yeah.
like a girl he knew from
Yeah.
like middle school.
And he latched onto her because in a,
Latched onto her,
in a
and then
terrifying
even after-
situation, he had no choice but to simp for the one
That,
woman
and
that
then
he knew.
even after finding out that, like, she was going to frame him for murder, is like, nah, it's fine.
That, so to me, that doesn't like look bad on her. That looks bad on Makoto. That's not her fault.
That
Makoto's
she
such a
tried to
massive
frame him for
simp.
murder?
Murder.
She tried to kill Leon.
Right, and
Then
then
she
she
tried
got
to frame
killed,
Makoto.
and then she got killed for it.
Her having a skill issue doesn't mean that she doesn't belong in hell.
I don't think that puts her in a special circle in hell.
She's also no.
I feel like
because
there's
here's
an.
the thing.
I feel like it's.
She is
me-
literally
it's very
the first
memey
person to
like,
kick off
hate
the
on her
killing.
that much.
She's the first
If
person
we're
to kick
putting
off.
Angie down there, we can't say that it's too memey to put Sayaka down there.
I don't
Not
think
only
it's
that,
too
but
memey
also,
to put Angie
no,
down.
no. Because listen. Because also the fact of like, doesn't she like technically like leave the group to go to the school, right? Like it's not like necessarily that the group is canceled, but like she's obviously not like doing performances with them or anything as long as she's at the school. So why does she freak the fuck out so bad and want to like get out and go back to her group to the point where she's willing to kill someone? It's like you left them already to be here, bitch. Like,
Well, and like she just, I don't know, like because she doesn't have the guts to pull like a Celestia and be like, yeah, fuck you. I'm gonna take like.
I feel like she
Celestia
got what
was-
she deserved.
Mm,
I don't think she deserved
also,
worse. I
when
think she
Leon-
got exactly what she deserved.
but then she gets valorized by the narrative at all turns, where they're like, "Oh, poor precious little uwu bean."
right, I just think that's
Sayaka."
bad writing.
Yeah, but I think
Exactly.
she deserves.
Okay,
The
if we're blaming bad writing, then all these characters belong and deserve better,
Yeah.
no matter what.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
There's real-
No, except
like-
for Terra Terra, there's no salvaging that character.
Teru should be killed in public. He is the only character who, if he was a real person, he should be thrown into a real volcano.
I think Stitch is correct. Sayaka is wasted potential and overblown. I don't think she deserves a special circle in hell. I think she maybe should deserves worse.
I think she's just a good combination of all of the worst attributes of Danganronpa writing in a really obnoxious character that doesn't do anything, and yet we're forced to live with her the whole time. Like, it's like if Mahiru was
Even
being brought
after
up
she
every
fucking
5
dies.
I
minutes.
want to put her right at the top of deserved worse with Leon. That's where I want to put her, but because that feels correct to me. Because I don't think it's as extreme as the special circle in hell. She's not one of the most egregious.
She's
examples
worse
in the
than
series.
Leon.
She's worse
Because
than Leon.
she
Yeah, that's fair.
premeditated that murder from like a significant
She was the one who
way out.
initiated it, and then he followed through on it when he could have just left well enough alone.
Yeah, like ultimately he should have left well enough
They were
alone, but,
perfect
like,
for each other in that way.
No, but also, okay. Sure, her wrist is broken, but also, like, when he leaves to go get the toolbox, like, honestly, just, like, start running down the hall, banging on everyone's doors, like...
Yeah. Well, this is the problem with the beginning of the first game where everybody doesn't have 2 brain cells to run together.
Yeah, the first game suffers from a lot of just weird writing as a consequence
Yeah,
of
and
like,
I
they
think
clearly don't know what they're doing with it.
my take on it is that Sayaka feels worse for that, but is not one of the most egregious examples of it.
Sayaka could have been a perfectly fine character if she was in a later game when because I think this is the thing that you see with Zero Escape. I would say also with like Your Turn to Die, where like the early chapters of a lot of these, like the very beginning of any of these series or any of these games is kind of rough, because writing a killing game, it's really easy to kind of do too much but also not do enough.
Yeah.
Like I think that's why like Danganronpa gets better over time. Zero Escape got better and then it got so much worse, but that's a
I was
different
about
thing.
to say,
It got
I remember
like,
that video.
It started out fine, got great, and then got terrible.
Yeah, when people talk about how they feel, like what they think V3 did to Danganronpa as a franchise, I think they're getting it confused with Zero Time Dilemma. Because
Yeah.
Zero Time Dilemma actually did kill that franchise and was like the dumbest, worst thing I've ever played.
Yeah.
Except like the only saving grace is that Inescapable came around.
So, point being, I'm not defending Sayaka. I just don't think what's wrong with what's wrong with her is as wrong as some of the other people in Special Circle in Hell. I think it's being overblown.
I think that she fit. Like, I don't think that it would be that out of pocket to compare her with like Hifumi.
I mean,
Honestly, yeah.
maybe.
Like, it is even kind of the same idea. They both went out and tried to kill someone.
To
He just
me, she
succeeded.
either belongs near the bottom of Special Circle or near the top, at the top.
Well, then,
of
okay, go
Deserved
ahead.
Worth.
Put her
I'd
near
say-
the bottom, but
No,
I'd say
or
between
at the top of Deserved Worths.
Between
Yeah, but-
Hifumi and Angie, I think would be a place
Yeah.
where she fits.
Okay, that's fine. I will concede that. Sure.
at this point,
like,
Bo's
she's
just like
definitely-
done with
again-
me and you
Well,
yelling at him.
No, that's
like,
not what it is. I'm just like, it's
I know.
ultimately it's such a small change to me that it doesn't really matter. I just feel like it's not as extreme as a lot of people make it out to be.
I think it's, I don't know. It's one of those things where like obviously like the fans' interpretation of it and like how they build it up will affect how we see it.
Yeah.
Like I think that's also the case with it's the difficulty with any of these characters. Like Junko and Nagito are other ones where like their reputation in the fan base in a lot of ways kind of precedes them as characters,
Yeah.
which makes it hard to like. It's hard to isolate them from who they are in there.
I feel like Sayaka falls in that in a way. Like she has such
I
a
think she
bad
falls in that
reputation.
too, but I think also.
Let's be honest, she belongs in Special
Outsized for the
Circle of Hell
antagonist,
just
yeah.
because of the Sayaka room that exists. Like,
That's, you know what, I can agree
The
with
Psych
that.
Room is also weird.
The
Yeah.
fucking Church of
Yeah.
Hey, Aston. I can't believe third lasted the entire time. That's crazy.
People rarely redeem mine. It's kind of funny.
It's like either
'Cause, like,
people forget about them.
Yeah, like because I put mine in because Puppo has them, and Puppos are always snatched up like instantly. So I was like, oh, people will do that for me, and they don't. But like,
You kind of just deal with what. I had people
Yeah.
fighting for third. Funny enough, I have people fighting for not first.
yeah, I don't know.
Alright.
I do also think it's funny that me and Lunex are basically just playing brat and being like,
yeah.
No, she
No.
belongs in Special Circle in Hell. And I'm trying to be. It's like, all right, let's be reasonable for a second. All right,
And then you just
Shuichi.
have the brats just screaming at you.
And I'm just like, fine, we can go to McDonald's.
Shuichi,
Please, goddamn. I want nuggies.
not McDonald's.
I mean, I'll go.
McDonald's is just the
Nuggies.
meme version of it. All right, so
We'll go to
thank you,
Subway.
thank you, Bastion, for the plushie
Oh,
redeem.
fuck.
Cost you
Subway's
$80.
Shuichi.
But no,
great. Take us to Subway, Bo.
Shuichi deserves better. I think.
I think Shuichi does deserve
But
better.
also, I think he'd be sort of at like, you could also make the argument, I think, for Seems About Right. Because, like, I think he kind of got, more than any of the other protagonists, it really weighs on him that, like, he's killing his friends.
Yeah.
Because he's the detective, he's solving the case. That was his, like, baggage from from being a detective to begin with, is that he solved the case that he didn't really mean to, and it fucked things up, and, like...
Yeah, and then almost the exact same thing happens where he realizes it's Kaede, and he's like, oh.
Yeah, and, like, it's such a... Like, Monokuma clearly treats him as the protagonist of it as well, and is, like, deliberately digging into him more. And, like, Hajime never really got that.
In that way,
Makoto did, but Makoto was lucky.
I do feel like he's, like, of the protagonists, more than Hajime, he feels about right in terms of, like, what he got.
Like, high seems about right, low deserved better would be kind of the range.
Yeah. I feel like he either goes, like, here, or, like, with Aoi, or, like, or at the bottom of deserved better. And I'm fine with putting him, like, at the top of Seems About Right for now.
Yeah, I think that fits for him.
Yeah, he gets his revenge by just ending the franchise.
True, they do let him finish it, although then it made everyone hate him because the Danganronpa fan base is almost as dumb as the Overwatch fan base.
Yay. All right, Sonya Nevermind.
I love her.
Nothing, Queen.
Yeah, she really doesn't do a whole lot, does she?
She gives us nothing, but I love her.
Yeah, like, calling her Queen and Give Us Nothing Queen is not being sarcastic in that one.
She is the queen of giving us nothing. It's true.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this isn't necessarily, like, I don't have any disdain for her aside from the soda stuff, because he deserves a top. But, like,
he deserves somebody who will hold his hand.
yeah, he
Nevermind is perfect for her. Nevermind is about right. Oh, he needs somebody to make him bounce and moan on it. It's true.
Yeah.
Me too, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Maybe that'll fix him, like he fixes machines.
I don't want to fix them. I want them to make me worse.
The whole love triangle thing with Sonya and Gundam, and like.
Oh right, I forgot that Gundam was part of that.
He literally doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Sonya likes Gundam, Soda likes Sonya, and they like that's the It's not a triangle.
Right, just say you want Soda to get piped by Gundam.
They should have had eyes for each other. It's true.
I mean, Soda and Gundam, if that would have made the love triangle instantly several times better.
It would have made it an actual triangle instead of a straight line.
If Gundam had been I don't know why she likes me, I like Soda, and Soda was like, wait, a boy. That would have been really funny. That would have been like, and then
it would have been like,
they do that with the women
compelling.
all the time.
Yeah.
There's a female like lesbian pair in every Danganronpa game where one of them dies tragically, it seems like, but that doesn't happen with any of the male characters. And if they'd done that with
Mondo and Taka.
Mondo and Taka is the closest we get.
Yeah, but even that one it's
very straight coded.
It's unintentionally homoerotic, as opposed to like
the fact that they have their whole thing in the fucking sauna is also very unintentionally homoerotic.
I feel like that one was like intentional. I feel like there was someone on the team there that was just like
I said, you just want Soda to get piped by Gundam. Exactly. But yeah, Sonya,
I think that it would.
The queen
I think
of
that would
us
fix
nothing.
Soda.
The queen.
And I think it would make Gundam worse.
That's true. It would fix Soda and it would make Gundam worse. Tenko from V3.
She definitely deserved better. At least.
Yeah.
She at least deserved better. You could argue that she was robbed. Like literally because she didn't need to die.
Yeah,
and it was supposed to be Himiko. Not supposed to be, but like originally it was going to be Himiko. And she unknowingly sacrificed herself so that the queen of giving us nothing from that game could live. But no,
Tenko's like, my thing is like, I think it's worse character design to make a boring character than it is to make an abrasive one. Tenko is definitely abrasive. Like her personality is not bubbly and soft. Like she's an asshole.
Well, no, she's a misandrist. She's a misandrist. She's like she hates men.
Misandrist, isn't it?
Misandrist. Well, I say maybe. I don't know.
Anyways,
she hates men.
It's not a word that people use.
She hates men. Yeah.
She hates men, and frankly, she's right for that.
Yeah, because men are shit.
I mean, to be fair, what ended up happening to her? She got killed by a man who specifically likes killing women. So like,
yeah, it's true.
Was she wrong?
Rightfully, men suck. It's true.
Teiko's degenerate. It honestly only really got old because she specifically just kept saying is like, you're a degenerate male. I do think that like if they'd written her a little bit more interestingly, like Mew doesn't just say I like cum, like, which that's still shocking. I think what is it? Kokichi calls her like a worn out cum dump or something at one point.
Oh, Mew,
and,
Yeah.
yeah, like.
And then
but
she just moans.
and then she whimpers.
moans.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. She's just like me for real. But
Right.
like,
Good
I think like
lord.
with Mew, like she has her shtick because that's the thing with a lot of the V3 characters. Again, they all like
A
anime
cool
character with
dumpster.
a single personality trait and a penchant for violence. Like that's the whole
Yeah.
thing. But like most of them express their one personality trait in a lot of different ways, and they don't just say the same 3 words over and over again. And Tenko does.
Yeah, she kind of hits the same beats, which is, I guess, why we're putting her in deserve better. Also, deserve better writing.
Yeah.
Teru Teru.
Special Circle of Hell.
Right up there with fucking. Oh, him and Kyo is like a.
Match made in heaven, and they're both equally shit.
It's like
More
when
like
kick
Match
streamers
Made
start
in
wearing.
Hell.
Match made
It's
in
like when
hell.
those kick
but
streamers start wearing those like kill pedophiles t-shirts, and it's like, yeah, buddy, like friendly fire, I guess, is on for your kick team, huh?
I don't care if he's openly bi. Yeah, he's terrible representation.
I don't even think he is bi. I think he just wants attention because he's jealous
he's
of his.
literally the definition of, hey, a hole's a hole.
Not even that. He's bi for attention because he's jealous of his younger siblings being so hot that they get to be escorts, and he wishes that could be him. That's all.
Like,
And again, he doesn't have any issue with his younger siblings being escorts.
the only
When they were
like,
actual children.
The only saving grace for Teru Teru, and we talked about this, is that he literally dies. He's literally gone in the first case.
Gone in the first case, and also just fully deep fried in a volcano.
Fully deep fried.
Which,
Actually a good execution from
Yeah, like
very appropriate, and he like brutal. No, he sucks. He's top of Circle of Hell, Special Circle in Hell. He's
Also, I
literally,
just realized
think,
our
one
top
of my
two in-
least favorite.
our top 2 in the Circle of Hell both got cooked to death.
They did. It's true. The other one was like what like an iron bowl. Not an iron.
No,
bowl.
he
What's
was
He
the-
just-
gets spun around a
boiled
bunch
in
and then
a-
he gets boiled, and then
he gets
his
boiled,
spirit
and then
ascends to the
his-
heavens, and then Monokuma
Right,
assaults the
right.
soul while he sits with his naked dead sister.
yeah.
where the sister also starts throwing
God,
salt.
they both suck. Yeah,
Yeah,
we don't. There's
that's
not much
just-
else to say about Teru Teru. He's bad.
Also, they
He's
do
just
both
bad.
have weird situations with their sibling. God, I don't like it.
He should have been killed first. Is the thing. He shouldn't have been allowed to. He
This-
shouldn't have been allowed to kill somebody. He should have been dead.
He should
It
have been
is one of
allowed
the-
to take out the ultimate
He should have
imposter,
drowned
but-
on the way to the island.
Honestly, the strongest case I think you can make for Danganronpa 1 is that its roster doesn't really include anyone that's that bad. Even with Hifumi, who is bad,
I'd
is
say
not
Hifumi and
their
Toko
level.
get the closest. But
Toko
Again,
is-
we have to be fair, we have hit like again. He's not that bad to the point where he was willing to like go and kill someone who he was told assaulted another woman. Like,
yeah,
for as bad as he
Yeah.
is, he's not gonna go out of his way to assault a lady.
yeah. Still terrible.
he is
though.
a piece of shit and awful, but like,
Yeah.
yeah, like
Okay,
Hifumi would not like Kyo.
The
or
Goemon
Teruteru.
bath. The Goemon bath.
it's time for Toko.
Okay.
Genocide Jack, which I'm still so certain that they typed fucking like serial killer into Google Translate, or like what's a word for someone who kills a lot of people, or what's it called when a bunch of people die, and genocide came up and they were like, sure.
Even though
Which-
it makes literally no sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
genocider is not what you would call.
No, because
Like-
he's not. I mean, I guess Genocide Jack like is killing.
She's not Hitler.
She's not. She is. All her victims match a description, but she's also not killing all of them, right?
Yeah,
she's not
genocide has to be
capable of
on
it.
like
a massive
racial,
scale.
ethnic boundaries. Like there has to be like a specific marginalized, like a specific group you're going for.
Oh, God, wait,
beyond
let me
just,
see if I
like,
can find this picture.
beyond just having like a.
Stitch is
like a
saying she
type.
deserved better. That is the opposite of what I was gonna say. Actually,
Here's the thing.
I think Toko deserved worse.
I think she needed therapy. I don't think therapy would have fixed her, but
I
like
know
they
it would
needed to
not.
try.
It would not have fixed. They should have tried though. So, Lunex, you were gonna say.
Or sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so like my thing is, I hate the fact of needing to count like her and Jill as like two of the same character, or like as the same character. Like they are for all intents and purposes. But it was genuinely, it's at a point where playing the game, I want to kill someone every time Toko's on screen. Like I crave for her death and everything. Anytime Jill is on screen, I'm like, I love
Yeah.
you. Please stick around. Can we prevent you from sneezing ever again?
I think also like especially the Japanese voice actress I know does really well with Genocide Jack or Genocide Jill.
I don't even think the English voice actress does a terrible
The
job.
English voice actress does a great job too, but like
Also
the Japanese one
the
is
laugh,
like
the fucking laugh.
Yeah, the laugh is great.
the Japanese VA is maybe one of the best VAs in the franchise.
So
actually, not even maybe, definitely one of the best, if not the best.
My reasoning for Toko deserving worse is like I feel like in the first game she deserves worse. Ultra Despair Girls, like her character development in Ultra Despair Girls kind of like brings her up in my estimation, but like as she exists in the first game, like how does she make it to the end? How does she make it to the end?
Okay, so I have to show you. So I'm resending you the pictures of the victims of Genocide Jack, and then I'm sending you the picture of the one YouTuber I watched play the series a while ago, and it's very funny because he freaked out. He's like, that's just me.
I've been killed by Genocide Jack. It's weird. Like, I like Genocide Jack as a character. I think Genocide Jack is great. Like, obviously that part of it, but like just Toko as a character is just so frustrating. Like,
it feels like something again where like because it was the first game in the series, they kind of swung bigger than they could really handle with her.
Right.
And then kind of didn't manage the character as well as they could have.
And then it got better in Ultra Despair Girls. But like, I don't know. It's hard to say. I still feel like she deserved worse. Maybe not much, but like she is literally a serial killer. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's
She's
true.
literally a serial killer that makes it to the end of the game and becomes a part of like the group that's saving society.
Okay, well, I mean, to be fair, that is just what happens if you're a bad guy.
She is also
90% of the time you get recruited to be like part of NASA.
She is also the funniest possible thing that could have happened to Byakuya.
Yeah.
True.
She wants to be berated by Byakuya, but Genocide Jack wants to kill Byakuya.
It's a weird dynamic.
I
but
feel
I don't
like
know,
she
I think-
deserves. I feel like she
Found a good
deserves
picture.
worse.
Put her next to Byakuya, because
I'm
then
putting
they
her next
both
to
get worse.
Byakuya. Yeah, they get worse together. All right, Samugi, ultimate cosplayer and the mastermind from V3.
See, the thing is, overwhelmingly, she's giving us nothing. She is such a nothing character throughout the
I
entirety
think
of
that's
V3.
such a huge sin for the mastermind, right? Like Kokichi's a better mastermind than she is.
Well, like, again, it's sort of like the issue with V3 as a whole is that like they were so focused on subverting expectations that you just end up with all these characters who are not handled well.
And again, Cospox.
So I need
okay,
to
Cosmox makes me fucking angry.
For
It's-
Ash's edification, the reason Byakuya isn't deserved worse is because several of the characters from the first game got away with some bullshit that they should not have been able to get away with, including like the three, like Byakuya, Kyoko, and Makoto. Like that's why they're in deserved worse, because they shouldn't have been able to get away with some of the shit that they did.
They're all stupid and wrong.
They're all
and bad at a lot
stupid,
of
and they
things.
get better later. But like in the first game, they need to be punished a little harder for what they do in the first game.
I feel like the
Anyway.
deserved worst category has a lot of the DanganRonpa 1 characters.
It's got
I don't know if any other-
it's got five of them, and then the
I
other are
think
from
that's-
2.
I think that's more than any other category has, isn't it?
From Danganronpa. I feel like the next one is deserved better potentially because that's got Sakura, Taka, and Mondo and Celestia. So like deserved
Yeah.
better is
Oh, yeah.
well, that's just because the writing for the first game could have been better. Like the
Yeah,
writing,
yeah.
the writing is the at fault for a lot of the reason why they're not extremes. They just need to be written better.
Exactly.
I mean, like realistically, Celestia probably does belong in hell, but she is unfortunately just too cunt to do that.
She's
to
so
her.
iconic though, is the problem.
Yeah, like it
And
is-
again, she would have
women's
for all
wrongs.
intents and purposes, for all intents and purposes, she would have won the game and left
Yeah.
yeah, like
if Hifumi didn't have plot.
Yeah.
in that sense, we could say that she was robbed, but I think it probably is. a
Lunex,
bit
you're gonna
much
have to wait till the end of the stream for that. By the way, I saw you redeemed that 13 minutes ago. You're gonna have to wait till
Yeah,
the
no,
end of
you're
the
good.
stream till we're.
Yeah, no,
Oh
you're good.
no, what were you redeeming?
He redeemed
Nothing.
good tourist, so I gotta.
Oh,
But like I can't interrupt our flow. We're on the last 2.
fair enough.
Yeah.
So
Samugi.
Samugi, special circle in hell. If not, give us nothing, queen. Because like, she's such a boring mastermind. It's literally not like
I feel like that's a
nothing about
cardinal
her is
sin.
interesting.
I feel like that's a cardinal sin that she has.
It's a
to
cardinal
be.
sin. And again, the dumb thing of like, oh, I can't cosplay a regular person or I break out into cosbox, proceeds to cosplay Junko multiple times.
Yeah, and it's
Like
not.
Junko
it's
isn't
not
a
even
real
that she,
person in their universe, but
Yeah.
Okay, this is the thing that pisses me off about her whole deal is because they're in the ultimate fiction, the ultimate real world fiction. None of the
Yeah.
people that they are real characters. She explicitly says that they're fictional to the same extent as Junko because they have recreated the first couple of Danganronpa games in this universe. Like that was the first couple seasons was Trigger Happy Havoc and Goodbye Despair. Those were the first 2 seasons of that one. So like Junko has become a
mythical figure.
real well, like she's real world fictional as much as Shuichi, because Shuichi is not literally Shuichi.
Yeah.
That's not his name. That's not his, or it might be his name,
Right.
but like
But
that's not
they're
who
in,
he is
but
as a
they're
person.
in world real, which is what Cosbox is
Yeah.
supposed to apply to, whereas Junko is in world fictional.
Well, no, they're in world fictional as well, because Junko, like that's what I mean is like they did the memory wiping thing for the first couple of seasons of their version of it and recreated the first 2 games.
Yeah.
Like that's what happened canonically. So like Junko has become a real world fictional character, just like everyone else who's in V3 itself.
Right, but insofar as they're concerned, they're real.
Yeah, I don't. The important thing is like she shouldn't have been able to. It makes no sense that
It's
she could
bullshit.
cosplay as Junko.
It's bullshit.
And it made no sense that she broke out of Cosbox.
She broke Cosbox. She broke so many fucking rules. Like she's literally the worst mastermind. It's all bullshit. Which is
Honestly,
why
put her above Kokichi.
Yeah, she's
the worst character who wasn't an actual sex offender.
Yeah, and she did actually kill somebody too. She did kill Rantaro
She did
with her
and
own
also-
hands. With her own hands.
And blamed
and
Kaede.
effectively Kaede. Yeah, like she technically got the twofer.
All right, we're on to our last member, fucking Yasuhiro.
Give us nothing, Queen.
I want to no, he did not give us nothing. He gave us bad. He gave us nothing good. Is the problem with Yasuhiro. He deserved worse for me.
Yeah.
He deserved, because he gets to the end, and even in the anime, he does nothing. He does nothing but be a waste of space, useless. He tries to kill Sakura.
He's just a bad person. And
He's just not
like
good.
in Danganronpa 3, like in that anime specifically, he's just like locked outside and useless.
Yeah, they lock him
Yeah,
out.
he
'cause, like,
tries
what
to
do we
use
do
his
with him?
crystal ball. Like
He's like, he deserves worse. He deserved to die in the first game. He deserved to not live.
I'll be right back. I'll probably agree with whatever you guys said.
I
Put
feel
him
like
I
in
think
my
he
deserves
just belongs in deserve. The only person who survived Danganronpa 1 who isn't in that pile of deserved worse is Aoi.
Aoi. Yeah.
And I think that's
who are
only
the other
fair.
people? It's
All 5. There's only 6 survivors in Danganronpa 1, and all,
yeah,
5
all 5
of
of the
them
rest
are
of
there
them are
together.
deserved worse. Aoi is
Yasuhiro,
just like, you know
Toko,
what,
Byakuya.
Aoi, you deserve to be there because you shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Yeah, Aoi seems about right because she shouldn't have made it through, but the game was stupid enough that it makes sense that she could.
Yeah.
Yasuhiro is a moron and I hate him, and also he's evil.
Yeah, even though she tried to get everybody else killed, she thought it was because she had like her own like moral.
She was taking like a
integrity
Nagito
reasons.
approach of like,
Yeah.
all of you are fundamentally evil people and
Yeah.
you deserve to die.
Everybody
Like,
agrees
the world
he
will be
should
better
have
without
died.
you.
He deserved worst, period. Yasuhiro deserved worst, guaranteed. How did he live? Exactly. Terrible character. I fucking hate Yasuhiro. He doesn't deserve a special circle in hell because he's not like as egregious as some of the other characters, but the fact that he makes it to the end is what is like, if I wouldn't hate him as much if he had not lived to the end. I don't
The fact that they
think.
kill him in the V3 trial is really funny to me. Like, because when V3 before it came out, they had like a trial of, or like they had a demo
Yeah.
of the first trial, and in that one, Yasuhiro is the victim and gets killed in the exact same way as
Rantaro.
Sayaka.
Oh, Sayaka. Okay.
Yeah, Rentaro sits out the first trial on that though, I think.
Interesting. Like I
And they
find
bring back-
he is kind of funny. Like he's supposed to be a comedic relief character, but like
He's not as funny as the other comedic relief characters, is the thing.
yeah, which Toko is also supposed to be a comedy, like a comedic relief character in a lot of ways, with her like her self-deprecating, and then like her personality switch with Genocide Jack.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild.
Also, yeah, the idea of being attracted to Yasuhiro out of the cast of Danganronpa characters, like, I don't get what you would pick of him that's like
It's because
that you can't get from
he's
anyone
scrungly, I
else.
guess, right?
But like, you've got, like, if you're looking for someone who's kind of in like a, like that sort of twinkish vibe,
yeah,
you have Rentaro, Kaido, I think honestly is literally just like better Yasuhiro. You've got fucking who'd be another one?
I guess maybe there wasn't like any other good options for that.
Taka and Mondo are both in there too.
I mean, they're not like, I wouldn't say Taka and Mondo are twinks though.
Yeah, I guess.
There really isn't a twink. Makoto's the twink in one.
A stoner kink?
It's
but
true.
He's not a stoner. He's way too energetic to be a stoner.
He does have some kind of like a little bit of stoner energy with like his weird conspiracy theory, like aliens weirdness that he has.
Yeah, he's not a cool stoner. He's like your friend's
like
weird
your
older
fucking
brother.
older brother who smokes in a room with blacklight posters and listens to Joe Rogan.
Not even your older brother though. He's your friend's older brother. So like you can't even be like, hey, buddy, fuck off. Like
yeah, he sucks. He just sucks.
He sucks. And yeah, like he's also just not attractive.
No.
There's so many like fucking Leon would fit the bill for Yasuhiro better.
Yeah, really. Okay.
I just
we have reached the end. This is everybody. I
don't know if Leon or wait, no, is Lunex back yet?
Lunex is back. Yeah, Lunex is back.
Okay.
I don't know if Leon's back yet. Great, thanks.
I got words mixed up in my. It's been 4 hours and I'm drunk.
It's been 4.
Damn, you think I'm Leon?
It's been 4 hours.
Redheaded brat.
We did make it to the. Honestly,
All right,
I'm
listen here.
impressed. I'm impressed that we made it in just over 4 hours. Like,
yeah.
Because that was about like if we took 5 minutes on every character, that would have been about 4 hours. So we kind of did it. We kind of did it.
Yeah,
actually,
Leon,
I'm
honestly.
impressed. I'm legitimately impressed that we were able to control ourselves in that match. I feel pretty good about this list. We might over time have different thoughts about it, but
see, my thoughts might change once I see how different characters interact in the board game.
yeah,
to be fair,
but to be fair, none of us have experienced that, so this is based off of what we have experienced, right?
Well, I think we'd have people who occasionally move a little bit up or down. I don't think there's going to be like a moment where Himiko, we're suddenly like, oh my god, no wait, she had something to give.
No,
like
she never
none
did.
of those characters and they give us nothing. Make any they're not moving. I do like that only what's his face Ryoma is the only man in Give Us Nothing Queen.
Yeah, give us nothing, Queen.
Our short king among the queens.
Flash King.
And then we've just got the ultimate imposter as the question marks.
I will save that after we're done here, and I will post the final result on Twitter. But let me go ahead and throw us back to the just chatting screen. Viv and Lunex, thank you so much for joining me for this. I know because we talked about this it wasn't even that long after we initially met. We had talked about doing something like this. And then it just kind of sat on the back burner for a while. And then I hit a sub goal and I was like, ooh, what would be something interesting to do for that? And I was like, wait, we can do, this is the perfect excuse for us to do this.
Yeah, because I remember what the initial thing was supposed to be too. Where it was going to be like,
it was not this.
It was not this. It was just going to be like a regular ranking tier list, but we were just randomly assigned characters. Yeah.
It was gonna be one of us was gonna be we were gonna split up the cast into thirds.
Basically, people that we had to defend against the others, essentially.
Yeah. So the other two would be trying to basically be like they could be positive or negative about them, but the one person had to defend them each time, which would be kind of because some characters it'd be.
Which to be fair is basically what me and you were doing to.
And the funny thing is, I'm not even particularly attached to Ryoma. I just don't feel I feel like out of all of those people, he's the least deserving of being in that category. But also might be because I did more personal stuff with him in V3.
Again, I have never experienced more than 1 or 2 tiers, I think, of anybody's personal
I got a lot of his stuff
because I picked wrong every single time.
Yeah. But either way, I wasn't personally invested in making him be somewhere else. So. Likewise, I wasn't personally invested in not having Sayaka be in the special circle and all. I just think the hate for her is overblown.
It definitely is, because there are a lot of people who'd say she's the worst character.
She's not the worst character in the first game. That is Hifumi. But
and the other two games,
she's the second worst for sure.
Yeah. The other games really do ramp it up too.
Yeah.
Also, I suppose if we left Sayaka in Deserved Worse, that would have been half of that game, or more than half of that game's roster in Deserved Worse.
Wait, it would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members in Deserved Worse. The rest of them in Deserved Better.
Really?
One of them, only one person from the first game is in Deserved. They were robbed, and that's Chihiro. And then 1, 2, 4 characters in Deserved Better. 2 actually, because Junko's also in Seems About Right. 2 from the first game in Seems About Right. The rest of it is concentrated at the bottom to either give us nothing, Deserved Worse, or Special Circle in Hell.
And then with 2, I feel like had the most even spread.
You are safe, Leon. You are safe. You are safe.
Yeah, 2 I feel like had no characters where it was like, I mean, aside from Teru, but
Yeah.
like again, like ultimately, the cast of 2, I think part of the reason why they didn't get a bunch of them in like the really high or really low tiers is because they kind of all landed where they needed to.
Yeah, they were more. 2 was more consistent in like its characterizations. Like,
Well, it landed the storylines were like the storylines ended where they needed to end a lot of the time.
Yeah, it tended to be a little bit better about like having complete arcs in ways that felt satisfying. Whereas V3 was very polarizing. It's so funny how that ends up working out, because it just sort of attests more to the fact that 2 is like the most solid entry in the series in terms of like consistency and sort of experience. But we did it. We got through the entire thing in a reasonable amount of time, considering how much it was. Again, thank you so much to both of you for joining me.
Thank
you for having us.
I'm gonna throw the last snooze on the ad so I can get through stuff. I am going to shout out both Lunex and Viv again. Which I feel all of you already know Lunex and Viv at this point, but you know, just for the sake of going through the motions, if you are not following me on Twitter or Blue Sky, my socials are there. I'm more active on Twitter than I am on Blue Sky. I say every time I'm going to try harder on Blue Sky, but it's difficult to work up the energy to do more than just Twitter. I'm also on YouTube, kind of figuring out what I'm going to do next. I think I'm probably going to work on some more scripted stuff, which is going to take me some time to figure out. But I did finish my series on Alan Wake 2, which the finale is available there. It's all there in a playlist, and my VODs channel is there as well. You're both on Twitter. You have your own channels that people can follow and find you there. Which you absolutely sure Lunex and Viv are both gems. I love both of them dearly. And that is going to do it for us. I'm going to post my schedule for this coming week on Twitter, and it'll get posted to, that'll get pinned to the top of my page. That'll be later. I'm exhausted. And with that, I am going to figure out who we are going to raid out to. Who is streaming right now? This late on a Sunday. Ooh, Demi's streaming.
Yeah.
We can raid Demi. That seems fine. Oh, Puppo's also streaming. Puppo was here earlier too. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna raid Puppo.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna get the raid set up. Start the raid. Gotta reopen every time I gotta fucking open my Twitch channel again because I have to put the raid message in. I don't like the way they do the raid shit. I don't like the way they
iPad, so I can do that.
Yeah, I really need to have some sort of like laptop set up. But that is the raid message. If you're following, you have access to the emotes, and if not, you can use whatever you'd like. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us for this. And I will, the next time you make it to the Astral Labyrinth, I will see you then. Farewell, goodbye, so long, Auf Wiedersehen, sayonara. Bobby has been. I never made the joke. It's like, oh, 3 or more students have found a body. The body announcement is playing. Oh,
you got it in Twitter. That's what counts.
That's what I made the reference in Twitter. That's true. Bye bye, everybody. Goodbye.
Body has been discovered.
There we go. Thank you so much for that.
There we
See
go.
you, everybody.